On a blood-stained battlefield, where a fierce struggle had just unfolded, smoke and dust mingled with the thick, metallic stench of blood in the air. On a jagged mountain peak, a somber voice rose as if blending into the wind whistling through the rocks. "So this is how it ends. I'm sorry, everyone. I was too weak." Those words broke from Evan, a young man with eyes heavy with sorrow. He raised a hand to cover his face, his voice trembling as he continued. "Chris should have been the hero, not me." Seeing Evan tormenting himself, the purple-haired girl standing beside him turned toward him, her eyes sparkling with determination. She grit her teeth, suppressing her emotions, and spoke words of encouragement. "Please don't say that, Hero Evan. We all did our absolute best." Evan sighed softly, replying in a tone full of regret. Of course, if Lord Chris, with his heaven-sent talent, had only studied swordsmanship a bit earlier, perhaps back then he would have surpassed the 9th star and become a legendary 10th-star hero. The man called Chris sat silently at that moment, his empty gaze fixed on the two talking, but they didn't seem to feel his presence at all, perhaps because he was already dead. Nothing more than a fading shadow in memory. Evan continued, his voice heavy. "If only that had happened, wouldn't the two of us have been able to stop the apocalypse?" Looking back at Chris's past, a man once hailed as great, it all began with an insane talent that allowed him to learn anything in the blink of an eye. Thanks to that, he left a glorious legacy and was granted the title of the Great Outsider's Journey. It all originated from a day when he was 20 years old, the moment he fled from his crude raw stone family, carrying dreams of success through dark alleys filled with danger. Then, on a day like any other ordinary day, as Chris was diligently working, a world-shaking sound suddenly echoed across the sky. He looked up, his eyes wide with shock. High above, a mighty legion of knights, riding pitch-black warhorses, appeared under the leadership of the cruel Demon King, sweeping in to invade the Magic Empire. That event was later recorded in history books with a haunting name, the Era of Destruction. In a remote little town, crowds gathered around a bulletin board. On the weathered wooden plank, a paper had been posted, the scribbled handwriting clearly stating, "Recruiting members to accompany the hero." Seeing the notice, a young man's eyes lit up as he cheered internally. "This is it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I will definitely climb to the peak and enjoy wealth and glory after the war ends." But life is not like a dream. In the end, they still failed, and eventually, the Light Domain fell into the Demon King's hands for a massacre. Blood flowed like rivers, and corpses piled up like mountains. Returning to Evan's conversation, he continued in a voice full of lingering pain. "If possible, I wish I could turn back time so that Lord Chris would be chosen as the hero." Hearing those words, the young man now named Chris fell into thought. A hero, huh? Even if I could turn back time, I wouldn't want to do this all over again. One lifetime of suffering is more than enough. Besides, dreaming is meaningless now that this world is about to end. In the sky, a glowing red energy sphere erupted, radiating a terrifying source of power. Violent lightning strikes rained down on the city below, tearing through space with deafening explosions. The three of them, Evan, the purple-haired girl, and Chris, could only stand frozen, helplessly watching the scene of destruction. In Chris's mind, the thought flashed, this really is the end. He closed his eyes tight, whispering to himself, "In the next life, whether it exists or not, I only hope to be born as the son of a wealthy family, living a life of leisure." That was his final thought. The scene shifts to a peaceful room, where the gentle morning sunlight filters through the window, harmonizing with the soft autumn breeze blowing light. In the room, a young man sat quietly, his eyes lost in the sight of his own hands. After a moment of reflection, he whispered, "I have regressed." That young man was Chris, but this time he was reborn in the body of a young master of the Magic Empire. He walked to the window and threw it open. Before him lay a magnificent landscape of majestic castles standing splendidly under the sun. Chris murmured softly, "The aesthetic here is definitely the Dark Demon clan." True to its ominous name, this was one of the 12 pillar families of the Magic Empire. "From what I can determine, I have regressed 15 years into the past, 15 years before the Era of Destruction began." Looking down at the courtyard, Chris was astonished to see massive, shaggy-furred magic beasts carefully tending to a vibrant flower garden. He thought to himself, "I thought I had experienced everything in my past life, but I never expected to see a magic beast pruning flowers." He turned to look into the mirror, his gaze momentarily stunned. Not to mention, I know exactly who this bastard is. The person he had regressed into was Christian Van Baron Kazar, a name of absolute infamy. In another room, a blonde youth was sitting down to dinner with a charming fox girl. He spoke up, his voice curious. With the noble Van in his middle name, is he an archdemon from some branch family? The fox girl nodded slightly, her pointed ears twitching. "That's right. Chris is as quick-witted as always, isn't he?" She explained, "The house of Count Kazar is a branch of Count Baron, also known as the Dark Demon clan. So, does that make it a more powerful family?" the blonde youth asked. She replied in a soft voice, "Not necessarily. Even though they're just a branch, they still have a solid position within the Dark Demon clan. Not to mention, they are unbelievably wealthy. I doubt you could find any villain in the Magic Empire who hasn't heard of it. The fox girl continued, her eyes shimmering. I heard they have 2 potential heirs, but the eldest son, Christian, is truly a bastard among bastards, constantly causing trouble everywhere to the point that the house of Count Khazar finally gave up on him. She reached out her hand, her voice dropping. Well, that's old news now. Hearing that, the blonde youth started. Why did he turn his life around? The fox girl replied slowly, no, he was murdered by his own relative. The scene shifts back to Chris. His face was dark and sweat poured down his forehead. He slammed his hand against the mirror, screaming internally, damn it. I only wanted to be the son of a normal, wealthy family. Why did I regress to this place? Why him? Why this goddamn predestined fate? Chris gave a cold internal laugh. Haha, what do I do now? Think, Chris, think. 3 days ago, he had awakened in this body, with a name that was an eerie coincidence. And in 2 years, Christian will die, discarded by the house of Count Khazar, a family that values honor above all else. This guy is definitely a useless incompetent, he told himself. So, if I just live quietly and avoid trouble, maybe I can escape death. Thinking of this, Chris stopped and fell into silence for a moment, before slapping his hand against his forehead. His expression sank. No way that's going to happen. The main reason is Ragnarok, the apocalypse. The Slaughter Demon King initiated the war to sacrifice humanity and complete Ragnarok. By the time they realized this, it was too late. Both the Light Domain and the Magic Empire were swallowed by annihilation. So if I want to survive, I have to stop the apocalypse, Chris told himself. The Slaughter Demon King is one thing, but the bigger problem is the countless villains within the Magic Empire who are loyal to him. To do this, I must become the strongest, stronger than the Demon King. And there is only one way. I must become the Magic Emperor, sitting at the very peak of the Magic Empire. He calculated, I have 5 years before the era of destruction begins. It's worth a shot. If I succeed, not just this mansion, but the entire Magic Empire will be mine. The scene shifts to another room. A loud shout rang out. Christian, I distinctly told you to stay in your room. This was the office of Count Khazar. Seeing Chris enter and prostrate himself on the floor, his face darkened. He shouted, you still dare to show your face here not long after causing that incident. Have you no shame? His eyes narrowed, his gaze as cold and sharp as a blade. If you act out even one more time, I will personally cut off your head. Hearing those words, Chris's face turned pale and a drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. He thought to himself, Count Khazar. He truly has a terrifying, overwhelming aura. But then he took a deep breath and spoke up, making the Count startle slightly. I have come to apologize for every mistake I have made until now, Father. Internally, he told himself, if I want to carry out my plan, I must erase the useless image Christian left behind. Hearing that, Count Khazar gasped. What? Chris continued in a sincere voice, I am truly sorry for everything I've done. It won't happen again. He replied suspiciously, you're telling me to trust you just days after what you did. Are you trying to mock me? Chris thought to himself, what was the most recent trouble he caused before I regressed? I've heard so many stories I can't even pick a specific one. He bowed his head slightly, quickly fabricating a reason. The fact that you lost faith in me is my fault. But 3 days ago, didn't I say that I had lost part of my memory? To recover those memories, I reflected on my past actions and realized how wrongly I had lived. My heart beats for that truth. After hearing these words, Count Khazar's expression remained unchanged. He replied coldly, I've heard your excuses countless times already. Seeing this, Chris immediately followed up. That's right. Verbal excuses mean nothing. So from now on, I will prove it to you through my actions. He declared boldly, please send me to the punishment cave. I will stay there for a month and show you a different man. The scene shifts to a gloomy forest where the so-called punishment cave is located. Amidst the thick fog and pitch-black trees, a magnificent building appears like a misplaced jewel in the wilderness. This was a prison specifically for high-ranking demons, a place that not only lacked light, but also tortured all 5 senses, causing the mind of any weakling to wither after just a few days. But for the current Chris, this place was perfect. I need a place to avoid the eyes of others, he thought, his eyes gleaming with resolve. Returning to the conversation, hearing Chris's words, Count Khazar spoke up, his voice full of doubt. You plan to lock yourself in the punishment cave for a month. I don't think you'd last half a day there. Chris replied in a firm voice without a hint of hesitation. I fully understand the hardships of that place, but I believe this is the best way for you to trust me, Father. Hearing that, Count Khazar narrowed his eyes slightly, his cold gaze sweeping over his son. Do you know how many conversations like this we've had? Each time, you only leave me more disappointed. He took a step forward, his voice dropping low. But fine, I will listen to you and give you one final chance. However, if after a month nothing has changed, I will expel you from the family." Hearing those words, Chris gave a slight start, his hands clenching so hard his knuckles turned white. He thought to himself, expulsion is synonymous with a death sentence. There's a long list of enemies lurking for Christian's life. Once I lose the protection of the family, I could end up meeting my ancestors at any moment. After a moment of reflection, he nodded slightly, his voice steady. "I understand. But if I prove that I have changed, please accept my request, Father." Count Khazar narrowed his eyes, his voice tinged with surprise. "Your voice sounds confident, as if you're certain you'll leave that place safe and sound." He sighed softly and continued, "Very well. If you prove you have changed, I will grant you any request." Having said that, he turned to leave, not forgetting to leave a cold remark, "But don't think for a second I believe it will happen." Immediately after, Chris returned to his room, relaxing in the final moments before setting out for the punishment cave. Suddenly, the door swung open and Butler Cox entered, his voice respectful. "Young master, the punishment cave has been prepared." Chris gave a slight nod. "I know." The two of them immediately packed their belongings and began the journey. They walked through the vast corridors of the family estate, where the light from the magic lamps cast flickering shadows on the stone walls, creating eerie shapes. Along the way, the servants began to whisper and gossip about Chris. One maid spoke up, her voice full of mockery. "Have you heard? That useless guy volunteered to go into the punishment cave." The other girl replied, her eyes wide. "Huh, what is he trying to do? Remember the recent accident when he insulted the young lady of the Poison Demon clan?" Chris gave a slight start when he heard this. The maid continued, her voice growing lower. "You mean the one where the Count himself had to personally apologize?" The other girl nodded. "That's right. How embarrassing, having to lose face before a rival family." Looking at Chris's back, they burst into laughter. "Haha, when is that good-for-nothing ever going to grow up? I bet never." Another added, "How long do you think he'll last in that cave?" The girl sneered, "Haha, I'd say 2 days at most." Hearing these words, Chris said nothing, only allowing a sinister smile to play on his lips, his eyes flashing with a sharp coldness. They continued moving through the corridor, completely unaware of a mysterious figure silently following them ever since they left the room. After a while, Chris and Cox stopped before the massive door of the punishment cave. Cox spoke up, "We have arrived, young Master Christian." Chris looked up at the tall door before him, carved with ancient magical patterns. He glanced around, thinking to himself, "Using knights for guards, huh? Definitely the Magic Empire's style. Well, as long as it keeps everything away from this cave." Thinking this, he rubbed his neck, preparing to enter, when a shout echoed from a distance. "Brother." Chris turned his head and recognized a familiar face, Thurn van Baron Khazar, Christian's younger biological brother, a model student of the family. Before he could react, Thurn had his sword tip pressed close to his face. Although Chris's gaze did not waver, he was startled internally. That was a close one. Then he spoke up, his voice calm. "Do you have business with me? It doesn't look like you're here to say goodbye." Thurn replied, his voice as cold as ice. "I know you certainly understand that you are the disgrace of this family." He narrowed his eyes and continued, "I don't know what schemes you're calculating, but if you continue to stain the family's honor, I will personally kill you. Do you understand? This is my final warning." Hearing that, Chris was slightly taken aback, thinking to himself, "I see. It might have been this kid who killed Christian. I met Thurn during the era of destruction. He was an infamous demon known for curse magic. So he was quite cute when he was little, huh? Looks like he's been training very hard." But then his expression sank, his voice boomed, "Get out of the way." Internally, he told himself, he's nothing but a brat compared to one who witnessed the worst moments of the era of destruction. Hearing the shout, Thurn narrowed his eyes. "What did you just say?" Chris replied curtly. "I understand, now leave." Having said that, he turned his back and stepped into the punishment cave. Thurn shouted after him, "I'm serious, if you..." But before he could finish, the door slammed shut, causing him to punch the door in anger, roaring, "What was with that attitude?" The scene shifts to the inside of the punishment cave. Chris walked forward. His eyes scanned the surroundings, but everything was just a pitch-black shroud. He narrowed his eyes slightly. He couldn't see or hear a thing. Only a vague sensation remained at his fingertip. He thought to himself, they do this on purpose so the prisoner can feel the items they brought. Otherwise, they'd starve to death. A normal person would certainly break mentally here, he told himself. But I'm different. I've been through worse things as a treasure hunter, he reminded himself. Blocking the 5 senses is what I wanted, because it helps me feel deeper inside myself. Even if I can't immediately reform this trash body, I still have a chance. With the medical skills from my past life, when I was a saint doctor, along with the bone molding ability from the power branch and knowledge of magic stones, I can definitely do it. He gave a cold laugh. To be honest, I thought I'd never touch a magic stone because they were too expensive, but now this is the best benefit of a wealthy family. They easily met all my requests even though I'm a good-for-nothing. In my past life, Evan and I had to struggle forever just to get them, haha. The first step will be the white magic stone, he calculated. It can detoxify the body. Though it's boring, this is an important step. I need to use white mana to remove accumulated toxins. Even a small mistake will cause intense pain throughout the body. Chris closed his eyes, feeling the white magic stone permeate his body, each cool surge of energy spreading out. A long while later, he opened his eyes and smiled. This is just child's play to me. The scene shifts to Count Khazar's office. The light from the magic lamp hanging from the ceiling cast a glow on his stern face. He spoke in a low voice. Cox, how is Christian? Butler Cox bowed and replied. He entered the punishment cave obediently, sir. But I worry that place will destroy him to the point he can't even call for help. Count Khazar rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. He thought to himself, was it a mistake to send him there? That child with such a promising future. Why did he suddenly fall apart like that? Perhaps his talent made him too arrogant. He shook his head, telling himself, whatever the reason, it's better for him to fail completely or die than to live such a miserable life. Suddenly, the image of Christian appeared in his mind, the boy's steady voice echoing, I will show you through my actions, father. The Count shook his head slightly to return to reality, alerting himself. No, I shouldn't place hope in him anymore. He's deceived us too many times. He turned to Cox and asked, did you notice anything strange when he entered? Hearing the question, Cox started stammering, something strange, sir. The Count's voice turned cold. Don't hide it. Report every detail. Cox took a deep breath and began his report. Actually, the young master brought magic stones into the cave, including a dream stone, the kind that causes hallucinations. Since the side effects are unclear, I reported it immediately. Count Khazar's face sank, his voice as cold as ice. In that case, just let him die. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and as the month came to an end, Count Khazar stood before the massive gates of the punishment cave, his eyes filled with a heavy sadness. In his mind, he envisioned Christian emerging with a haggard face and a broken body, thinking to himself that the boy must surely be exhausted by now. But suddenly, the doors burst open. A youthful figure appeared, causing the Count to startle in surprise. Completely contrary to his expectations, Christian stepped out looking refreshed, his eyes shining brightly as he smiled and exclaimed, Father, you've arrived. I've been waiting for you. Noticing the stunned expression on the Count's face, Christian continued, Are you really that surprised? I promised I would return as a different person, didn't I? The Count frowned slightly, observing the sheer determination in Christian's gaze. Those eyes had never looked at him that way since the boy was small. He finally spoke, so you actually endured it, to which Christian laughed loudly. Haha, is that a compliment? The Count immediately cut short the boy's joy, his voice stern. Don't get ahead of yourself. This was just a small matter, and I still don't trust you. Hearing this, Christian sighed softly, thinking he was a difficult old man before speaking up. Then I'll just have to work even harder. In his mind, Christian thought the old man likely believed he had barely survived the cave, but the truth was far from it. He had been so busy training that he never even had time to be bored. First, he had cultivated an optimal body to master swordsmanship, noting that thanks to the white mana stone, every cell in his body felt alive after each session. Furthermore, the dream stone was the factor that truly changed the game. The butler had tried to stop him from taking that addictive magic stone, but luckily, he had remained stubborn to the end. Thanks to the hallucinations it provided, he had pushed past his limits. Beyond that, he had even created 2 magic cores, chuckling to himself that while people say not to boast, he was currently only the strongest in theory. Christian looked at the shimmering aura on his hand, thinking that despite being only a 1-star aura, he was still a true genius. Naturally, he used his dark core to conceal this light. If the demons discovered it, they would cause an uproar. Just when it seemed the matter was settled, a dark stone suddenly floated before him. Christian wore a sinister smile, wondering who had given him the dream stone. It was all a chaotic mess. He wants to use this to make me lose control and collapse. Fine, I'll play your game to the end and use you as a sacrifice for my own leap forward. Thinking of this, Christian spoke up. Since I kept my promise, please allow me to make one request. Count Khazar nodded and said, Speak. Christian continued. Please allow me to use the Black Knight's training grounds. Hearing this request, Count Khazar's face darkened, and he barked coldly. A useless person like you has no place there. They are one of the 3 knight orders that support the dark demon race. You surely know that only the most elite swordsmen are permitted to show their skills there. Christian nodded slightly. I am only asking to borrow the grounds. The guidance of the Black Knights will help me progress. I have no intention of joining their ranks. Hearing the answer, Count Khazar mused for a moment. Then he spoke, Very well, but remember my warning. Do not become an embarrassment in front of those knights or else. Christian interrupted with a nod. I understand. Then he added, there is one more thing I wish to ask for, making Count Khazar startle with a look of surprise. The scene shifted to the training grounds of the Black Knight. Warriors clad in black armor stood in rows. They looked on in bewilderment at Christian's appearance. One spoke up in a mocking tone, isn't that the foolish young master? What on earth is he doing here? Seeing the gossip, Christian stepped forward and was surprised to find they suddenly showed respect, realizing that in a magic empire, strength mattered more than status. Christian told himself there was actually another reason he wanted to be here. His second request had been for entry into the library, which had made Count Khazar question him, the library, adding that he would provide the key only if Christian secured a recommendation from Vice Commissioner Melon. That was the repository for all the dark magic books of the Khazar Count family. To learn dark magic, Christian needed access. After receiving approval, he had nodded, I understand. Then the Count had said coldly, I suppose you've forgotten that you once sold high-level magic books on the black market for the price of ashes. Hearing that, sweat rolled down Christian's forehead as he wondered just how the previous owner of this body had lived. He truly was a perfect, useless failure. Returning to the present, Christian walked along holding his sword, telling himself that his top priority was still gaining the recognition of the vice commander. Suddenly, a group appeared in front of him, making Christian knit his brows slightly. It was Thurn, his younger brother, who spoke in a cold voice. This is not a place where someone like you can just wander in as you please. Christian sighed softly, resting his sword on his shoulder and thinking to himself how annoying this was. Then he flashed a smile, realizing that this could actually be a good opportunity. Thurn stepped closer to Christian, his voice icy as he said, This is my final warning, turn back now. I assume you don't want to throw away the life you just escaped with from the punishment cave, do you? Hearing those words, Christian sighed with a look of boredom. Thurn, can you really take responsibility for those words? Father is the one who permitted me to enter the training grounds. Thurn frowned, his voice full of surprise. What, Father did? Suddenly, the sound of decisive footsteps echoed from afar, and a steady voice rang out. I highly respect the Count's decision. But you aren't very reliable, young Master Christian. The speaker was Vice Commander Melon, a woman with long black hair and an overwhelming presence. Her presence made Christian narrow his eyes and turn around. Noting the dark energy radiating from Melon was clearly at the 4-star level. It seems they want to intimidate me from the start, Christian thought, but I've been used to this for a long time. He bowed slightly and said calmly, Greetings, Vice Commander. Seeing that Christian did not flinch before her dark energy, Melon frowned, wondering how he could withstand it. While she was dazed, Christian spoke up. If even the Vice Commander has to intervene, I suppose there's no other choice. I will prove that I am worthy of being on these grounds. Melon replied with a hint of suspicion. You say you'll prove it. Christian pointed toward Thurn and said, What if I fight one of the demons here and win? Hearing that, Melon scoffed. You're joking, young Master Christian. Christian turned his head, his voice serious. I am not joking. Instead, I want you to restrain the spread of dark energy. As you know, due to my past lifestyle, my ability to use dark energy is far from its true potential. If possible, I want a hand-to-hand fight. Hearing those words, Melon frowned, thinking that even if it was a fair fight, they couldn't let the heir get hurt, making things complicated. Then she asked, You actually think you can win a fist fight, young master? Christian replied nonchalantly, We'll have to see about that, won't we? Now, who should I choose as my opponent? He gestured toward Thurn. Thurn would be fine, seeing Christian's hand pointing at him. Thurn's face darkened as he growled, How dare you? A voice called out from behind, trying to intervene. I think you should choose a more suitable opponent. You know young Master Thurn's level is 2 stars, don't you? Christian thought to himself that 2 stars was a level no ordinary 13-year-old could reach unless they were naturally gifted. Otherwise, whether 13 or 23, they wouldn't touch that level of power, but I am no ordinary piece of trash. He shook his head and said, No, if I'm going to prove myself, I must choose someone stronger than me. I think fighting Thurn is best. Having said that, he looked at Thurn. What do you say now, Thurn? Do you feel like it? You aren't afraid of your own brother, are you? Hearing that, Thurn's expression grew even darker as he grit his teeth. I accept your challenge. Immediately, the two stood facing each other, surrounded by the knights on the field. Shouts erupted from the crowd, with one person yelling, Young Master Thurn, take this chance to crush that bastard. While another added, If you let him off easy, we're in for special training today. Christian cracked his knuckles to warm up and turned to Melon. How do we decide the winner? Do we fight until one surrenders? Hearing that, Melon's face went dark, thinking he was someone who didn't know his place, and she replied, That would be too boring. Let's fight until one is incapacitated, adding to herself that it would be great if Thurn broke a limb or two. Christian pointed at Thurn. Hey, did you hear the rules? They say you have to fight seriously. Thurn roared, You insolent fool. I'll make sure you can never open that mouth again. and as soon as he finished speaking, Christian lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to Thurn's jaw. The unexpected blow sent Thurn staggering, his face contorted in pain. Christian smiled. "What's wrong? The match has already started." Thurn backed away, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes burning as he snarled, "Shut up." Thurn lunged, throwing a punch at Christian, but he dodged easily, nodding to himself that if they used dark energy, a one-star demon like himself wouldn't stand a chance. Christian thought, but what if it's hand-to-hand? After dodging the punch, he used his right leg to kick Thurn hard in the chest, sending him tumbling backward as he clutched his chest in shock. "In my past life, I fought on countless battlefields," Christian reminded himself. "Furthermore, if I count the radiant aura power I gained in the cave, I'm already at the 3-star level." The surrounding crowd buzzed, with one person gasping, "What did I just witness?" Thurn struggled to stand, clutching his stomach with blood dripping from his mouth. Christian taunted him, "Don't tell me you're crying. Want me to blow on it for you?" Thurn lined on his thighs, panting. "What kind of trick did you use?" Christian shrugged, thinking it was refreshing to see him in this state, then said, "Tricks? There's no such thing. You're just a little weak." Hearing this, Thurn's face turned to pure rage as he barked, "Fine then." Thick, dark aura began to radiate from his hands. He roared, "I'll kill you right now," as a punch filled with dark energy swung forward. But Christian dodged it easily, smiling. "Oh, you're pretty fast," nodding to himself that this was the real spirit of a fight. Thurn threw a flurry of punches, but Christian slipped left and right, dodging with a calm expression. Then he reached out and blocked one of Thurn's punches. This caused the boy's dark energy to drop unexpectedly before he could think. Thurn took an uppercut from Christian full on. His head snapped back, spitting blood, and he collapsed to the ground. That punch left the surrounding knights agape, their eyes wide. They whispered frantically, "How could young Master Thurn let his guard down?" While another replied, "Maybe he's restraining his dark energy to avoid hurting him." Ignoring these words, Christian approached Thurn. Even Melon was stunned by his performance, wondering how Thurn could have lost otherwise. Seeing everyone in shock, Christian turned to Melon. "What do you think? Is that proof enough?" Melon nodded slightly. "Very well." Christian smiled and thanked. In his heart, he told himself that it was a success. "This way I will devour all swordsmanship and magic." The scene shifted to Christian's room. He sat in a leather-bound chair, summoning a dark orb that floated in the air. Looking at it, he thought, "I've reached 1-star dark magic, but because I haven't fully tamed the dark energy and have the massive residue Christian left behind, everything is taking longer than expected." Christian reached out and rang a small bell, the tinkling sound echoing in the silence. He noted that to use radiant aura at the same time, he would need to raise his level much higher. Immediately following the bell, a surge of energy appeared. From that energy, a maid emerged and said softly, "Did you call for me, master?" It was Marie, Christian's maid. Looking at how she appeared, Christian frowned slightly, thinking he didn't expect them to use a high-level evil spirit as a maid, admitting that because Christian was always causing trouble, they couldn't use a normal person. "I'll definitely replace her later," he thought, then spoke aloud. "Bring me a glass of juice. I'm going to train once I've finished it." Marie leaned in close to his face and whispered, "Should I prepare juice with human blood?" Christian waved her off and said curtly, "No need, strawberry is fine." But Marie leaned even closer, her eyes sparkling. "Human blood is delicious, master." Christian frowned and snapped, "I said use strawberry." She insisted, "Human blood," and Christian shouted in rage, "STRAWBRRIS." The scene shifted to the hallway as Christian slung a backpack over his shoulder, preparing to train. Cox's voice rang out from behind, "Young master, you're going to train this early. I worry you'll push yourself too hard." Christian turned to look at Cox. The man continued in a warm voice, "Of course, I am very happy and proud to see you working so hard. I will always trust you, even when everyone else is critical." Hearing this, Christian suddenly flared up, clenching his fists. "I never told you to trust me. Who are you to decide whether you trust me or not?" Cox's face went dark as he bowed in apology. "I am sorry. I overstepped my bounds. Have a productive training session, young master." With that, Cox turned and left, watching his back. Christian thought there was something very suspicious behind that devotion. Then he turned and walked away. A while later, Christian arrived at the training grounds. The crowd there no longer looked at him with the same scrutinizing eyes as the first time. He noted to himself that their gazes were much more subdued. "Now that they've lowered their guard, I wonder if I can win them over step by step." Thinking this, he threw his backpack to the ground. He gripped his sword and delivered several slashes into the air to warm up, his movements as decisive as a true warrior's. This action was noticed by a soldier. He hurried into Melon's tent to report to the vice commander. "Young Master Christian has come to the training field again today, ma'am." Hearing this, Melon sat in pensive silence, her expression filled with thought. What is he calculating? What was that duel about the other day? The young master's movements were indeed impressive, but I didn't expect him to deactivate Thurn's dark energy at such a precise moment. She wondered if Christian had completely seen through the state of the battle. If so, his talent might even surpass that of young Master Eshid de Baron, the direct heir of the main family. No, he's just a bastard. He's lost all his dark energy due to his debauched lifestyle. The gap can't be closed now. Suddenly, noise from outside pulled Melon from her thoughts. She stood up and stepped out, barking, "What's all this noise? What's going on?" A soldier replied, "Vice Commander, the thing is." The young master had a minor conflict with a servant. Seeing a man flattened on the ground, another soldier asked what had happened, and the one beside him replied, "Cannon is a 1-star demon." Does this mean the young master has also reached 1 star? Hearing this, Melon looked surprised. Christian ignored the gossip around him and turned with a defiant voice. "I wanted to witness the legendary strength of the Black Knights firsthand, but it seems they don't live up to their reputation. Is there anyone here willing to step forward?" "Of course you aren't a cowardly knight order, are you?" Hearing these words, the soldiers around grit their teeth in rage but didn't dare act. Suddenly, a foot stepped out from the crowd. It was a muscular magic beast with deep purple skin. He introduced himself in a low voice, "I am Torin." Seeing someone step forward, Christian smiled. They had taken the bait, and he swung his arm, "Come on then." Just as he finished speaking, Torin lunged forward with his sword. Christian thought to himself that he didn't expect them to obediently pass down the Knight Order's skills to a useless person like. If that's the case, he'd just have to take it by force this way. All of Torin's attacks were easily blocked by Christian. During the exchange, he observed and learned their way of gripping the sword and their footwork. So this is the rumored swordsmanship. If I just mimic it like this, it should be effective, right? Having finished his thought, Christian imitated Torin's movements and swung his sword, delivering a powerful blow to his opponent's face. Torin coughed up blood and tumbled to the ground. Melon could only stare in wide-eyed shock, while Christian wore a satisfied smile. With just that one blow, he had taken down Torin. He stepped forward, sat on the defeated man's back, and turned to the crowd. Well, the surrounding crowd buzzed with excitement as one man exclaimed, "No way. Is the young master really that strong? Wasn't his dark energy destroyed? How did he reach 1 star? The most surprised was Melon. Her eyes turned vacant as she realized, so I was wrong back then. Mid-discussion, Christian turned around and spoke in a disappointed tone. How disappointing. It seems I placed too much faith in the knights. If your skills are this pathetic, the vice commander should be held responsible, shouldn't she? Hearing that, the knights in the back broke into a cold sweat as one whispered, "That madman. Should we jump in?" Melon spoke up. "Young master, I understand you're happy about this unexpected victory, but haven't you gone too far?" Christian took a stance. "In that case, can the vice commander show me the true skills of these dark knights?" Hearing this, Melon's face darkened. She snatched a sword from a nearby soldier and lunged at Christian. An earth-shattering, wind-tearing slash flew toward him, but Christian skillfully sidestepped to avoid it. The attack left a deep furrow in the ground. Melon grit her teeth, threw the sword forward, and shouted, "I can handle someone like you in a heartbeat." Seeing that Melon seemed angry and wanted a real fight, Christian spoke in a calm voice. "Are you planning to use your full strength against someone like me? We shall only use dark energy at a 1-star level and forbid dark magic, shall we? And of course, we'll only use wooden swords." Melon narrowed her eyes in question. 1 star. Immediately, a nearby soldier rushed to exchange her real sword for a wooden one. Melon thrust the wooden sword forward and said coldly, "I'll break both your legs using only half that power." Hearing that, Christian glanced down at his legs and gave a faint smile. "I'll bet these legs. What about you, Vice Commander?" Melon replied instantly, "Anything is fine." After saying that, she rushed toward Christian, shouting, "You won't be walking out of here today." A powerful, wind-tearing slash flew toward him. Christian quickly raised his wooden sword to block. He immediately parried the sword to counterattack. The two exchanged moves incessantly, the clacking sound of their collisions ringing out non-stop, leaving the crowd outside astonished. They observed for a moment and then whispered among themselves. One soldier exclaimed, "How can he hold out this long against the vice commander?" While another chimed in, "Isn't the vice commander's main weapon a greatsword?" But only those involved understood the true situation. Melon thought to herself, "It's not for some reason that my attacks aren't hitting him. He's weak through and through. He can't possibly be a match for me. Didn't this same thing happen when he fought Thurn, and in the match before that?" Seeing her dazed, Christian broke into a smile. "It seems things aren't going your way, are they?" Melon's face darkened as she barked, "Shut up." Instantly, a surge of dark energy enveloped the wooden sword, creating a terrifying mana behind her back. A heaven-sent strike was unleashed, but Christian remained composed. Focusing on sidestepping to dodge the blow, he thought to himself, "Now is the time." Immediately, he stomped hard on the ground and lunged toward Melon, using his head to headbutt her beautiful face direct. Melon clutched her face in pain as blood flowed from her nose. Christian narrowed his eyes slightly and exclaimed in his heart, "It worked." Melon uses sword incantations. As long as her dark magic is restricted, she can't use physical strength to defend herself when her defense is open. My judgment was correct. If she were a demon specialized in swordsmanship, this might not have been effective. Melon looked at her blood-stained hand, dazed for a moment, then suddenly burst into a loud laugh. "Ha ha ha, a headbutt. I didn't see that coming. It seems I underestimated you a bit too much, young master. I'll be more focused now." Christian only scratched his face and didn't respond. Internally he thought, but isn't the match already over? When I headbutted her, I scratched her with my fingernails. If I concentrated poison on my nails, you know what would happen, right? Melon smiled and rested her sword on her shoulder. "I accept defeat. Tell me, what do you want? But in exchange, can I fight you one more time?" Christian smiled. "A rematch? Then you'll have to listen to my second request." Melon replied, "Anything is fine." Christian stepped closer. Leaning in close to her face, he whispered, "Then will you kneel before me?" Hearing this, Melon's expression turned somber. She spoke up, "Do you know that's a condition that cannot be met? My loyalty belongs to the main family of the Dark Demon Baron clan." Christian replied, "Of course I know you're here on a visit from the main house. But if I become the young patriarch of the clan, wouldn't everything solve itself?" Melon's voice stammered, young patriarch, that's ridiculous. The 5 young patriarchs with the right of succession are all direct descendants of the main family." Christian gave a faint smile. "There's no law saying someone from the branches can't be the young patriarch, right? Whatever the condition, I accept your request." He rested his sword on his shoulder. "How about 1 month from now? I also need more training. But next time, let's not limit ourselves." Melon replied, "If that's the case, you won't be able to beat me then, young master." Christian shrugged. "Who knows? During this time, very little is truly impossible." Having said that, he clasped his hands in a formal bow and turned to leave. "See you next month. That day, I'll show you where to place your loyalty." The next day, Christian presented Melon's recommendation letter to his father. He said the demon's strength is very poor. They need to focus more on training. Count Khazar looked at the letter, recalling a few days ago when Melon came to see him. She had said, "The young master is a genius. Even with a low star level, he was able to defeat someone with a solid foundation like me." He wondered, "Even you?" Melon replied, "Yes, that was a rare match that I actually enjoyed." Back to the present, the Count looked at Christian and thought to himself, "This kid, this time he really." Seeing his father staring at him, Christian spoke up. "Is there something on my face?" He replied, "It's nothing." Then he reached out and handed over the key as promised. "I'm giving you the library key." Christian took the key and quickly departed. Outside, he was overjoyed. "Excellent. I've secured the library key and changed Melon's mind. She's a demon from the main house of the Dark Demon clan. During the Era of Destruction, she was a 6-star demon. If I want to control the entire demon clan, I need to win her over with my own proof. Not fully conquered yet, but 1 month should be enough since I'm a genius." Thinking further, he smiled. Count Khazar's expression just now, wasn't that the proud look of a father? I guess demons have family feelings too. Who knows, maybe he's even a better father than my father in my past life. "I won't let you down, Count Khazar." Saying this, he opened the door and entered the library. The scene before him made him let out a gasp of shock. Walking around, he told himself, blood magic, summoning research, curses, all things forbidden in the light domain. He casually picked a book off the shelf. Just as he pulled it out, a pair of eyes appeared behind the shelf, making him jump and shout. "Who's there?" It turned out to be Marie. She laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, what other reason could there be? I am the librarian here, after all." She looked cute and winked. "Don't tell me you want to monopolize me as your personal maid." Christian's face darkened. "Shut up." Marie looked sad. "Oh dear. Your words are so blunt, my heart is pounding." Christian felt like he was going crazy. He shouted, "Shut your mouth right now." But Marie only laughed harder. Looking at the book Christian had chosen, Marie said with interest, "Young master, the book you chose contains a 4-star dark magic called the Binding Seal. With your current level, I'm afraid you won't be able to comprehend it." Hearing this, Christian snapped the book shut, crossed his arms, and puffed out his nose confidently. "It's fine. I'm a genius after all." Marie fell silent for a moment, before making an exaggerated face. "Oh my goodness, oh ho ho, our young master is not only handsome but also a supernatural genius." Seeing her forced reaction, Christian grew angry. "Don't push yourself too hard." Marie giggled and continued, "There's a reason you specifically chose that book, right?" He nodded slightly. "Yes, I need to catch a mouse." The scene shifts to the next day. Christian is doing a long training run with everyone on the drill ground. While running, he thought, "The suspects who murdered me. First is Thurn. No one in the family despises me more because I'm useless. Next is Cox. Even though he's not a descendant of the clan, he enters and exits the punishment cave freely. Demons value strength over status, yet he keeps hanging around me, flattering me nonstop. It could also be a third force I haven't recognized yet. Either way, they want to see me fall, as evidenced by the dream stone in the punishment cave. Maybe I should play the role of the bastard they want. Whoever seems happy when I cause trouble must be the culprit. Thinking of this, Christian suddenly stopped and shouted, "Damn it, this is too hard." Then he turned and walked away. "You guys have fun, I'm getting a cramp." The crowd watched him, question marks hanging over their heads. What's up with him? It was night, and the whole family was having dinner when suddenly, the sound of a plate shattering rang out. Count Khazar shouted, "Christian," but he didn't care. He turned to the maid and barked, "You should have chosen decent food for me from the start." Then he waved his hand. "Hey, you still standing there, old man? Remake the food for me." Count Khazar's face darkened. He was furious. "I was truly a fool to think you had finally grown up." Saying this, he turned and left the dining room, watching his father's back. Christian felt guilty in his heart. But it's all for the benefit of the family. "I hope you understand, father. You can call me a devil if you want." He had put all his effort into spreading rumors that he had become a bastard again, bullying the maids while they climbed, spending money like water, and living a life of debauchery. Looking at the glass of wine in front of him, Christian shouted, "Why won't you let me drink wine?" Marie laughed. "Oh ho ho, but you're drinking wine right now." He grew angry. "Wine my foot, you turned it into non-alcoholic." The girl laughed it off. "You're too young, a young master shouldn't be drinking wine yet." Christian narrowed his eyes. "What does it matter? I'm useless anyway." Marie continued, "So you've decided to go back to being a bastard. It's fine. Whatever happens, this lady will always be by your side." Hearing this, Christian narrowed his eyes and looked away. He traced a magic circle in the air. "But I told you, I'm catching a mouse." Looking at the magic circle, Marie was impressed. "No way, have you already mastered the binding seal technique?" Christian smiled. "I told you I'm a genius. I modified it to use it even at a lower level. It's not just about time. I've also been diligently practicing countless spells." Marie bit her lip. "Are you really a genius?" Just then, Thurn pushed the door open and entered. Approaching Christian, seeing this, he thought, "I hope I have to pretend to be drunk." He made a drunken face. "What is it, Thurn? What are you doing here?" Thurn shouted, "Is this all you can do? I thought you had changed for the better." Seeing Thurn's anger, Christian laughed secretly. "He's truly angry. That means I can remove him from the suspect list." He spoke up, "Thurn, I think there's a mouse in this house." Thurn was bewildered. "What are you talking about?" Christian stood up and stepped closer. "Someone wants to see me fall. I plan to play along for a while." Thurn was surprised. "Are you saying this is all an act?" Christian poured some wine and handed it to Thurn. "That's right. Even this wine is fake." Thurn asked, "Who is that mouse?" Christian swirled the wine glass slightly. "It's hard to say right now. But they'll take the bait." Saying this, he threw the wine glass to the ground, shattering it. Suddenly, a butler ran in from outside. "What is the matter, young master?" Christian continued his act. "This is not the wine I requested. Order someone to bring another bottle immediately." The butler stammered, "Mr. Cox is currently busy." Christian asked, "Why is he busy? I'll pay him a visit." Thurn was terrified. "You act so real. Truly, their whole family are actors." Just a few minutes later, Christian arrived at Cox's place. He slammed the wine bottle down in front of Cox, startling him. "Why are you here, young master?" Christian poured the wine bottle directly over Cox's head. "This is not the wine I requested. Are you looking down on me?" Cox stood up smoothly. "Of course not. I will order the correct wine for you immediately." Christian replied, "I don't need it." He pointed directly at Cox's face. "Go get it yourself." Cox's hands clenched slightly. "But I am busy with work." Christian slapped Cox hard across the face, barking, "Do you plan to work in this state? Go change your clothes and get out of here." Cox grit his teeth while trembling and replied, "I will return shortly, young master." With that, he departed. Watching him go, Christian thought to himself, "I have to admire his patience in enduring such humiliation, but there's that suspicious thing." He glanced at the pile of documents nearby, which were stained with wine. He reached out and picked up a stack to examine them. A smile spread across his lips. "Here it is. If the butler is a rat, he's certainly involved in the finances, but this isn't enough. I need clearer evidence." Just as he set the papers down, Cox entered. "This is the wine you requested." Christian said nonchalantly, "Thanks, you're not mad at me, are you?" And Cox replied, "Of course not. How could I ever be angry with you?" Christian laughed. "Good. Haha, I don't know if you realize it, but you're my favorite person." And Cox nodded. "I am very grateful. By the way, young master, I have a message for you." Christian started, "What is it?" Cox continued, "Your friends wish to meet you secretly at the old place." Christian thought, "Friends? Hardly," while Cox added, "Even though I don't want you associating with them, I have no right to judge your friends. Christian smirked. Perhaps I'll meet them. Cox replied, very well, as you wish. Seeing this, Christian smiled secretly, nodding that everything was progressing better than expected. The next day at a tavern, Christian met his old, wicked friends. They laughed as they drank. Christian, I heard rumors that your personality has changed recently, but I don't believe it. After all, we know you quite well, don't we? He suddenly noticed the small waitress in the shop and felt a surge of disgust. Forcing a girl this young to serve wine was the work of pure scum. The two men raised their glasses and urged him, come on, drink up, Christian. But he didn't clink glasses, only taking a small sip, which made the other two annoyed. What are you waiting for? Bottoms up. Unable to stand their foulness any longer, Christian threw his wine glass straight into the fat man's face. He coughed and sputtered, asking what he thought he was doing, while Christian replied flatly, just testing the wine. Seeing your reaction, I know this stuff is undrinkable. The fat man grew flustered as he realized the plot had been discovered and hurriedly raised his hand to use magic. He pressed hard against the waitress's forehead. In an instant, Christian made the girl faint. The fat man was shocked. You actually know how to use dark magic. Seeing no one could stop him, Christian stepped hard onto the table and shouted, I don't think you should be surprised by this at all. As the two men recoiled in terror at his agitation, Christian grabbed the fat man by the head. He slammed both of their heads down onto the table. Blood gushed out as they screamed in fear. Stop, stop it. The fat man trembled. Why are you hitting me? Just calm down. Christian withdrew his hands. It seems you still haven't realized your mistake. In that case, just die. He drew a dagger, his eyes filled with murderous intent. After a period of being tormented, the two of them begged in terror. Spare me, young master. They confessed truthfully. We were forced to drug you and plant fake evidence to frame you. He threatened to expose our drug trade, so I had no choice. Christian stepped closer. Who gave you the orders? And the thin man stammered, not daring to speak. He slammed the dagger onto the table in warning. Speak up, or I'll cut it off. Terrified, the thin man confessed everything. Please spare my life. I'll do whatever you command. Christian wasn't quite convinced. Really? You'll do anything? Both replied in unison. Yes, we swear. And he barked, I can't hear you. So the two shrieked through their tears, we swear. Hearing this, Christian was satisfied. Fine, I shall remember those words. You must be loyal to me until death. With those words, his magic surged forward to sign a slave contract with both of them. Afterward, they foamed at the mouth and fell unconscious. On this side, Cox ran in to report to Christian's father. Sir, something has happened. And he asked, what is it? Cox hurriedly said, the young master has committed a murder. And Ridden lost his composure, standing up abruptly. Cox followed up with information that the young master got drunk last night, killed his companions, and threw them into the river. This won't be easy to resolve. What should we do, sir? Hearing his son had committed murder and hidden the bodies, Ridden hurried out in horror. He didn't forget to order that Christian be taken to the demon court. I will request the right to judge him personally, he said, his gaze turning terrifyingly dark. Cox saw the plan was about to succeed and couldn't suppress a satisfied smile. At the demon court, Christian was brought in as the culprit, but he insisted he was innocent. The judge didn't believe him. Do you think I'm a child? The witnesses are standing right there. While Christian denied it, stating it was fundamentally impossible. He looked up at the two men and affirmed, I believe there has been a misunderstanding here. At that moment, the waitress from the night before walked in. Christian smiled, turning the tables. The servant girl is still alive and well, you see. The other two were stunned to see her alive. The girl removed her cloak and testified that the young master had taken her home after she fell unconscious and even gave her money for rent. But those two over there are the villains. They drugged the young master's wine. Everyone in the court was confused about what was happening. Christian didn't waste any time and acted immediately. The two men suddenly lost their wits and admitted, yes, it's true. We filed a false report. It was all under orders from Butler Cox to frame the young master. Cox denied it. What the hell are you talking about? And turned to the judge. Sir, they are slandering me. The young master and his friends are blaming me. This isn't a funny joke. Seeing Cox react exactly as anticipated, Christian sighed. I knew you'd react this way. He requested of the judge, Father, since I am also a victim, may I make a request? And he asked what it was. Christian smiled. Permit me to use my status as your representative to interrogate Butler Cox. The judge was stunned but accepted. Very well. Cox stepped up to the dock and tried to speak but was stopped. However, if you behave inappropriately, I will revoke your rights immediately. Christian replied, I'll make this quick. He stepped forward and declared, in my capacity as the representative of the great demon emperor of the Magic Empire, a member of the Dark Demon race, and representative of Count Khazar, I will now interrogate the accused. Cox, are you certain you will answer me with the truth? Cox raised his hand. I swear it. Christian asked again. As the Emperor's representative, I ask once more, do you certain you will only speak the truth? And Cox affirmed, I swear it. Immediately, the slave contract was signed. Cox shrieked in pain and confusion. Everyone in the court was amazed. It was a binding seal. How could a person like him use 4-star dark magic? Christian was triumphant. The magic had been modified so low-level users could use it, but it had a side effect requiring the target to swear twice. You walked right into the trap, Cox. Cox was furious, but unable to say anything. Christian asked, didn't you just swear to only tell the truth? Now, why did you order those two to frame me? The seal made Cox's head feel like it was being struck by a hammer, forcing him to tell the truth. I received orders from someone else. He knew about my corruption and threatened me. He's been making me sabotage the young master since he was a child. Ridden couldn't believe. What did you say? Christian smiled. You confessed quite a lot. It seems you've embezzled quite a bit, but I've known about that for a long time. He stepped down and asked, tell me who gave you the order? And Cox stammered, sir, if I speak. Christian intensified the magic, causing Cox to writhe in pain. Arg, it was Master Eshid who told me to do it. Ridden was shocked. What? And the crowd buzzed. It was the second young master of the dark demon race, Master Eshid de Baron. Cox panicked, he'll kill me, I have to escape. But before he could do anything, Christian drew a sword from a guard. He decapitated Cox with a single strike, his head falling before the eyes of everyone. Christian coldly accepted the authority from the count. I have executed the punishment upon the criminal. Ridden was left dazed by the sight. Ridden approached and asked for an explanation for the decision, and Christian immediately replied that if they let Cox live, the main family would plot and create fake evidence to cover up the situation. We cannot be too lenient with them. Furthermore, I intended to ensure everyone here remembers the truth of this matter. Hearing this, everyone was surprised. Christian's eyes held a serious look without a hint of jest. Eshid attempted to destroy me. He continued speaking while Khazar simply frowned, breaking into a sweat. Afterwards, he opened a magic portal and ordered, follow me. The two stepped through into a training hall. Christian asked where they were, and he replied that it was a secret training area since there were too many eyes in the courtroom. He then asked seriously if Christian's words meant Eshid would cause more trouble due to the succession conflict. A family's power and prestige are tied to the successor they back. Your decision was correct, but I feel you acted too hastily. With the current situation, we must back the eldest daughter. The eldest son is not an option as he is a bloodthirsty madman. Christian looked away and smiled. There is another choice. I will become the successor. His father immediately objected. That's absurd. He didn't care and analyzed. A person from a branch family can be recognized as a successor if they are capable. That is just a formality. It's never enforced. How could you not know? So why do you think Eshid tried to sabotage me? Khazar stated clearly, you might have been more talented than Eshid when you were small, but currently you are far behind him. Christian didn't back down. I will catch up quickly, but to do so, I need your help, Father. Please use your authority to nominate me for the Dark Holy Rite in 2 months. Ridden questioned, you must reach 2 stars to participate in the rite. You've only just reached 1 star, haven't you? Christian didn't give up. I will reach 2 stars in 2 months. Hearing his son say this, he was stunned. What? Christian smiled broadly and pleaded, so please help me, Father. After resolving the matter and returning to the mansion, the servants gossiped. The young master has changed completely. A maid said, I heard the count is personally training him lately, and a manservant added, you mean the training that even veteran knights struggle with? I wonder how long he'll last. At the training grounds, Christian sliced a monster in half with a single stroke. His gaze was sharp, bound by mud swordsmanship, finished by black scythe swordsmanship. Once finished, he turned and asked, right, Father? Ridden was surprised. He had only just started teaching the boy the black scythe style today, yet he grasped it immediately. Christian grew impatient, but do I really have to do it this way? Keep them separate like that? And he asked in confusion, what? Christian lunged forward with his sword. I feel there's a more effective way. He appeared beneath the monster's feet. With one powerful slash, he destroyed it. Ridden was amazed. That was mud swordsmanship. How did you do it? Christian sighed. The mushroom man's limbs were hard enough to block the mud style. So I used extreme sword style, enveloped in black scythe sword kai. The sword flashed with magic, leaving him stunned. A 1-star shouldn't be able to do that, he thought, while outwardly maintaining his composure. That is formidable power, but using 2 techniques at once makes casting curses more difficult. Christian denied it. Actually, it's quite easy. It's not inconvenient at all. He secretly gasped in awe. 15 days later, Christian lay, exhausted on the training field. Dripping with sweat, he thought, damn, running is exhausting, but I can't be careless. Physical strength is the key to raising my cultivation level. While he rested, a voice rang out, are you spent already? The match isn't far off, you know. I'm eagerly awaiting the appointed day. It was Melon. Christian noted her constant powerful presence, then stood up to resume training. Yeah, I'm doing my best not to disappoint you. Melon expressed disdain. I know your progress is amazing, but you're still only 1 star. If you don't meet my expectations, don't dream of making me kneel. Christian said confidently. Yeah, I believe that could happen. Regardless, I'll learn something from the fight, so it won't be in vain. Seeing him talk big, Melon left satisfied. Still full of life, I see. I hope you surpass your limits and satisfy me. He watched her go, judging Melon to be a high-tier 4-star. Within 1 star, there are low, mid, and high tiers. As a high-tier 1-star, I'm still far behind. But I come from a wealthy family, a wallet warrior. He tightened his belt and smiled wickedly. Finally, the day of the match arrived. Christian asked Marie, have you finished preparing the luggage? And Marie replied, of course. Our first trip together, I've dressed to impress. Seeing this, he gasped, I never said you were coming along. Marie assumed, I see, you're worried about me getting sunstroke. Don't worry, serving the young master is my honor. Christian was helpless. How could a high-level Bensi get sunstroke? Previously, he had asked his father if he could change his servant to a human, but Ridden refused. Impossible. You've signed a master-servant contract with Marie. A high-level Bensi cannot be managed without a contract. Christian had been annoyed. Can't you just teach me how to cancel it? He pointed out, I believe that requires a deep kiss with Marie. To be fair, you were dead drunk when you signed the pact. Christian clutched his head. You're so useless, old man. Returning to the present, he refused Marie. Regardless, you can't come with me. I'm going somewhere crowded. Marie was disappointed, but I've been looking forward to this trip. And he broke into a sweat. It's just that your spiritual energy could harm others. Marie felt wronged. I've been locked in this villa for decades. Seeing her looking pathetic, Christian gave in. Fine, you can come, but don't appear in front of anyone else. Marie was overjoyed. Thank you, you're the best, young master. While he waved her off, just follow me. Christian and Marie set off. Marie asked curiously, but young master, where are we going? And he replied, to a place where I can make a profit. Marie lifted her skirt, letting money fall everywhere. You already have so much money. Seeing the coins pouring out, he panicked. That's not a lot. Put it away. Marie wondered, if not money, then gold. Land ownership. He smiled and denied it. Wrong. Marie hit a dead end, so Christian explained. It's something I used before. Thurn suddenly appeared on the carriage and grumbled, you're late. Seeing Thurn, Christian stiffened in confusion. Thurn, what are you doing here? Thurn stated his purpose. I came to keep an eye on you, in case you start acting like a bastard again. Hearing this, Christian affirmed, I won't, don't worry. He acted as arrogant as a king. Anyway, I'm just on my way to the casino. Thurn suddenly blurted out, what? Christian stepped onto the carriage, not forgetting to educate Thurn. We are demons. Indulging in wine and gambling is only natural. Gambling is even encouraged by the demon emperor, and there's a reason it's legal. Thurn didn't back down and decided, fine then, I'll follow you there. Christian was surprised and then brazenly hopped onto the carriage, proudly saying, Thurn, could it be that you're worried about your beloved older brother? Having his true feelings exposed, Thurn was startled and denied it. Why would I worry about you? I'm only worried you'll disgrace the family name. The carriage departed, but the two brothers continued their chatter. Christian said, you know, I think for a bookworm like you, this might be a bit too stimulating. Do you even know the rules? Thurn replied naively. Isn't gambling just playing cards? Then he declared firmly, I'm going to put an end to your arrogance. Christian teased, oh, I'm absolutely terrified. Internally, his interest was piqued. Well, my stiff-necked little brother, today you're going to end up a total loser. After a while, they both arrived in front of a magnificent casino building. Thurn, seeing such a place for the first time, exclaimed, good heavens, I never imagined a building could look like this. Marie, experiencing the world for the first time, was also excited. My lady heart is about to flutter, while Christian remained the calmest, likely because he had been here dozens of times and was quite familiar with. He handed Thurn a mask. Now, stop acting like a country bumpkin and put this on. You can only enter after hiding your identity. Christian reminded Marie, from now on, stay hidden so no one sees you. Also, lean in here a bit. He instructed, go and. Marie happily replied, I will do as you command, young master. With that, she vanished. Thurn was bewildered. Where did Marie go? Christian, putting on his mask, replied, don't you worry about that. We should head inside. The two entered the casino, attracting every gaze. The seasoned gamblers smirked. Looks like some fat little lambs. Can't believe they walked right into the tiger's den themselves. Christian leaned close to Thurn and challenged him. Hey, want to bet on who wins more in an hour? If you win, I'll call you Big Brother for a month. Thurn was intrigued. Really? Christian added a condition. But if you lose, you have to call me, respected Emperor Big Brother. Thurn was confused by the title and turned to him. What? Christian didn't say much more and handed him a pouch of money. Here's the cash. If you're scared, we can forget it. The fire of battle ignited in Thurn as he snatched the pouch. Who said I was scared? I'm going first. His eyes burned with an indescribable intensity. At the blackjack table, the dealer flipped the cards and hit a natural blackjack. The man next to him patted Christian on the shoulder. The young gentleman's victory. Wow, you're quite good. Keep playing and you'll make a fortune. Christian pretended to be a novice, happily raking in the money. My luck is holding out today. He secretly calculated. At the start, they'll let me win just enough, even if arrogant amateurs place large bets. I know exactly how these scammers operate. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Thurn clutched his head in panic. No way, the hand was clearly good. A novice had fallen into the trap. Christian approached him. Hey, maybe we should just go home and sleep. Thurn questioned, did you lose too? He replied, I only lost 500 rupees. Thurn wouldn't be outdone. I only lost 1,000 rupees. Seeing the two brothers talking, the others secretly began to calculate. Christian was satisfied. Good, now everyone sees Thurn as a novice. A scammer is bound to lure him in. He asked, so you're playing on? Thurn snatched the money pouch. I'm going to win. Give me the money. Christian gave a devious smile. Remember, I tried to stop you. While his mouth said that, he thought to himself, forget stopping you. I hope you lose everything and become the perfect bait, my dear little brother. Time passed, and the people in the casino conspired with one another. They performed many tricks right in front of him. Christian thought, perfect, finally. Marie returned and whispered, Master, I've found the ones you mentioned. He praised her, well done. Over on the other side, Thurn shouted in agony, I lost my 10,000 rupees. Marie was cheerful. I'm quite great, aren't I? Christian gave a thumbs up. Yeah, you're great. The two left the casino for another location. Marie said, it's here, young master. He ordered, open the door. Marie. The door opened, and the people inside turned around in shock and lunged forward. Who are you? Christian didn't hesitate. He removed his mask. I suppose everyone knows who I am now, don't they? They recognized him and stammered, why, young master, what brings you here? He smiled. Call your boss out here. An exclamation rang out. Oh my young master, have you come to play? It was Grantle, the head of the Grantle Merchant Guild. Famous for his business skills, but in reality, Christian waved his hand. I hope we can speak privately. Grantle was terrified. What is the meaning of this? He said bluntly, you cheated my brother. I care for him deeply, yet you have the nerve to ask what this is about. Grantle was startled. Impossible. Could the masked person have been? Christian confirmed, that's right, he is the heir to Count Khazar. Grantle waved his hands. Young master, I assure you I only run the casino. What other people do has nothing to do with me. Before he could finish his excuses, Marie transformed, scaring Grantle, who shouted, do you want to die? He knelt down in fear, kowtowing and apologizing. I apologize. If I had known he was the Count's son, I never would have dared. Please have mercy. Christian asked, those aren't just empty words, are they? Grantle insisted. Of course not. I will compensate you. How much is enough? He replied indifferently, 1 million. Grantle was shocked. What? He stammered. Young master, we don't have that kind of money on hand. Chris lowered the price, then 200,000. Grantle wailed, is that enough? That is our entire fortune. Christian's gaze turned threatening. You must give me one more thing. Grantle was helpless. What is it? After forcing Grantle to pay up, he used the money to buy up all the weapons. Marie was astonished. I never imagined you. Use the 200,000 rupees you extracted to buy combat equipment. What a supernatural plan, young master. Christian stroked his hair arrogantly. Of course it's supernatural. Marie noticed the sword at his hip. But the sword they gave you is grenade, she questioned. Isn't that the holy sword that the hero of the past obtained by sacrificing his soul? I heard many demons covet it because the hero used it after he fell. But now it's completely rusted. Chris replied casually, it's fine. Everything is going according to plan. Not wanting to hear her chatter further, he handed her something. That's enough, take this. You were staring at it earlier, weren't you? In Marie's hand was an exquisite necklace. She was moved. Before death and even after death. This is the first time I've received a gift like this. Thank you, sir, truly. Christian turned away and waved. All right, let's go home. Marie smiled brightly. Yes, master. I will put my whole heart into it as a way of saying thanks. From now on, I will make the blood water even tastier. He refused. I told you I don't drink that. Are you repaying my kindness with hostility? Marie was confused. But all this time, it's been in the strawberry juice you drink, master. Christian was helpless. Could you please not make such horrific jokes? He brushed off a thought. Wait, I feel like I've forgotten something. Marie wondered as well. I'm sure you'll remember later. Back at the casino, Thurn was still sitting there trembling, with only a single rupee left in his hand. Early in the morning, Thurn was already shouting loudly. The young boy ran over, yanking the blankets off the soundly sleeping Christian. Thurn interrogated him. Why did you abandon me? I was almost sold as a slave. Luckily, someone recognized. Christian gave a long yawn. I'm sorry. I knew Grantle would help you out. Seeing his nonchalant face, Thurn roared, how can you even call that an apology? At this point, Christian reminded him, by the way, don't you notice something's up? You lost. You have to keep your promise. Come here and call me respected Emperor Big Brother. Hearing this, Thurn's face turned pale and sweat poured down. He gripped the blanket in his hands, moving from anger to resignation. Big Brother, Christian picked his nose. Say it again. Thurn, driven to madness, tore the blanket and shouted, respected Emperor Big Brother. Christian flicked away a booger and smiled. Well done. Remember to always respect your brother. Thurn was so angry he nearly coughed up blood. He left, but not without a threat. One day I will have my revenge. Just you wait. Christian rested his chin on his hand, watching Thurn leave, thinking that if that kid killed him in the future, it would be entirely his own fault. Eshid, son of Langam, the future head of the Dark Demon clan, the strongest young master. I feel nothing for him since I'm not the real Christian, but if I want to become the clan leader, I will definitely have to face him. He clenched his fist with determination. Just wait, I will help you settle this grudge. Thinking this, he pondered back and forth. To do that, I first have to win over Melon. Christian noticed the sword lying on the pile of luggage. After changing his clothes, he walked over and picked up the sword from the floor, grunting. There was a time when countless people tried their hand at it. This sword was once considered a mere display piece because no one could hold it. Curious, he gripped it tightly, wanting to test it for himself. As soon as he touched it, the sword radiated a surge of resisting power, causing a dull pain in his hand. He nodded as expected. It rejects dark energy. Makes sense. It's a creation that utilizes holy light power. He took repair tools from the box. You're just a sword after all. I'm going to fix that habit of yours of rejecting dark energy. Christian gripped the hammer and struck down hard. Every stroke carried a massive amount of energy, but it was the hammer that shattered, not the sword. He looked at the tools. Hurts, does it? He grabbed another hammer. He gave a cruel smile. Brace yourself. He gripped another hammer in his left hand. He threatened, I'll be doing this all night. The sword seemed to tremble with fear. A few days later, at the secret training grounds, his father asked, Christian, are you ready? He replied, yes, sir. Looking at the woman next to him, he wondered, but who is this? I feel like I've met her before. The person turned around and he recognized her instantly. Wait, he greeted her politely. Greetings, Commander of the Dark Knights. She replied, nephew, long time no see. The woman was Miriam, commander of the Dark Knight Order, daughter of a clan elder, sister to Christian's father, and a viscountess. She protects the elders, carries out secret missions, and oversees the elite of the elite within the family. Christian wondered why she was here. Ridden explained, Sister Miriam came to handle the issue concerning Cox. Miriam burst out laughing. That child acted quite insolently, didn't he? Christian wondered, could the elders want to protect Eshid? That would be troublesome. He smiled. It seems the elder is quite free to be noticing such a small matter. Miriam replied, actually, he has no interest in your petty squabbles. He's interested in you. Christian suddenly became determined. This would be his chance to win his favor. Miriam warned, I don't know if you're brave or stupid. You haven't even reached 2 stars, yet you dare challenge Melon. Won't you postpone the match? He gripped the sword tightly. Arrogantly, thank you for worrying about me, Auntie, but I have my own way. Miriam recognized the sword. Isn't that grenade? She scolded him, you've lost your mind. I knew you were good at causing trouble, but I didn't think it would be this much. She asked Ridden, didn't you say Christian had changed? He defended him. I'm telling the truth. Miriam didn't believe it, changing by using a holy sword in a duel. Christian questioned, am I not allowed to use it? I just need to win, don't I? Miriam remarked, even the clan leader failed to conquer Grunit. It will burn you to ash. Christian teased, do I really look like I want to show off that much? He gripped the sword firmly, completely unharmed, and said confidently, I'm still doing fine. Miriam was suspicious. Is it a fake? Seeing her disbelief, he tossed the sword over. Want to try it, Auntie? As soon as Miriam touched it, the rejection phenomenon appeared. She threw it to the ground. How can you? He picked it up. That's a secret I can't tell. But I can say one thing. The reason I can use the sword that the clan leader couldn't is because I'm good. Ridden, hearing this, displayed the infatuated face of an obsessed father. Suddenly, a voice rang out. The young master is as humorous as ever. Conquering even a holy sword. It was Melon, stepping out from a spatial portal. Unconcerned with his words or his possession. What of it? You won't see tomorrow's sunrise. Melon's confident. Left Christian speechless. Melon lunged straight toward Christian. He immediately used the sword to block. Just as I thought, no restrictions, he told himself. Her power and speed far exceeded what they were before. I can't close this gap at all. The two swords collided, making an eerie sound. Christian's sword erupted with holy power, causing Melon's sword to warp. Ridden and Miriam, watching from the outside, couldn't believe the power of the holy sword resisting the dark energy. Ridden exclaimed, "With that level, hasn't the boy surpassed me when I was young?" Miriam added, "That's not the end of it. Look at how that child is moving to use the holy sword." She pointed toward the two. The sword containing divine power was quickly enveloped by Christian's mana. He delivered a powerful slash toward Melon, sending her flying back. Ridden remarked, "The power is truly astonishing, but it seems the boy's dark energy is fluctuating." Miriam denied it. "No, the boy is controlling the dark energy in flashes to avoid the holy sword's rejection response." Melon retreated to maintain a safe distance. Christian arrogantly asked, "Well, does this fight satisfy you?" Melon replied, "I've been thinking about this for a moment. You're predicting my movements, aren't you?" Christian laughed. "I happen to have quite sharp eyes. Every sword technique has a readying stance. You need to raise your arm before swinging down. And to do that, you have to move your muscles and upper body. This is a common point for both beginners and experts." Melon sighed, and then activated her magic. "Then what about this?" The sudden attack put Christian on the defensive. Melon was triumphant. "Dark knights are magic swordsmen. I almost got into trouble." Suddenly, a blinding light flashed. Christian said cheerfully, "Interesting, but luckily I'm fine." The item around his neck that left Melon helpless was a purification artifact. Christian turned to Ridden. "Father, thanks to you, I survived." Ridden tilted his head. "Shouldn't that have been in the secret vault?" Christian said, "I occasionally have a habit of stealing." Both Ridden and Miriam were helpless. Christian pulled another object from his coat. Good equipment is also a skill. He threw it out. The object exploded, giving Melon no time to dodge. He warned her that dodging would be completely useless anyway. He followed up by throwing another red orb. It exploded violently. Christian felt at ease, thinking, "I have this treasure thanks to Grantel's money." "It's quite effective," he noted, not underestimating his opponent. He shouted, "I know you're still alive. Come out now." A sword lunged out from the sea of fire. Christian nonchalantly delivered a slap. He parried Melon's blade. Her sword shattered into pieces, leaving her exposed before him. Ridden boasted proudly to Miriam, "Look at this, sister. I told you the boy was a genius." As he tossed the corrosive orb into the air, Miriam remained silent, focusing intently on the scene. Melon stepped out from the explosion. Her body was radiating pure murderous intent as she muttered, "Young master." Gismur. Rushing toward him, she exclaimed, "This is so fun. What are you going to attack me with next?" Miriam was startled, thinking, "Oh my, Melon has lost her mind. We have to stop." But Christian quickly avoided Melon's punch with just one hand. He lightly redirected the punch and stepped back. Melon was surprised. "You actually blocked my strike." Finally, he held his sword to her throat. Christian said excitedly, "It looks like the victory is mine. Is that enough to satisfy you?" Blood dripped from a cut on Melon's face. Ridden beamed with pride, while Miriam looked on helplessly. Melon burst out laughing. "Are you really asking that? I can't stay calm anymore." Christian replied, "Then please answer my previous request soon. Even though the victory is mine, I will respect it if you refuse. Loyalty cannot be won through force." Melon wondered, "If I stand by your side, will you continue to duel me like this in the future?" Christian took her hand and pulled her up, saying, "As much as you like, I'll give you whatever you want." The scene shifted to Miriam, clasping her hands and staring into the distance. "I can't believe he used dark energy like that." She recalled the clan head, once throwing the very same granite sword that Christian was now holding. "I refuse," she had said, and Miriam had thought helplessly, "Even the clan head can't do it." To which the head replied, "I can use it for a moment, but the dark energy waves are constantly shifting. One must continuously adjust to prevent the sword from detecting a discrepancy. Who could possibly do that in a real battle? Only the demon King Gehenna, or the dark dragon of the demon realm. Otherwise, only a crazy bastard who controls dark energy as easily as breathing could pull it off. And that bastard is Christian." Christian smiled and asked Miriam, "Aunt Miriam, how did I do? Is it enough to earn a compliment?" Miriam remained silent, then marveled, "Perhaps my father's long-held wish can actually come true." A luxurious kitchen appeared, with chefs and bakers passionately working in a grand setting. A baker with a fierce expression delivered a powerful, heavy blow to a small object on the cutting board. The strawberry was quickly sliced into a perfect, delicious shape. Each strawberry was meticulously arranged on the cream cake, making anyone who saw it want to dive right in. Christian was stunned, unable to believe the man was making a strawberry cake, Marie chuckled. Ho ho ho, don't mind his looks, his skills are top tier. After finishing, the baker approached Christian and asked in a slightly lisping voice, Young master, what brings you to the kitchen? Christian stood with his hands on his hips to make some cookies. Marie wondered, You're making cookies, and he replied confidently, to give to someone. Hearing this, Marie leaned against Christian and wailed, Is it for another woman, not me? And Christian shouted, Good grief, it's not what you think. Well, it is for a woman. The baker politely offered, Perhaps I could help you with the cookies, sir. But he refused, No thanks, it's important that I make them with my own hands. Christian closed his eyes proudly. They might not look like much, but these cookies are. Before he could finish, a bright red liquid splattered across his face. It came from the mortar of two fierce-looking bakers who were frantically pounding what had once been strawberries. Christian panicked, Are you sure they didn't put human blood in the strawberry juice? And Marie only responded with a haha. Once the work was done, Christian brought a gift box to Miriam, who was preparing her horse to depart, and called out, Aunt Miriam. Miriam stopped and asked Christian, What is it? He gave a polite smile. I heard you were leaving, so I came to say goodbye. Miriam praised him. I appreciate that. You must still be tired after yesterday's match. Christian handed her the box. I'm fine. I have a gift for you. Miriam opened the box to find beautiful cookies of various shapes and colors neatly arranged. She was surprised. Are these cookies? Her eyes lit up, but her voice remained serious. You didn't need to go to such trouble. Christian said happily. I was very glad to meet you again and wanted to make some. Ridden stood beside Miriam, rubbing his chin, realizing that's when the boy had asked, Aunt Miriam, what do you like to eat? He thought, aha, so that was the reason. He certainly knows how to win people over. While Miriam looked at the cookie box hesitantly, Christian said, Please try one, I made them myself. Miriam asked, Really, you made them? She put a piece in her mouth, and from the very first bite, she was stunned by how delicious it was, though she quickly regained her composure. Ah, it's quite good. Christian smiled. I'm so glad you like them. Miriam said, I must give you something in return for such a wonderful gift. Do you have a wish? Christian's eyes turned sharp as he said, If possible, please be a real aunt to me. Miriam grew serious. Since we share the same blood, your words must have a deeper meaning. I heard from Ridden that you're training for the Dark Holy Rite, aren't you? Christian smiled and nodded. Miriam continued, I see. So you want me to support you in the upcoming succession war? She bowed her head and sighed. But unfortunately, I cannot grant that wish. She explained, as you know, those of the main branch must be impartial toward all candidates. That is the law. Christian replied, No, I'm just making a sincere request. I simply want us to be closer. Miriam asked, That's absurd. Do you really have no other motive? And Christian said calmly, Of course, though if you were to support me and help me in secret, I certainly wouldn't refuse. He looked at Miriam with glistening eyes. She said while eating a cookie, I don't hate your honesty. A nephew who makes delicious cookies just for me. I can't help but cheer for you. Christian smiled radiantly. Thank you, Auntie. Miriam asked, but in return, can I have more delicious cookies next time? And he replied, That depends entirely on you, ma'am. The two didn't notice Ridden nearby, wiping away tears of emotion. Christian teasingly blew a finger heart. If you make me sad, I might get moody and stop making this flavor. The childish gesture made Miriam laugh, but she suddenly asked, Christian, what do you think about joining the Black Shadow Order? He hesitated about that, and Miriam tried to persuade him. You stood out in your match with Melon. You could surpass the elders, but your opponents won't be easily defeated. I worry your talent will wither before it blooms. Christian replied firmly, If I fail to follow my own path, I'd rather be dead, he declared confidently. I understand your concern, but I don't think I'll lose. Miriam looked at him, thinking it was an irrational level of confidence. But with this child, he might actually succeed. She said, I understand. Since you are a demon anyway, I cannot stop you from walking a path of blood. She climbed onto her horse and emphasized, Be wary of the young ladies. Ridden spoke up, Be wary of Julian, not Eshin. Isn't she the most elegant one? Miriam gripped the reins tightly. You'll understand soon enough. Christian smiled, Thank you very much. I'll keep that in mind. Miriam turned away and gave a light smile. Until we meet again, my nephew. After she left, Christian went to his room and lay back on his bed. The space was unusually quiet. He thought about how both his father and aunt were very strong, reaching the 6-star level. But I haven't heard much about them in the last Great War. How many powerful warriors are there in the Magic Empire? Surely enough to easily overwhelm the Kingdom of Light. He recalled his past life, where the Kingdom of Light withered in the fires of the Great War. I don't want the past to repeat itself. Christian's palm tightened with rising resolve. I must get even stronger and faster. A month later, his father called for him. Did you call for me, father? Ridden rubbed his brow. Yes, I have something to say. But before he could speak, His eyes went wide in surprise. Standing there was Christian, looking completely different and poised. Wait, have you reached 2 stars already? Ridden looked on with a cold gaze, thinking how he had achieved such growth in just 1 month. He shrugged slightly and asked, I don't understand why you're surprised. I kept my promise to you, didn't I? One side was questioning, while the other was furious. Ridden placed a letter in front of him. I received news from the main family. He sighed, his face falling. I submitted your name and Thurns as candidates for the Dark Holy Rite, but they only accepted Thurn. The reason hit Christian like a punch to the heart. Your extravagant spending and your philandering ways have destroyed everything, destroying property while drunk, even stealing. It's all the truth. Christian heard this, and his soul seemed to drift away. He fainted on the spot. Ridden barked in rage. They dare to look down on my son. Christian woke up and asked if Viscount Langham had made this decision after Eshid's misconduct. The Viscount didn't have much of a voice left either. Suddenly, both of them blurted out, Loin de Baron. He was of the direct bloodline of the main family, the rising star of the Dark Holy Rite, the ceremony where candidates absorb pure darkness from the negative dimension. Because the amount of darkness is limited, they participate in a semi-official life and death match to determine rank. The higher-ranked individual claims more darkness. This rite decides who will be the young master candidate to inherit the family. If Loin won and monopolized the darkness, achieving Christian's goal would be even more difficult. Ridden stood up and approached. Don't worry, I'll talk to them. If that fails, I'll ask Miriam for help. Christian said, no need, I'll handle it myself. Ridden placed a hand on his shoulder. I know you have talent and have changed, but you can let the adults handle this. Christian looked at his father tenderly. I appreciate your kindness, father. But then his face suddenly contorted into a sinister look. But I have my own way, clearly not a good one. He asked, are any of Count Turamin's children from the branch families participating? And Ridden replied, yes, Count Turamin's third son. He shouted in anger, that scoundrel is on Loin's side and claims you're not qualified for the Dark Holy Rite. He's just a fraud who controls magic beasts. Christian looked helplessly at his father's outburst and tried to calm him down. I just need to prove myself. The Turamin family is about to host a black herb hunt. I will participate as the leader, he smirked. The sunset illuminated the magnificent castles below. In a dark room, the clan head held a golden hammer and mocked. I find it hard to believe. That child, I remember him as the brat who called himself a genius, but he's just a fake. Miriam stood and reported that he was different now. The head asked, do you believe this child can fulfill the wish I have held for so long? That wish was the reason he chose to keep living, even defying death with taboo magic. Miriam broke into a sweat. I can't be certain, but he is the closest to what we've been seeking. In the silence, the head muttered, how interesting. I'll keep an eye on that boy, though his participation in the Dark Holy Rite seems unlikely, doesn't it? Miriam replied. It's the general consensus in the clan. Will you intervene, father? She shook her head. No, you can't intervene in such a small matter. The head laughed. How could a fierce beast fail to overcome such a tiny tribe? Miriam started. The clan head's face went dark. His sharp gaze fixed on her. She bowed to avoid it. He was always harsh with those he expected much from. Since you're willing to go this far, you must really like him. From the black smoke, the blood drinker Simon, head butler of the dark demon race, appeared. Did you call for me, master? The patriarch spoke in a low voice. You heard everything, didn't you? To which Simon replied, yes, I only need to observe young Master Christian. The patriarch gave the order, report to me everything he does before the dark sacramental rite. Simon bowed his head and said, understood, but may I have a little fun while tracking him? Miriam looked visibly annoyed, but the patriarch accepted, just don't overdo it. Simon broke into a sinister smile, his fangs flashing, and then vanished into a cloud of black smoke. Miriam closed her eyes and thought, I hope that child makes it through safe. Sunset fell over the peaceful village. Christian thought, thanks to my talent, I reached 2 stars quickly, but despite extensive training, my dark energy still isn't enough to reach 3 stars. I need dark medicine to accumulate a large amount of energy in a short time. It's ironic that the Turamin family, who organizes the dark medicine hunts, has become my enemy. To catch the demon beast Karajov and obtain the dark medicine, a special condition must be met. Wheels rolled along the long road. Grantel ran out and asked, young master, what brings you here today? How have you been lately? As Christian stepped down from the carriage with Marie. Wait, you didn't come empty-handed, did you? Grantel held up a bag and said, of course not. Christian snatched it and threw it to the ground, gold coins clinking as they scattered. He said contemptuously, such a mediocre gift. It seems you don't know your place. Christian placed a hand on Grantel's shoulder and said, I heard you're involved in all sorts of illegal activity. Someone ran up and shouted, does tax evasion at the casino bring in profits? What about the items you swindled from the merchant guild? What do you want me to do, young master? Those who were harassing the nearby civilians released them when they heard it was Christian. I'll let it slide this time, but stop these over-the-line activities immediately, understood? Grantle nodded and said, yes, yes. Christian put his arm around his shoulder and said, get me some dark medicine. Grantle trembled, sweat pouring down. Dark medicine. The black market price has skyrocketed recently. Christian turned to Marie and asked, are you ready? Marie transformed into a monster with razor-sharp fangs. My torture skills are top-notch. Grantle knelt down in panic and said, I'll get it right away. Isn't everything easier when we cooperate? Christian winked and said, by the way, get me a knife sharp enough to cut through armor. Grantle looked bewildered, not understanding what he intended to do. After finishing the business, Christian left, leaving Grantle behind. Grantle cursed while weeping, you absolute bastard. Marie asked, are you going home, young master? To which he replied, no, I have one more place to go. He noticed something in the distance. Hey driver, can you stop here? The carriage screeched to a halt and Christian walked into a shop. Welcome. He looked at the menu and said, I'll take this one. A pink potion bottle was placed on the counter. Marie whispered, do you need an aphrodisiac? Marie inside the shop kept looking at Christian with suspicious eye, which made him break into a cold sweat, his face turning pale. Suddenly he turned around angrily. Hee master, could it be? Marie laughed shyly. All right, I understand, hee. Christian snapped, I said it's not like that. Marie's face went dark. It's not for me, it's for someone else. He gave a small nod, perhaps for the count. The shopkeeper couldn't believe what he was hearing. Christian spoke sternly. Considering my father's age, he needs better care. He pointed directly at the shopkeeper and said, for the sake of the count's honor, you must keep this an absolute secret. The shopkeeper nodded and said, yes, I will be careful. The scene shifts to Thurn walking with his father toward Christian. The father patted Thurn's back, making him tremble. Thurn mentioned the title, my respected Emperor Big Brother. I heard hunting for dark medicine is very dangerous. Please be careful not to get hurt. Christian winked mockingly. Oh, are you worried about me now? Thurn blushed and said, I'm only worried because we won't get to duel properly. Ridden cut in, now, don't you two start bickering. Go and make those Turaman bastards shut their arrogant mouths. Christian smiled brightly. I'll bring back good news, but what's with this emperor thing? He patted Thurn's shoulder and said, you don't need to know, father. At the Turaman Count's estate, with a picturesque view of rustling leaves under a sunny blue sky, a devious servant blocked the door. I'll say it again, you are not allowed into the Count's villa. Christian and his teammates grew angry. How dare you say that after making us wait? Do you know who he is? Christian listened as the butler said, young master Owa gave the order. He has no time for a bastard Lola. Killing intent erupted from Christian as he growled. So you mean I have to find my own place to stay? The butler trembled, sweat pouring down. Exactly. A teammate prepared to charge. Young master, I'll bring you his head. But Christian stopped him and stepped closer to the butler. What about the lodging fee? Can I send the bill to Count Turaman? The butler gave a forced laugh. Under the sunlight, the fountain reflected the magnificent palace like a mirror. Christian led everyone into a grand hotel. The butler asked, how much does this place cost? He replied generously, 100,000 rupees. It's rare to get to spend someone else's money. My luggage is already in the lobby. Everyone has 1 hour to settle in before we go out for drinks. His luggage emitted a brilliant blue light. Marie suddenly flew out. Master, this villa is incredible. She was enchanted. It's perfect for serving you. Christian was helpless. Why are you here? Marie skipped around. I hid in the luggage. I promise to be your maid forever. Master is so adorably embarrassed. He sighed at her expression. I bet you missed this woman. Alwa, the third son of Count Turaman, received the bill and was furious. What is this? Christian smirked. You told me to find my own place to sleep. I just did as I was told. What's wrong? Alwa roared, I don't stay at ordinary hotels, so I just bought a villa and transferred the ownership. Christian mocked him. You're not exactly short on cash, are you? You lot are pathetic at hosting guests. This is a small price to pay to teach you some manner. Alwa grit his teeth, clutching the paper tightly. He summoned a black panther. Do you want to die? Christian thought to himself. The Turaman suppression technique binds demon beasts through fear. It's different from the Union's tamming. It uses a secret formula to paralyze their reasoning, causing hallucinations of fear and excitement. It's more complex than I thought. Hard to learn quickly. For now, I'll just beat it to a pulp. He ordered Marie, eliminate that cat. I need a weapon. A sword appeared in his hand as he taunted. What are you waiting for? Come at me like a demon. Alwa ordered the panther to attack. "You bastard lowlife, don't give me orders," with razor-sharp fangs and saliva flying everywhere. Christian blocked the strike with his longsword, but the bite force was too strong. The sword cracked and broke. He was knocked back but stood up amidst the dust. Not a bad counter, but you can't expect to win 2-on-1 without cheating. He taunted, "If I win, I'll act as a guardian instead of a guide. This much is needed to cover expenses, you cheapskate." Ulwa was livid and charged on the panther. "You arrogant brat. I'll make you kneel." His eyes turned blood red. The panther lunged with its claws, but as it pounced, Christian had already vanished. Ulwa looked around, bewildered. Where did he go? Christian appeared behind him and struck the back of his neck with a rod. Ulwa screamed in agony from the blow. He stopped and asked, "Does it hurt?" "Don't be a crybaby. I won't go easy on you just because you're weeping." The two sides faced off, one like a god of death, the other blinded by hatred. The Black Panther knelt down warily, trembling. Ulwa screamed, "You bastard. How dare you do that to my Choco?" Christian laughed. "I only used a 2-star illusion spell. It seems your pathetic suppression technique couldn't overcome it." Ulwa summoned a magic circle, calling forth a massive black horse. Christian smirked. "Do you know the defining characteristic of trash?" Before he could finish, he unleashed a powerful strike that flew past Ulwa's head, knocking him down instantly. The black horse shook its head in fear. Christian asked, "We don't have time to wait for a transformation. You know that." He walked into the casino. "Young master, are you sure? There's still plenty of time. We should rest." Christian was annoyed. What's wrong with an incompetent person doing incompetent things? He turned to Marie. "Right." Marie brought a glass of ginger water. "Everything is fine, as long as the young master doesn't drink alcohol." He started to cry. "Damn it, I want wine. I don't like ginger water." A Turamin family servant cut in. "Why did young Master Ulwa tell us to track this bastard?" Christian taunted. "Why don't you join in?" "Master, they won't be awake until tomorrow. I've beaten him half to death. I'll keep it a secret. What do you think?" The two growled. "Don't you worry about it." Christian laughed. "Then feel free to keep watching." Sunset fell and he was still playing cards. He threw the cards away. "Drink my share of the wine. I won't back down this time." Night came and they hadn't stopped. The two butlers looked at him as if they wanted to eat him alive. Christian was drunk, passing out with a card on his head. When he woke up, it was as if he had never been drunk. Clean up and let's go. He thought those pets were a nuisance. "It's dark, I should take action." He said, "Marie, I need to get somewhere fast. Don't follow me." Marie looked sad. "Is it because of that aphrodisiac from earlier?" Christian was startled. "What?" Marie whispered. "I knew it. It wasn't for the count, but for the young master's own use. It's so sad that I can't go to bed with you, but I support your nighttime activities." Darkness enveloped the mountains and forests. Christian, wearing a hood, sneaked along the path. This is a Turamin secret area. The monster energy is thick, just like the rumors said. He touched a tree branch, almost at the hunting grounds. An encampment appeared with 2 large bonfires. There were only 2 guards. How lax! He used an invisibility spell learned from Marie to slip past the guard. Marie appeared. "What do you plan to do with invisibility, master?" Hee. Christian snapped. "Why do you keep bringing that up?" He broke into the base. He saw a magic circle under the moonlight. The dark medicine hunting ritual is as bizarre as the rumor said. He remembered the instructions. To get dark medicine, you must make Karajoff offer its life, terrifying it to the point that it would rather die. He drew lines on the ground. Light erupted like a massive explosion when fear and joy connected. The useless potion would be reborn as dark medicine. That's why Turamin leads the pack, by overwhelming monsters with fear. He laughed. "I'm going to steal their ultimate skill. Feeding Karajoff a mixture containing aphrodisiac will drive it insane, so I can monopolize the dark medicine. But I don't have enough time to learn it. I must find another way." A chill behind his back made him turn around, but he only saw the endless night. He walked toward it, hearing the rustle of leaves. A dark shadow led to a massive cave. A terrifying demonic intent poured out. "Don't tell me this is a Gehenna rift, the dangerous demon realm." The magic circle inside glowed brilliant. He stopped. "Wait, what if I lure Karajoff here?" He took out the potion. Now for something to lure it. "Perfect, I can't wait any longer." Christian stepped deeper into the cave, unaware that a black and red shadow with claws was watching. It was Simon. Who would have thought the kid would be so interesting? Beating that Turamin fellow half to death, and making the watchers drop their guard with a show of incompetence. Every one of his actions is within my sight. Simon laughed, his fangs gleaming. "This makes me want to play an even bigger prank on." He stepped onto the magic circle. He reached into the rep. Gray matter flowed down, creating a demonic scene. A voice echoed, "What is your wish?" Simon licked his lips and reached his hand toward the rip. The next day, during the point hunting hour, the person planting the flag in the ground was none other than Awa. Within his group, Christian was also present. He remarked, Awa must think he looks so cool, even though he just got thrashed. Awa snapped, shut up, you fraud. Why are you even carrying a holy sword when you can't even use it? Christian replied, it's still more effective than a stick. Want to find out? Awa changed the subject and commanded, lure the monster to the altar. Whoever was assigned to protection, follow me and stand by it. Simon silently observed from a distance, and Christian had clearly detected him. Awa urged Christian to answer, but he only said, whenever you're ready. At the altar, a guardian demanded that Christian move somewhere else. You're getting in the way of the hunt. Christian said coldly, stay right there if you like, but don't come crying for help when things go south. The words infuriated the other person, but Awa cut in, don't wear yourselves out before we even start. You useless brat, just go guard the flag. Christian declared, I'll protect this flag with my life, then sat under a tree muttering, I want to see them try their best, and then accidentally fall into my trap. He had already prepared his dagger and the aphrodisiac pill. The other group began searching the surrounding area. Hearing a noise, Christian knew the monster was approaching. Finally, a Karajoff appeared, a level 4 magic demon. Christian asked, why does it look so goofy? Its appearance was strangely cute. The others asked Awa if he was ready. It was time. The beastman in the group urged, use your subjugation skill now. Awa raised his hand and began chanting. While the Karajoff slammed its beak into the ground, his teammates cast slowing spells. They supported Awa so he could close in with his subjugation skill. Suddenly, the look in the Karajoff's eyes changed. It roared and turned toward Awa. Panicking, he raised his hands to resist, but he was knocked down by a powerful slap. Everyone realized the venom came from its small, feathered tentacle. They scrambled into a defensive formation around Awa, but Christian shook his head, thinking it was futile. It's lost control because of the aphrodisiac I gave it. Awa covered his nose. Luckily, they had taken the antidote beforehand, but it would still be dangerous if this dragged on. He called out for them to try and hold it back. The Karajoff leaped into the air, aiming straight for Awa as the group screamed his name. Terrified, Awa closed his eyes, but he suddenly opened them to see Christian standing in front of him. Blocking the strike with the holy sword, Christian mocked, the Turamin house is truly pathetic. I can't believe the flag guard had to step in. He said, I'll save you if you call me Big Brother. Awa cursed, you lunatic, why would I ever do that? Christian asked back, you really don't want to. It's not like I'm not famous everywhere. The others began coughing from the venom. Awa cleared his teeth, realizing he was right. Forced to plead for help, Christian replied, keep your promise then. He struck the Karajoff hard on the head, using his own version of the subjugation skill. He created chains around one side of the monster to restrain it. Awa was shocked. How did you do that? Christian laughed. Did you really think your family was the only one who knew how to use it? To me, an intermediate subjugation skill is nothing. He spun around and grabbed the chain. Pulling hard like reins, he jumped onto the Karajoff's back. It shrieked and ran wildly. Awa shouted, wait, there's a rift up ahead, he tried to warn. But Christian smiled. I've known about that since last night. He charged straight toward it. The Karajoff panicked. Christian said, I bet this is the first time you felt malice from Gehenna. Go ahead and be afraid. Its bright red eyes turned a vivid gold. Christian tightened his grip on the dagger. He stabbed through the monster's hide, killing it instantly. The rest of the group ran over. Are you okay? This cave is dangerous. We need to get out fast. Christian replied, don't be so weak, as he extracted the core from inside the monster. Awa's group was stunned. It turned out to be an inner core, not dark medicine. Awa began to get annoyed, and the beastman under his command questioned Christian. What are you going to do about this? If you hadn't interfered, none of this would have happened, but Awa cut him off. Enough. Leave him alone. He turned to Christian. Thank you. Thank you for saving my subordinates. He helped them finish the task without anyone being seriously injured. Christian was surprised that Awa admitted it, thinking to himself, now I feel a bit bad. Even worse knowing I switched that aphrodisiac pill. Regardless, he still had to do what needed to be done, telling Awa, now call me Big Brother like you promised. Are you planning to go back on your word? Awa fired back, I never promised that. Besides, I'm 2 years older than you. Suddenly, the cave shook violently. Everyone tumbled down under an incredible pressure. Awa panicked, what's going on? Christian realized something was wrong, as 2 giant blue eyes appeared before them. He looked a bit worried. A voice rang out from the demon. It's been a long time since I've seen such an interesting toy. Christian muttered, a demon from hell. Awa trembled and Christian told him, run, you're an outsider, save yourself. Christian spotted Simon on the cave ceiling. With a flick of his wrist, he threw a dagger aimed straight at him. The blade went through, but it turned out that it was only a familiar Simon used for track. It disconnected immediately, leaving Simon wondering. When did he notice? Is he planning to stop the demon? The clone fell as the teleportation plan vanished. He calculated that even using blood magic to his limit, it would take at least 5 minutes to arrive. If he was late, everyone would die. He hurried away. It turned out he wasn't entirely a bad guy. He just wanted to play a prank as he had told the patriarch. The demon called out, "You're interesting. What are you plotting?" Christian replied, "I just hate being watched." The demon laughed. He didn't care much for a dead man. Christian remarked, "Compared to the demons of the era of destruction, you're just a low-level demon, but at least you're a 5-star. Not something I can easily deal with right now." He raised a finger. "It's not all bad news, though. I've used a spell to put everyone to sleep, just like I did with the barmaid." Awa's subordinates gradually lost consciousness. Awa screamed, "What are you doing? We need to fight together." Christian praised, "You have good magic resistance." Then he punched Awa straight in the stomach. "Go to sleep." The demon asked, "Are you planning to offer them to me? Sacrifice them and I'll spare your life and grant you a blessing." Christian snapped, "Stop barking. My principle is never to bargain with demons." He drew the holy sword. The demon realized it was a good idea, but it said a holy sword you can't use is just trash, and fired a spell at Christian. He blocked it with the sword but lacked the strength. He was slammed into the cave wall, falling unconscious. The demon grabbed his arm and lifted him up. "Last chance, sacrifice them to be released." Christian spat in its face. "What makes you think I can't use a holy sword?" He broke free, grabbed its leg, and tucked his body as it hit the ground. He activated a different energy core. The tip of the holy sword regrew out of pure light. The demon grew anxious. "How can someone like you use the power of light?" Christian asked, "Do you finally see that your life is in danger?" The demon replied, "This won't stop me," as it created a massive red orb. Christian steadied himself and widened his stance. He shouted as he unleashed the Death Sea Shattering Light technique. He swung the sword, sending a massive golden wave crashing into the demon. It shrieked, "Impossible." Taking the hit, it collapsed to the floor. It seemed Christian had killed it. His eyes were weary. "I pushed this body too far." His vision narrowed by the second. He collapsed as everything faded to black. The scene shifted to his past life. His friend Evan was astonished. "Did you really copy my ability?" Christian replied something like that. Evan said, "You really are a special character." The shattering light represents the beam of light that splits the sea of death. But ironically, despite using this swordsmanship, you won't become the light of the Mayer family. Even so, you will surely be the light that saves the world. A blue finger touched a puddle of water. Christian was still on the brink of death. A woman spoke up, "How interesting. I am Mefina, the first throne of the 7th realm of Gehenna." Reinforcements entered the cave carrying healing potion. Christian closed his eyes. Mefina said, "I look forward to your future action." The scene shifted to the house of Count Turamin. Christian said, "My head hurts so much. I can't believe I've been lying here for 2 days. What a waste of time. But my body is fine." He began searching the room for the dark medicine pill. Finding it beside him, he exclaimed, "That's great." He mentioned Mefina, saying that was unwanted attention. "Sometimes villains stand out early, receive a demon's blessing, and grow quickly, but I don't care. That's for bad guys. Anyway, a 7th realm demon of Gehenna isn't exactly high class." A knock sounded at the door, catching Christian's attention. A giant lion-like man walked in and asked, "How is your body?" It was Count Turamin, the patriarch of the Turamin family. Christian greeted him and tried to get out of bed, but the Count stopped him. "You should rest." Christian wondered what was happening. The Count explained, "Yesterday we organized a cave investigation team. It seems someone tampered with the magic circle sealing the entrance to Gehenna. Luckily, the summoned demons were pulled back in time. But even that brief moment was enough for everyone to lose their lives." Christian wondered, do they really believe it was a reverse summoning? That's ridiculous. They probably can't imagine I killed it. I don't even need an excuse to get an A+. The Count said, "I want to start with an apology. I'm sorry for treating you poorly based solely on rumors that you were useless." He bowed his head, "Thank you. You are a benefactor to the House of Turamin. I am grateful to you." Christian replied, "It wasn't like that. As a member of the dark magic family, I only did what needed to be done. Though my conscience hurts, I decided to stir the waters a little." The words seemed to resonate with the Count. He nodded, "You're right. If there's anything I can help with, just say the word. As long as it's not impossible, I'll make sure it happens. Christian thought for a moment and then said, in that case, I hope the House of Turamin casts aside its old grudge against the House of Khazar. Instead of a relationship like enemies always baring teeth at each other, I hope we can have a friendly but competitive relationship, planning progress reasonably, worthy of our shared bloodline. The Count was about to say something, but Christian continued, I'm sure the Turamin family also knows the reason the two houses are hostile is because of the behind-the-scenes work of the main family. If the branches join forces, the main family will feel threatened. It's a plot to keep us like watchdogs. The Count asked, are you planning to rebel against the main family? Christian shook his head. I don't think so. I just want the two families not to be held back by past mistakes. The Count was amazed. I didn't expect you to think so far ahead. Christian smiled. Thank you for the compliment. Do you accept my request? The Count replied. For the first time in a long while, I will contact Count Khazar. But before he could finish, he called out. Ridden, Christian smiled. Exactly. If we unite one by one like that, we can create a more solid front in the era of destruction. The Count patted Alwa on the shoulder and said, what are you waiting for? My son has something to say. Alwa shyly handed over the dark medicine pill. Drink it. When I entered the cave, it was on the floor. Since you weren't awake, I kept it for you. Christian said, if that's the case, I'm very grateful. I want to give you more than what you've earned. Alwa got cranky. Don't you dare. The Count laughed. I'll give him a gift on your behalf. He handed over a summoning stone that could hold a level 4 beast. Christian was impressed. That's a truly rare item. The Count said, I will also file a report so you can participate in the Dark Holy Rite. I wish you the best of luck. Christian thanked him for the gift and the encouragement. The Count told him to get some rest. When he and Alwa left, Christian smiled and called out, come out. A red aura appeared. Simon said, as expected, it wasn't a coincidence that you detected me. Christian replied, I smelled blood. Simon introduced himself. I am the head butler of the dark magic family. Christian wondered if he was merely the patriarch's lackey. I've heard the name Simon somewhere before, the leader of the Blood Shadow Demon Sect. He explained that the Blood Shadow Demon Sect makes no distinction between the Magic Empire and the Dominion of Apply. They are a psychotic organization, obsessed with massacre and terror. Their leader is an 8-star villain who, by the end of the Era of Destruction, ascends to 9 stars and becomes the 10th Demon King. I can't even count how many times I nearly died because of him. Simon is the literal flesh and blood of the Demon King. Simon said, I didn't expect the young master to be so incredible. You even managed to eliminate a demon, while Christian thought, I'll definitely handle this myself. He asked, did you see the light that split the Dead Sea? After a moment's thought, he denied it, saying, I have no idea what you're talking about. Simon laughed, I know you're playing dumb. After entering the cave, the demon's corpse was completely obliterated without leaving a trace. That wasn't a reverse summoning, it completely evaporated. I'm impressed by your skills, care to explain. Christian asked, why should I reveal my trump card? Simon reminded him, this will be reported to the Patriarch. Christian replied, I'd rather be the Patriarch than some nerd who answers every single question. I want a predator who hides his claws until the very end. Simon was surprised. You really are interesting. Then Christian asked, are you going to apologize? Simon wondered why, and Christian explained, usually, it's hard to distinguish reverse summoning from destruction just by the traces left behind. That's why the Count misunderstood. But you believe the opposite because you were the one who summoned it. A demon summoning that nearly killed a family member. That's the kind of crazy news the Patriarch might hear. Simon said, I'll take responsibility, and Christian decided to keep it a secret. Just remember, you owe me a huge favor. Simon was surprised. Is a deal even possible? And Christian smirked. It would be great if you saw it that way. Simon nodded. I understand. I won't forget your mercy. It was a pleasure meeting you today. I'll be counting the days until you arrive at the main family. Christian thought Simon would play a major role in the era of destruction, so he had to build a connection to change the future. Time flew by, and after recovering, Christian prepared to head back, his luggage floating in midair. Marie said, I'm all packed, and Christian praised her. Well done. Alwa opened the door and asked, are you leaving right now? Christian reminded him, use my title, and Alwa wondered what he meant. Christian said, I let it slide yesterday in front of the Count, but a promise is a promise. From now on, call me Big Brother, to which Alwa snapped. I already told you I'm 2 years older than you. Christian asked, do you have something to say? And Alwa replied, I came to warn you. You say we're family, but I don't think that's true. Be careful, the one most opposed to you in the Dark Sacrament is young Master Loin. Even if he's only 2 stars, the gap between the main family and the branches is massive. With the best elixirs, ultimate techniques, and the Black Demon's blessing, direct descendants have a superior starting point. You'll be an easy target, but Christian just smiled. I'm warning you too, little brother. Don't participate in the upcoming dark sacrament for your own sake. Awa got annoyed. I'm saying this because I'm worried. Do you want to monopolize the pure dark energy for yourself? Christian replied, just remember, no matter who the opponent is, they'll regret facing me in the dark sacrament. Awa was furious, and Chris told Marie it was time to go. He told Awa to think it over carefully, so he wouldn't regret it later. The scene shifted to the Khazar family. Thurn went looking for his brother, but the butler reported he had headed to the training cave immediately upon returning. He wanted to train alone until the dark sacrament. Not long after, Thurn caught up with Christian. He addressed him formally as respectable imperial brother. Thurn said, "You promised to duel me when you got back." Christian was surprised. "You've grown up fast. Reaching 2 stars in the common rank is incredible progress." He said he was busy training, then realized Thurn was also participating in the dark sacrament. Christian felt worried. That's not good. He told him to wait. Once he finished his training, they would duel, and Thurn should practice too. Thurn demanded a promise, telling him not to stall like last time. "You'd better watch out," and Chris laughed, "All right." As Thurn walked away, Christian thought the kid was truly stubborn. Seeing Lori Ten's silhouette, the image of a girl with emerald green hair flashed in his mind as she asked, "Do you promise?" The memory made Christian smile as he whispered, "The kid is just like me." In the training area, Christian sat on the bed, staring at the dark elixir. He thought there were only 2 weeks left. He chewed it, and the taste was incredibly bitter. He lay down and tried to absorb it as it traveled to his stomach, muttering, "This is more chaotic than I expected." A strange sensation surfaced, and he asked, "What is this? Is there light energy inside this pill?" He wondered if the monster's excitement at the moment of death had merged with it. No wonder demons found it hard to absorb. He continued guiding it through his mana pathways. All that was left was this light force. Usually, demons would expel it with a teacher's help. But why would I let something this good go to waste? He funneled it into his light core, absorbing it along with the darkness. Light and darkness flowed through the conduits to their respective core. Christian opened his eyes, which flashed with a powerful radiance. Then he closed them again, revealing only shadow. Simultaneously, the scene shifted to a red-haired woman. She allowed a subordinate into her room, who reported on the investigation into the dark elixir. A demon had been summoned during the hunt, but Christian survived. The subordinate apologized for taking so long to look into it thoroughly, and she praised him, saying, "Well done." The subordinate said, "Unless you have more questions, I'll take my leave." She looked at a photo of Christian. This beautiful young woman's name was Eidline. Time flew by, and half a month later, his younger brother Thurn sought out Christian to demand a duel, calling out from outside the door, "Today is the day you promised, brother." Hearing this, a voice echoed from within, "Come in." Inside the room, he was getting dressed, as if preparing to go somewhere. Thurn's eyes widened in pure shock. Christian turned around with a bright smile. "You're here quite early. You must be really looking forward to a beating, aren't you?" Thurn felt a completely different aura emanating from his brother and thought to himself, "What is this? This overwhelming pressure far surpasses what he had 2 weeks ago," before snapping back, "Don't make me laugh." Christian replied, "If you're that desperate to taste my fist, I'll be happy to oblige. But if I win, you have to withdraw from the dark sacrament." Thurn was stunned. "What the hell are you talking about?" And Christian explained, "You know the dark sacrament is a competition. The weak should stay far away." Those words made Thurn's eyes narrow in anger. Furious, he drew his sword and challenged him, "Shut up and draw your blade." Christian shook his head in disappointment. "You're so stupid. Can't you see I'm looking out for you? I guess I'll have to beat it into you until you understand," he said, his face showing a hint of anticipation. Without warning, Thurn gripped his sword tight and lunged forward to attack. But the result was no surprise. He was defeated by his brother and left unable to participate in the dark sacrament, and later, Ridden came to visit his youngest son. Seeing Thurn covered in bandages, he sighed and scolded, "Christian, you went too far this time. The doctor says the boy needs to rest for half a month. We'll just have to wait for the next dark sacrament." Christian requested, "Father, may I speak with Thurn privately?" And Ridden, though surprised, nodded. "All right. I'll let you two talk," he said, quickly leaving the room. Christian burst out laughing and teased, "Hey, what's with that pouting face? Don't act like a spoiled brat from the Alliance. You were the one who asked for the fight." Thurn said sadly, "Do you really not want to see me grow up? You mocked me and looked down on my achievements, and now you intentionally injured me, just to keep me out of the dark sacrament." As his face darkened, Christian felt a pang of guilt and thought, "Sigh, he's going to lose his mind at this rate." So he explained, "We're having a misunderstanding. I did this so you could become even stronger. If you fought me during the ritual, you'd lose your chance to obtain pure dark energy forever. I had to be harsh because you're so stubborn. Most importantly, pure dark energy doesn't even suit you. You are compatible with gray dark energy. I know that just like light energy, dark energy is divided into many types. Pure darkness is the highest attribute, but right below it is gray darkness, which is exceptionally suited for curse magic. Relying on his past life's memories, Christian asked, "You find learning curse magic easier than swordsmanship, don't you?" And Thurn's eyes widened. How did you know? Christian couldn't exactly say he had seen it in the future. So he made it up. I realized it while we were sparring. I fought with everything I had, but if you absorb pure darkness before mastering gray darkness, it will cause problems for your studies later. It's not impossible, but it will slow you down, and I know you want to get strong fast. This is my sincere advice as someone who has always supported your growth. He took out the dark elixir from the previous hunt and handed it over. This gift is for you. Thurn was shocked. Isn't this a dark elixir? Why are you giving me something so precious? Christian waved it off. Because you're my brother, why else? Though he secretly thought, besides, I already ate the better one. His words moved Thurn deeply, and though tears welled up, he tried to hold them back. He gripped his black handkerchief tight and asked, if you've changed this much, then why did you act like such an idiot when Mom was dying? Do you have any idea how much she suffered because you weren't by her side? Christian didn't understand that memory. It wasn't his. He sat down beside Thurn and whispered, back then, I just didn't understand. Time passed and the scene shifted to the main family, where the candidates for the Dark Sacrament had gathered. Stepping down from the carriage, Christian groaned. Sigh, I need to stretch. How far did we travel for my whole body to ache like this? Couldn't they have opened a teleportation gate? I can't believe this sect is so petty. He was gritting his teeth before Marie intervened. Young master. A date for just the two of us, okay? Christian rolled his eyes. Oh, my heart is racing, but you're not the one it's looking for. He observed the carriages in the courtyard, thinking about how the main family allowed one companion, so he chose Marie since they were bound by a contract. He noticed several people looking at him and whispering. Marie covered her mouth. Wow, the young master is famous now. Simon appeared and greeted him. Greetings, young master. You've improved so much in just half a month. While Christian thought, does the patriarch's secretary really have nothing better to do? Simon dropped his playful look. I'm here on the patriarch's orders. He wants to see you. You're not surprised, are you? Did you see this coming? He asked, and Christian gave a playful wink that annoyed Simon. No, I'm actually quite shocked. Putting the banter aside, Simon led Christian to meet the patriarch. Sir, I have brought the young master, Simon announced. The patriarch turned around. Well done. It's been a long time, Christian. The moment their eyes met, the old man unleashed a terrifying wave of pressure. Christian thought this overwhelming aura is making it nearly impossible to stay standing. Emitting this much dark energy, someone like me can barely endure it. His entire body trembled, and he clenched his fists to steady himself. He replied, I pay my respects to Duke Baron, the great lord of the Dark Demon family. Baron asked, are you not surprised by this sudden meeting? And Christian answered confidently, I expected you would call for me. A new star has appeared within the family. His confident words made Baron burst into laughter. Haha, indeed. Both Miriam and Simon couldn't stop praising you. But I'm not yet sure what to expect from you. Even if you are a great seed, only time will tell how you will grow. You might just be a sprout that withers the moment it breaks through the soil. Though the words held a hint of contempt, Christian wasn't angry. He nodded and said, you're right, I am still too lacking to meet your expectations. But isn't that what the future is for? Only time will prove if a sprout exceeds expectations to become a great tree, or a monstrosity that overshadows even the oldest giants. I won't disappoint you. Christian's words were thick with hidden meaning, and Baron didn't seem to want to hear more. He waved his hand. I shall hold you to high expectations then. Now you may leave. As Christian left the room, Miriam turned to her father. What do you think of the boy? And Baron spoke honestly. He far exceeds my expectations. But with great talent, his fate becomes all the more arduous. You know it, don't you? The bloody winds are blowing toward the magic empire. But today, this tiny flicker of hope. That child might fulfill the dream I've harbored for so long, he said, his eyes filled with anticipation. Time flew by, and the scene shifted to the night before the Dark Sacrament. The main family held a welcoming banquet. At the entrance, two servants called out loudly. The eldest son of Count Khazar has arrived, Christian Baron Khazar. Christian walked into the grand hall with confidence. His appearance made several people uncomfortable, whispering, why did the patriarch meet a fool like him? And who knows, he looks like a bootlicker to me. Christian wasn't deaf and heard the mockery clearly, but he simply told himself, as expected, I'm just too handsome. Sigh, being this good-looking is a burden. Seeing a servant passing by with wine, he said with interest, hey, that's wine, right? He reached out to take a glass. But the girl refused him. "You're not old enough, young master. Have some ginger ale instead." She poured a glass and handed it to him. Christian screamed internally, "Damn these rude demons, I don't want ginger ale." Suddenly, a shout rang out, drawing everyone's attention. "The young masters and ladies have arrived." All eyes turned toward the entrance. 4 people walked in. First was the second young lord, Eshid de Baron, the handsome guy who had been tormenting Christian since childhood. Next was the eldest young lady, Julian de Baron. Then the second young lady, Jupian de Baron. And finally, the third young lord, Mysak de Baron. Christian felt relieved that the insane eldest young master wasn't present. He thought about Eshid. "What will you say to me now? To the victim of your little games, the one who supposedly tarnished your reputation." But Eshid walked right past him, as if he didn't even exist. Christian was furious, cursing silently. "That bastard. After everything, he doesn't even dare to look me in the eye. I must be nothing more than an ant to." Julian stepped forward and gave a slight curtsy in greeting, and Christian remembered Miriam's warning. "Be careful of the eldest young lady." But as he looked closely, he didn't see anything unusual and told himself, "I'll figure it out later. I've scouted enough for today. Now it's time to prepare for the ritual." As he turned to leave, a butler coughed a few times to get his attention. "Greetings, young Master Christian. I am Fora, a summoner serving young Master Loin." Christian snapped back and, "So what?" Fora replied, "I heard that an unworthy individual would be participating in tomorrow's dark sacrament. I worry that someone incompetent might cause an accident and stain the reputation of the dark demon family." Christian understood his intent. "So you're saying I'm incompetent, right?" Fora answered, "You only need to prove otherwise." Christian looked up toward the second floor, where Loin was standing. He cursed under his breath. "If you don't like it, come down here yourself. But I'll say this plainly for the ritual," he said as he tossed his glass aside. "Fine, proving it won't be hard at all. Now show me your little tricks." Fora was flustered. "What? Right here. You don't even have a weapon." But Christian waved him off. "Do you really expect me to use a weapon against someone like you?" Fora roared in anger, "You'll regret this." And Christian smirked. "How could I?" "I think you're the one who's going to regret it," he said, as the confrontation drew the eyes of Julian and Jupian from afar. Time passed quickly, and the guests all around turned pale at the sight before them. Old man Fora was being mercilessly pummeled by several wraiths, able only to curl up and take the beating. In another corner, Christian was being served by 3 wraiths as if he were an emperor. No one could believe it. What did we just witness? The summoner started with evil spirits, but with just a flick of Christian's hand, they turned around and began tearing into their own master. How did he seize control so fast? After enjoying the service, Christian stood up and looked toward Loin. Was that just now the will of young Master Loin? Is a direct heir of the dark demon family really this pathetic? If you have a problem, have the dignity to challenge me properly. His words made Loin's face flush with shame, and he quickly denied it. This has nothing to do with me. Christian mocked him. Even a fool wouldn't believe that, but I'll believe you just this once. See you at the dark sacrament, he said, turning to walk away. Hiding his angry face, he thought to himself, you coward. Next time I'll teach you some manner. The day of the dark sacrament arrived, and the contestants gathered. Christian let out a long, bored yawn. Ulwa asked in surprise, hey, aren't you worried at all? You even caused a scene yesterday. Christian turned to him startled. Why are you here? I already warned you. To which he thought, this kid, how could I possibly postpone the ritual? You're crazy. Ulwa gave him a reminder, just as Loin approached. His appearance made Christian's rage flare up, and he struggled to restrain himself from punching him in the face. The officiant appeared and announced, is everyone present? I am Sebastian, the deputy butler of the main building. I will now lead you all to the sanctuary of the dark holy rite. He struck his cane firmly against the floor. The grand hall shook, revealing a secret passage leading deep underground. The candidates were astonished. It's underground, Ulwa exclaimed, while Christian, sensing something different from his experience, thought, something's not right. This is illusion magic, creating an imaginary space. Ignoring their surprise, Sebastian walked quickly down the stairs. Despite his small stature, he moved with unexpected speed. The group scrambled to follow in a panic. Hurry up, he's leaving us behind. They pushed themselves to catch up, but the journey only became more difficult. Before even reaching the sanctuary, the entire group was exhausted. Drenched in sweat, they wondered, this is so strange. Weren't we just going underground? Why is there such a steep incline here? Noticing the candidates falling behind, Sebastian turned around. Hurry up. The ground won't support you forever. As soon as he spoke, the earth shook, flinging 2 candidates away. The remaining ones were horrified. Sebastian continued, "We're late, so I'll be picking up the pace now." He dashed forward like a machine. A moment later, 2 more people were thrown off. Loin thought triumphantly, "Can't keep up, you losers. You're just vermin who don't deserve to be here." But he froze when he saw Christian running right beside him, perfectly composed and without a single drop of sweat. How is he not even breaking a sweat? Sensing Loin's gaze, Christian teased, "Is that all you've got? Turns out you're all talk and no talent. A direct heir should be better than this. Didn't they give you enough supplements?" He secretly mocked the candidates. These idiots. Their ignorance is only making their bodies suffer. Running full tilt in an illusion is such a waste of energy. No matter how hard I push, my endurance won't drain. As long as I manipulate the incantation, I'm invincible here. Sebastian noticed how easily Christian was moving. Ho ho, that must be young Master Christian, I presume. Time passed. The group reached the sanctuary. Except for Christian, the other 3 were half dead from exhaustion. Owa couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "How are you completely unscathed?" Christian didn't explain the trick, instead scolding him. "This is why you need to train your body more instead of always riding magic beasts everywhere." A man with a deathly pale face stepped out. "Welcome, everyone. This is the sanctuary where pure dark energy erupts endlessly. We call it the Holy Tabernacle. I am Rihu, the sanctuary manager. Greetings, young masters and ladies. Today you must claim the great pure darkness, just as the 3rd Demon King, the annihilator of shadows and progenitor of the dark magic family, once did." Rihu spoke, waving his hand to create 4 white energy streams directed toward 4 doors. He explained, however, that amount is not enough to be shared. The magic beasts inside will verify your worthiness. Christian excitedly raised his hand. "So you're saying everything depends on who gets there first, right?" Rihu looked at him with admiration. "That's right. You're quite sharp, young Master Christian." Someone asked, "If something happens between the candidates during the rite, will they be disqualified?" Rihu replied, "Each person takes a different path. You shouldn't even run into each other. But on the rare occasion you do meet, avoid conflict. Wasting time only gives the advantage to others. Focus on your own safety. Good luck." Immediately afterward, the 4 candidates charged into the doors with everything they had. Seeing their hurried states, Sebastian felt playful. "Want to place a small bet on who?" Before he could finish, Rihu vanished. Stomping his foot in annoyance, he grumbled, "Ignoring me like that. How cold." The scene shifted to Loin. In the corridor, he encountered a 4-eyed black dog breathing fire. Upon spotting Loin, it barked wildly, its mouth overflowing with scorching flames. Loin concentrated dark energy into his palm and accelerated. He landed a direct uppercut to the beast's jaw. It sprayed blood, howling in agony. Having defeated it easily, Loin said confidently, "At best, it was a lower-tier rank 2 magic beast. To me, at upper rank 2, they're nothing." That bastard Christian must be struggling. Every path has the same distance and challenges. But I bribed the mage to ensure Christian's path had stronger magic beasts. He'll run into a few ferocious ones and meet a miserable end. Any death during the dark holy rite will be ignored. This is your grave. Not long after, Loin arrived before a massive door. Here it is. The entrance to the sanctuary. "I'm definitely the first one here," he said smugly. But Christian's voice rang out from beside him. "You're too slow. What took you so long? I thought I'd die of boredom waiting for you." Loin panicked. "How did you get here so fast?" Christian scratched his head. "It wasn't that hard." "Impossible. Your path was supposed to have stronger magic beasts." Realizing he had let it slip, he went silent, but Christian heard him clearly and smirked. "Oh, I see. No wonder I thought they were stronger than usual. So you're the one behind it." He cracked his knuckles, preparing to pummel Loin, who was also ready to fight to the end. "What did you just say? Who do you think you are?" Christian provoked him. "Come on, it's just the 2 of us here. No need for formalities." Loin clenched his fists, which were shrouded in dark force, and roared, "You arrogant brat. Conflict between candidates is forbidden. But I'm going to crush you right now." He lunged forward, throwing a right hook. Christian leaned back slightly, dodging with ease. He recognized the magic combat technique, designed to boost magic power at close range, or to snap an opponent's joint. Loin threw a flurry of punches like a machine, but none connected. He was fuming. "You annoying little rat." Loin lunged again, aiming to break Christian's left arm. But it was a trap Christian had intentionally laid. "You idiot," he mocked. He grabbed Loin's wrist with his right hand. Twisting it back, he said, "Don't cry when it starts to hurt." Christian increased the pressure, making Loin scream in pain. Soon after, Owa came running up, panting heavily. "Hey, am I late?" He stood there stunned, seeing 2 candidates being absolutely wrecked by Christian. "Did you do this?" Christian chided him. "You're too slow. Are you going to pass out on your own, or do I have to knock you out? Not one to be cowardly, Ulwa activated his magic for battle. I'm not just going to sit here. Come at me. But after only a few simple moves, Christian punched Ulwa to the floor. Ah, what a familiar feeling. They'll come to take them away soon. If I leave things as they are, in 5 years, the first great war against the Alliance will break out. I must take control of the dark magic family before then. That's why I can't share even a bit of the dark holy energy with you guys. With the cleanup done, it was time to claim the dark holy energy. With that thought, Christian slowly opened the massive door in front of him. The dark holy right grants power to demons, the potential to become a truly transcendent being. The patriarch who absorbed 80% of the dark holy power is one of the strongest beings alive, even among the demon kings. The Annihilator of Shadows absorbed 90% of pure dark energy to become a demon king. That means if I take 100%, I could surpass even a demon emperor, Christian thought. He reached his hand toward the dark energy sphere before him. Upon contact, an overwhelming surge of energy flooded into his body like a deluge. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to a meeting room where they were discussing the fact that all candidates for the dark holy rite had been eliminated. It's unbelievable. Everyone except Christian was disqualified. This is a total disaster. A brown-haired man spoke up. Young Master Loin is in critical condition. He probably used forbidden magic tools or schemes. A gray-haired man added, we must investigate thoroughly to ensure punishment. But the second young lady, Jupian, raised her hand to stop them. There's no need. That bastard can't enter the sanctuary. He hasn't come out for 2 days. He's definitely been crushed to death by the dark holy rite. Even the patriarch has a limit to what he can absorb. He's dead, and there won't even be a body left. She stood up and left, her face filled with a murderous intent that her 2 subordinates didn't notice. Jupian muttered to herself, even if he survives, I will kill him with my own hands. When my father died in the battle against the Alliance, Loin and I were adopted by Viscount Langan. My position in the clan isn't stable. If Loin doesn't receive the dark holy rite, no one will support him as the successor. Christian, I will pay back this debt of humiliation, she said, her teeth gritted tight. In another corner, some maids were gossiping about Christian. Is that useless guy still not out yet? A young maid asked. The one across from her waved it off with a laugh. He's definitely dead. That's the price for being greedy and not knowing his place. Look at her still waiting for her master. She'll be meeting his ghost soon enough. As the words left her mouth, the bag on her back was blasted open by a surge of energy. Marie stepped forward, furious. My heart flutters while waiting for the young master, but if you keep making noise around me, you'll be the ones turning into ghosts by my hand, understood? Her face was terrifying. The 2 maids fled in terror, running as fast as they could. Marie thought worriedly to herself, please come back. A man who makes a young lady wait like this isn't cool at all. The scene shifted to Christian, floating in a purple void. A heavy pressure was choking the breath out of him. Only 70%. This is harder than I thought. I can't stop. I have to endure. The real challenge starts at 90%. If I cross the limit, my core will shatter. I'll die before the war even starts. Suddenly, he remembered. That's it. Dragon Heart. The dragon race possesses the largest vessel for a power core. If I simulate a dragon heart for a few minutes, I can endure this. Acting on the idea, Christian applied magic to his heart to simulate a dragon heart. But before he could absorb much more, cracks appeared in his heart. He cried out in pain and quickly stopped. No, this is the limit. A voice rang out, do you need help? A giant silhouette of a woman appeared. Christian thought, why is a demon here? A demon's power is to communicate with the darkness. It was no trouble at all for her. Mefina smiled. I can help you, no strings attached. Christian asked why. She replied, smiling brightly, just a passing whim. Now take my hand and absorb the rest of the dark holy rite, as she reached out to him. A week later, Patriarch Baron was enjoying a tea party. He asked Simon, still no word. It's hard to say he survived, isn't it? His voice was filled with disappointment. Christian's Miriam scolded. Such insatiable greed. Why did he gamble like that? Simon added, Viscount Langham, the temporary authority, agrees with you. He wants to close the entrance to the sanctuary early. Will you give the order? Baron sat in silence for a few seconds. That wicked little brat wants to test this old man. Blood Shadow, do you think that reckless child is still alive? Simon shrugged. The chances are near zero, but isn't he interesting? Baron sighed and gave the order. Tell him to keep it open for 1 more day. Simon smiled, as you command. Miriam felt a deep sense of relief in her heart. Christian's energy core was being overwhelmed by the pure dark energy. As a result, his heart was in agony, and the energy core could explode at any moment. Mefina told him to take her hand before it was too late. Instead of accepting the help, he stubbornly refused. Hearing this, she said he was incredibly foolish. and that he should know humans have limits they aren't allowed to cross. Hearing that, our Christian got angry. He said it seemed she had forgotten something, since they were in a world full of concepts. Christian's next move shocked her as he began to glow. His hair turned gray, and his eyes glowed a fierce red. Christian grew red horns and transformed into a demon. His act of demonization astonished her. Honestly, it looked pretty cool. This technique is the ultimate secret of the mysterious family, a forbidden incantation where a human temporarily turns into a demon to release explosive power. Though powerful, it deals fatal damage to the user. Lena had previously died after using this incantation. Perhaps that fox girl had taught Christian everything about the demon families. If he removed the parts of the incantation that amplified dark energy, he could exploit the dark energy of this world and create a vessel to collect the energy without suffering any penalty. Upon creating the vessel, the dark energy began to accumulate slowly and steadily. Because this plan succeeded, with the container, he could collect energy with over 90% purity and seize the entire sacred darkness. Mefina couldn't believe it when Christian created a black crescent moon. It was impossible for a human as insignificant as an insect to transcend human limits, as she had claimed. He confidently declared it was because he is a genius. As he left the space, he told her she could continue living here. "But I'm leaving." As he departed, she said she would see him another time. Hearing that, Christian turned around, and just before the teleportation gate snapped shut, he flipped her the middle finger and told her to get lost. She went silent for a moment before realizing what he meant and burst out laughing. Christian made his escape. He cursed at her, saying he'd go crazy if he ever met that noisy demon again. Christian wondered how much time had passed, according to his internal clock. It had likely been a week, so his family was probably in total chaos. He deactivated his demon transformation and muttered that it was time to start playing some pranks. After a while, a butler burst into the Lord's office to report that Christian had returned. Hearing this, everyone in the room was shocked, asking how on earth he was still alive. The temporary leader, known as Viscount Langham, ordered his subordinate to provide the details. He reported that Christian survived but was barely hanging on, leaving him completely exhausted. According to the healer, they could sense pure dark energy, but it was incredibly chaotic. This would make the energy difficult to utilize. Someone then began badmouthing Christian. They claimed nothing could be expected from someone like Christian, and that there was no way he had absorbed more than 80% of the divine darkness, calling the wasted energy a tragedy. Then a fat man told the Lord that Christian must be held accountable. With a cold expression, the Lord said he would keep that in mind and dismissed them, saying the meeting was over. Once they left, he asked someone if the report was actually true. This person said they had observed Christian alongside the healer, and it was clear his energy core was malfunctioning. Hearing that, the man continued, tapping his fingers on the desk. His silence made his subordinate feel incredibly anxious. With an even colder tone, he stated that Loin needed to become the young master. He would be a sacrifice and the key to the plan involving the poison magic family. Viscount Langham added crazily that the destruction plan involving the person named Jupian had been postponed. As for Christian, it was concerning that his father was starting to pay attention to him. Because of him, the flow of the river was being disturbed. The man remained silent, as if he were holding in a bathroom break. After a few more annoying taps on the table, he ordered that Christian be brought down to the Hall of Shadows the following day. He intended to announce the disciplinary action in front of all the vassals. The next day, when he was summoned, he thought they were definitely trying to get rid of him, since they had gathered every single important figure in the room. Viscount Langham asked Christian if he was aware of his sins during the sacred ritual. Christian said he was, while the leader noticed that his energy core appeared distorted. He demanded an explanation, and Christian replied that his peers weren't worthy of the bloodline, so he actually should have hit them even harder. Hearing this, an ugly woman in a suit flared up in anger. Viscount Langham explained that Christian's mistake was that despite monopolizing the precious resources of the dark magic family, he failed to achieve results worthy of that privilege. Christian asked what criteria he was using to reach that conclusion. He stated that the minimum purity required was 70%. Christian then asked what punishment he would face if he was under 70%. The fish-faced man said he would be barred from learning any high-level dark magic techniques, banned from the family's main grounds, and stripped of his succession rights to the Khazar Earldom. Christian seemed unbothered, asking how they planned to measure it when they couldn't even get an accurate reading. At that moment, that guy Eshid raised his hand. He said that even if Christian's core was chaotic, a dark energy collision could be used to measure the purity, since he himself had absorbed 70% of the divine dark. If Christian could overwhelm him, it would prove he had achieved a greater result. A dark energy collision was a pure battle to measure the superiority of dark energy between two people. With the same amount of energy, the person with higher purity would instantly dominate. However, when pure energies of the same grade collided, the one with the higher refinement would win. According to Christian, this was the perfect way to destroy the guy's core. He thought this fellow was more sinister than he looked. Before starting, Christian set a condition. If his results were high enough, they had to support him and allow him to challenge for the position of young master. Hearing this, several people were shocked, but his terrible older brother agreed, saying it didn't matter if one was from the main line or a branch when aiming for the seat. While others stayed silent, he said that was the way of the magic empire, where the strong rule the weak. Stepping onto the stage, he told Christian that during a dark energy collision, if the control wasn't perfect, the core could be permanently damaged. To keep it fair, he only used dark energy at the level of a low tier 2-star. As they released their energy, Christian told him he didn't need to hold back and should worry about his own precious core instead. As Eshid released his energy, the jerk said that hearing those words made him look forward to this. Upon impact, Christian immediately overwhelmed his opponent's 2-star energy. The guy was shocked because his energy was neutralized, without Christian even needing to build up power. He moved up to expert level 2-star energy, but the result remained the same. Christian watched the performance. He said it was disappointing, provoking him further. He told him that for someone acting so arrogant, he sure was weak. Enraged, the guy unleashed his aura. The others noted it was 4-star dark energy. If it hit, it would shatter Christian's core. A dragon-shaped energy appeared around him, but from the other side, another energy began to form. A massive claw appeared that was large enough to crush the dragon, making it look like a tiny ant. Christian told the guy that in an energy collision, if you don't have enough control, the core can get damaged, so he really should be careful. The energy damaged the guy's core, causing him to cough up blood. Christian retracted his energy, thinking it wasn't enough and that he really should have just crushed the guy's core entirely. Being smart about it, he announced to everyone that Christian possessed a purity of at least 90%. Everyone was stunned by the news. Christian turned back to the Lord and said he now had the right to become the young master. Hearing that, Viscount Langham was in shock. He failed to hide the reaction on his ugly face. As per usual, the jerk continued tapping his fingers on the desk. He then told Christian that, as promised, he would be allowed to take the young master test. However, no branch member had ever taken this test before. As the temporary leader, he would randomly select a test for him. Christian secretly thought this meant he was going to give him an impossible task. His level would be evaluated in 2 stages. First, he had to prove his talent. Next, he needed to achieve a feat worthy of the young master position. Christian asked how he was supposed to prove his talent. The guy demanded that he reach 3-star rank within 3 months. Christian calmly replied that if that was all, he was a genius, so it wouldn't be too hard. The guy went quiet and said he looked forward to seeing what he could achieve in 3 months. Later, in a quiet room, the 2 villains sat across from each other. While sipping tea, he expressed his disappointment in the kid, saying it was all his fault for underestimating Christian. Because of that, even his energy core had been damaged. They had to handle Christian quickly now that he was becoming a real problem. He told his subordinate not to worry, as they had intentionally avoided absorbing more than 70% of pure dark energy. The higher the purity, the harder it is to level up that energy. The difficulty increases exponentially. This meant reaching 3 stars would take many times longer than it would for others. He asked the guy what he thought now that Christian had absorbed 90%. Even if he were a genius, he wouldn't be able to scale that wall. Switching to Christian, Marie brought him food and mentioned that news of his performance had spread throughout the mansion. She said he made her proud and that her heart fluttered for him. Christian said that was pretty embarrassing. Marie said that while waiting for Christian, she had realized her true feeling. Every day spent waiting for him felt like an eternity. Hearing that, Christian recalled his past memories. The fox girl worrying about him, and the saintess saying that with his agility, there was no way he'd get hurt. She was Rania, telling him to give her his hand. Hearing this, the fox girl said she could just be honest about being worried. Hearing that, she shyly admitted that even the hero was worried about Christian. Remembering it all, he thought happily that after escaping the brink of hell, he had only wanted to die. His whole life had been covered in blood, until he met those people with warm hearts. While Marie was preparing the blood juice, Christian said he could finally say the words he couldn't before. He thanked Marie for waiting for him. She shyly replied that he finally understood her true feeling. She acted as if her heart were racing. Christian reminded her that she didn't actually have a heart. She cheesily said her heart had been stolen. Christian told her that because she waited for him, he would reward her, and he suggested they go for a walk together. She went wild getting dressed up for the stroll. She was a real work of art. She really should get a real body soon. Christian thought that relaxing once in a while was a good thing, but he still had to reach 3 stars in 3 months. He thought it would be very difficult, even with guidance from the branch tutors. Managing over 90% darkness alone was still incredibly tough. Just then, a voice cut in, telling him he only ever thought about causing trouble. Turning around, it was Christian's aunt, and he greeted her. She asked if this was really the time to be wandering aimlessly in the garden, and asked if he had found a teacher yet. He asked if it was her, but was disappointed when she said no. She shocked him by saying it was actually someone else. He told Marie to go ahead. He said he would see her at dinner. As they walked down the stairs, Christian said he didn't know who the teacher was, but thanked his aunt for thinking of her nephew. She told him not to thank her just yet. She explained that he would experience it for himself, and that this teacher was not gentle at all. She added that not one of her brothers could withstand the man's training. She warned him that this opportunity didn't come often, so he absolutely could not let the man down. When they arrived, Christian was in shock. He asked her if the child in front of them was lost. Why would someone 200 or 300 years old be disguised as a child? Seeing the child, Christian patted its head and asked where its parents were. But the child's expression was far more terrifying than he had expected. At that moment, Christian realized exactly what he had done. His aunt told him he needed to show respect and greet him properly, as this was the patriarch's incarnation. While observing Christian, he greeted him formally. As the dark energy radiated outward, he was shocked to see that the boy had absorbed over 90%. He said it was an amazing achievement, but that it was also a very foolish decision. Christian protested, and the old man playing the role said that even with 80% of the divine darkness, he had encountered walls higher than anyone else. He shared that even their ancestors couldn't have reached that level without a favor from the demon emperor. He couldn't imagine the walls that Christian was about to face. Therefore, he suggested returning a portion of Christian's dark energy back to the original realm. He told him that with his talent, 80% of the dark energy was enough, and exceeding that was just greed. Before he could finish, Christian asked why the dark magic family had grown so weak. The question startled his aunt until he spoke bluntly, saying that even if they weren't equal to the mysterious magic clan or the immortal magic known as the heaven above heavens, they were still the weakest among the 12 noble families. The old man asked if there was a reason for this. Christian said the dark magic family had developed far beyond the success of previous generations thanks to the patriarch's achievements. Yet other forces claimed the dark magic clan was no longer what it used to be. He said there was only one reason. They lacked individuals at the absolute level, with a power rating of over 8 stars. Hearing that, the old man fell silent. In the future, when the Slaughter Demon King attacked the dark magic family, Nodian had already died. Only a few 7-star demons and 10,000 soldiers remained to fight the Demon King. Eventually, they were defeated and forced into slavery. That's why absolute level characters of 8 stars or higher were so important. The patriarch was surely worried about this. The old man agreed, saying he understood clearly, but feared Christian would be crushed by the pure dark energy and unable to grow. Christian asked if he was curious whether, with this power, he would only stop at strengthening the family, or if he would overcome the trial to become a being of infinite power, dominating all. The old man laughed, saying Christian certainly had a way with words. He said he wouldn't regret it, as the dark energy gathered beneath his feet. Within seconds, he was submerged into a pool of energy. Upon waking, he found himself in a forest. A voice told him the first task was to inherit the pure dark energy. Christian was confused when he was told he had to survive. Behind him, a hungry 2-headed bear appeared. Sensing its presence, Christian told himself he was in great danger. Through a crystal ball, the man observed Christian. His aunt realized it was a trial and asked the patriarch, why throw a 2-star child into a 4-star magic cave? Hearing this, he summoned an additional stone lizard. The aunt apologized to her nephew because her words had made things even harder. The old man said that while Christian struggled to survive, he would face the true nature of pure dark energy. Understanding comes fastest and deepest when pushed to the brink of death. He hoped the boy wouldn't be seriously injured, sitting back in his chair. He asked Miriam if she was ready. She was prepared with a box full of candy. He devoured them, saying he didn't know why, but every time he used dark energy, he craved sweets. This lunatic turned on the lights, saying that watching a video in the dark was the best. He excitedly watched for his nephew's result. Christian faced off against the two-headed bear and the stone lizard. Just one hit could finish him off. The lizard spat poison. Christian managed to dodge it. The poison melted the trees in an instant. Even so, this was just a training exercise. Christian called out to the patriarch, asking if he could hear him. He said there was no way the patriarch would give an exercise without an answer. Because there was no answer, Christian said that to get one, he had to defeat a monster much stronger than himself. His aunt thought to herself that the old man just wanted to see him get thrashed. Christian confidently said it would be as easy as pie as he prepared to land a strike in a single blow. At that moment, the bear was attacking Christian. As the strike was about to land, Christian thought its speed and strength were too immense. While dodging, Christian told himself there had to be a way to defeat them. From the observation orb, the old man remarked that Christian truly had talent. He explained that Christian's movements were different, but Miriam said that, regardless, Christian was still just a child. They were shocked to see that Christian had taken down the bear. It took them completely by surprise. Shifting to Christian, he spoke to them as they asked how he took it down so easily. Christian explained that the bear had high strength and defense, but low agility and magic resistance. Because of that, Christian exploited its weakness, injecting dark energy into its heart at the exact right moment. Miriam was shocked by the technique Christian used, but before she could finish, the red-haired man teleported in and said he used dark subjugation. He told the child it was his favorite technique. Turning to Christian, after taking down the bear, he realized he hadn't handled the lizard yet. It didn't give Christian a break, attacking immediately. Christian dodged easily, but because it had two heads, the other head spat poison, and Christian almost didn't avoid it in time. The lizard had 3 hearts. If all 3 weren't destroyed at once, it would regenerate. Christian tried another way, using dark energy like a rope, tying the lizard up tightly, locking its movements, and then applying extreme force. The entire monster was destroyed as its 3 cores shattered. The red-haired man said Christian used an applied version of dark annihilation. The man acting the part said he couldn't see clearly and told him to move out of the way. He went wild asking Miriam if she taught Christian, but she immediately denied it, saying she knew nothing. He said it wasn't something that could be taught, but the red-haired one said if that were the case, there would be no need to learn dark magic. The patriarch fell silent. After finishing the task, Christian was transported back to reality. With a fox-like smile, Christian said he had to think a lot, but it was a great lesson, thanking the patriarch. While Miriam and the red-haired man remained silent, Baron said arrogance wasn't allowed, but he would begin comprehensive dark magic training. Baron told the lowlifes to get out, and they obeyed. As they left, Miriam was worried, because this child could be too harsh on Christian. He asked before the first magic transmission what Christian thought about dark magic. Christian said bluntly that it was to overwhelm opponents with perfect dark energy. He asked what Christian meant by perfect dark energy. Christian was worried because he didn't have an answer. He told him to watch closely as he unlocked a certain seal. The next second, the entire place shook. He said this was the source of all darkness, when the place was surrounded by dark energy. If he went down the stairs, 12 abysses awaited Christian, and Christian had to devour the Lord within the darkness. Energy gathered before his hands, forming a dagger out of pure energy. The old man swung the blade. Christian felt the strike representing death. One hit could kill him. The space behind them shattered. Christian struggled to breathe, feeling the blade clearly cut across his neck. He explained it was a sword of will that only cut what it intended to. When the sword vanished, he prepared to leave. He said he would give him 1 month to sharpen the black sword he had just seen. He left without explaining how to do it, leaving Christian confused. Early in the morning, Christian was around the training area. Then he continued doing one-armed push-ups. Due to the intense training, Christian was drenched in sweat. Taking off his shirt, Christian's back looked much more toned. But that was just a dream, as Christian was still as thin as a baby doll. Afterward, he sat in meditation, telling himself he had to get back to training. Pure dark energy gathered around his hand, forming a dagger, but it was a miserable failure. Christian was dissatisfied because he had forgotten to count the number of failures. Even when he managed to summon it, it only lasted for a maximum of 10 seconds. Moreover, it was nothing compared to the Patriarch's black sword. That sword was much more powerful and primal. He had once said that descending the stairs of the 12 abysses awaited the seeker of wisdom. Accept and praise it. Christian thought that incantation must hide a secret. A month later, the Duke of Mirian and the man playing the role went down. He said Christian had surely failed enough by now to realize his limit. He asked Mirian if she was worried about Christian. Mirian said there had to be a faster way because there were only about 2 months left until the succession test. The man playing the role said that with the purity of the dark mana Christian absorbed, rapid growth was impossible. If forced to progress, Christian would only hit a giant wall, so it was better to build a solid foundation. When they arrived and faced Christian, he was extremely surprised because he had already managed to summon the dagger. Christian said it was about time he showed up. They were shocked, and Christian thanked the Patriarch. He said that thanks to him, Christian reached the 3-star level faster than expected. Before he finished speaking, the sword vanished. Christian said that as he could see, pretending was the best Christian could do for now. It took Christian about a week to summon the black sword, but it felt like an empty shell. The mysterious incantation he shared before, the 12 abysses, meant the black sword had to contain all attributes of mana. Hearing that, the old man was stunned because it was a true black sword. Not only did he exceed expectations, but Christian also understood the full meaning of the task. According to the Patriarch, it usually takes a year to summon a basic black sword, and a lifetime isn't enough to understand 12 types of mana and awaken a true black sword. Yet Christian did it in less than a month. Christian truly could be the only hope at the end of the cursed demon's path. The stoic man smiled, telling Christian to get ready. From tomorrow, the lessons he taught would not be easy. Instead of worrying, Christian confidently said it was fine and that he trusted the Patriarch. Overcoming the first obstacle, Christian made a mischievous face, thinking about raising a glass in celebration. Christian went to the wine cellar and danced wildly. Christian thought he deserved to rest and drink the expensive wine he never dared to dream of before. Christian thought he should drink it quickly before Marie arrived to take it away. Someone called out to him, making him turn around. It was a beautiful face, commenting that Christian was drinking in broad daylight as usual. Christian wondered who this 3-star demon was. Judging by her eye color, she wasn't part of the dark family. With a serious expression, Christian asked if she knew him. Hearing this, she was shocked, and her servant was equally surprised. She asked what Christian meant, and then flew into a violent rage. She slapped Christian using her magical power. Christian fell down, and her servant told her to let it go. There was no need to get involved with trash like Christian. As she turned to leave, the old man from the exam appeared holding a bottle of wine. Christian angrily called her rude and asked who she was. The old man replied that she was Princess Marissa of the Poison family. Hearing this, Christian was stunned because she could be his fiancée. More precisely, his former fiancée. Christian was in big trouble after this because he might have caused a major problem. Switching to Marissa as she walked through the hallway, her anger was clearly visible on her face. In a flashback, 8-year-old Marissa was playing with ants. Marissa thought to herself that everyone only ever talked to her brother, so she didn't understand why her father had brought her to the dark family. While Marissa focused on the ants, some busybodies whispered that she was an illegitimate child. They wondered if Duke Baron had lost his mind since his son was so useless. So they thought he wanted to marry off his daughter to find a son-in-law, just as Christian sensed a presence. Marissa looked up to see Christian, who asked what a child was doing here all alone. Seeing her for the first time, Marissa was captivated. It seemed our Christian was quite handsome. Marissa said she wasn't a child but Marissa, and hearing this, Christian called her by name. He then introduced himself, and Marissa realized he was the son of Count Khazar. Christian told Marissa not to mind the adult's words. He advised Marissa to pay them back when she grew up. At first, Marissa was surprised. Then she said she would become the strongest demon and crush anyone who looked down on her. This initially made Christian shy, and blushing, he said Marissa was ambitious. Marissa was shocked to see the spirit of a true dark family demon. Christian stood up and said if Marissa planned to be the strongest, he should be on her side. Christian reached out his hand, calling Marisa the strongest female demon of the future. He asked if Marisa would give him the honor of showing her around the dark family mansion. Hearing this, Marisa's face turned bright red. Returning to the present, Marisa tried to forget this, saying it was all in the past, even though the engagement was arranged for peace between the two families. The future Marisa once dreamed of, which caused her to lose sleep, had vanished. That version of Marisa no longer existed. When rumors of Christian's bad behavior reached Marisa's ears, it made her burst into tears. A second later, Marisa arrived at the patriarch's office. Duke Baron welcomed her and asked the purpose of Marisa's visit. Marisa said Duke Baron surely knew a holy relic had appeared in the neutral zone between the two families. Duke Baron asked what the Poison family intended to do since they took the relic last time, and he asked if Marisa would yield this time. But Marisa said she couldn't, asking Duke Baron if he would do the same if he were in her position. With a touch of politeness, Duke Baron said Marisa wanted a fair competition. Marisa said each family would send one team, and whoever found the relic first would keep it, but the team would be limited to 10 demons of 3-star rank or below to avoid direct conflict. Marisa smartly noted that if they suffered heavy losses, only their enemies would benefit, especially given the instability in the Four Kings Abyss. Duke Baron tapped the table and said he accepted the condition. Marisa was intelligent, so she suspected why Duke Baron agreed so easily. Duke Baron added a condition: if the Poison family broke the agreement, the Dark family would take not only this relic, but the previous one as well. Marisa demanded an explanation, and Duke Baron spoke about using tricks or ambush, because traps and ambushes were Marisa's specialty. With a serious look, Marisa said that wouldn't happen and accepted the additional condition. Duke Baron asked if Marisa would personally lead the Poison family's exploration team. Marisa confirmed that was the plan. Duke Baron said he looked forward to seeing the power of the renowned Myriad Poison. Marisa bid Duke Baron farewell, saying she would wait for the Dark family team on the day of the exploration. After Marisa left, Duke Baron remained silent for a few seconds. Then he stood up and stared intently at the chessboard. Ridden took the Black King and knocked over the White Queen. As the Black King stood tall, the gaunt Duke Baron said that for Marisa, a beautiful stage full of screams had been prepared. 2 months passed and the seasons changed. While Christian poured his energy into training, many others also began to change their paths. Some conflicts over love had passed, while those who lost in the competition were left behind. Meanwhile, the envious sharpened their blades, and others began to act for the coming future, while a mysterious figure hid themselves. Others acted for the sake of the future. Christian faced the useless Duke Baron and was asked to prove his worth. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Christian summoned the Dark Sword. Seeing this, his brother Christian's face darkened. Looking at their expressions, Christian thought it was a priceless moment. The old man playing the role had once told him not to show the true Black Sword lest he be given a harder task, warning him not to be arrogant just because he was a genius. In the present, Christian chuckled to himself, nodding that today he had restrained himself as advised, but he looked forward to seeing their shocked faces later. Duke Baron said he would recognize Christian's achievement and assign the second test. They were about to send demons to find the holy relic in the neutral zone. Since the Poison family was also participating, if Christian succeeded, Duke Baron would recognize him as the heir. Christian was surprised because it sounded too easy, and he asked if he was to do it alone. Duke Baron said Christian would join the team led by the second princess, Julian. Duke Baron said this mission was originally for Loin. With an arrogant look, Duke Baron said this was an opportunity far exceeding Christian's status. So Christian had to consider it an honor, and Christian seriously said he would obey. As they left, Duke Baron's brother asked his father, worrying that Christian would achieve even more merit. Duke Baron stopped him and told him not to worry. Everything was going according to plan. Duke Baron told him to be ready when the time came. Outside, Christian thought he had guessed he would be sent on a life-threatening mission, but Christian had a bad feeling. Recalling Duke Baron's words, Christian wondered what happened to Loin in the original timeline. Initially, the person chosen to be the heir this time wasn't Christian, but Loin. Yet, Christian had never heard of Loin during the Great War. In the past, Christian was forced by the fox girl to stroke her continuously. If he stopped, she wouldn't say anything. So Christian was forced to comply. She told him about the demon charm incident, a relic conflict between the Dark and Poison families. This event was little known, even though the Dark family team was wiped out during the relic exploration. The Poison family also suffered losses, but both sides kept silent. Importantly, this event sowed the seeds of disaster. She said Nordia died at the hands of Marquis Langham. If not for that, the slaughtering Demon King would have found it difficult to conquer the Dark family so easily. The demon charm incident accelerated the era of destruction. The Dark family team being destroyed meant that instead of Loin, Christian was placed on the death list, but without evidence, taking action was too risky. Currently, Christian was only a 3-star and couldn't do much, so he needed to prepare and head out. Julian told Christian to wait. She asked where Christian was going with that attitude. Christian asked why Julian cared where he went or what he did. Julian said she heard Christian was also joining the exploration team this time, replacing Loin. Julian didn't like it, but Christian said he didn't need to do anything immediately. Julian insulted him, calling Christian a fool who couldn't do anything right away. Hearing the insult toward her brother, Julian threw a dagger with extreme speed. Christian clearly saw the movement of the blade. With grace, Christian dodged without blinking. Seeing the fluid movement, Julian was shocked. Christian said that was enough of a greeting. Christian said since they both disliked each other, it was better to stay away from one another. Not letting Julian speak, Christian said he had work to do. When Julian retrieved her dagger, she was angry because he had followed the movement with his eyes but didn't dodge immediately. Christian intentionally let Julian know. Julian thought Christian might be more dangerous than imagined. Julian thought that because Christian had nothing to do, he was wandering all over the city. Christian took a beer and downed it instantly. But before he could finish, the shopkeeper snatched the glass from his mouth. Afterwards, he went to a gambling table and won a lot of money. This dirt-poor guy ran around with a bunch of meat skewers to the point that the child next to him felt discouraged. Christian said it had been a long time since he'd rested, and now he could live a lazy life. While continuing to devour the meat, Christian thought the shop he was looking for must be nearby. But first, he needed tea to drive away the pests following him. Christian found it annoying because they looked like people sent by that bastard. Suddenly, a mysterious figure grabbed him, telling him to keep quiet. Christian looked and saw a very beautiful girl. Christian asked who she was, but instead of answering, she said someone was watching her, but her people had handled them. Christian wondered how that was supposed to make him feel at ease when she had covered his mouth and dragged him here. Christian asked again who she was, and she mentioned something like the 4 kings. Hearing this, Christian was shocked. She said she was someone trying to prevent instability from spreading within the kingdom. They should move elsewhere, and she asked if Christian wanted to join her. Christian was silent for a moment, and then told her to lead the way. As they went deep into the alleys, Christian asked her how far they were going. She continued her story, saying that the demons in the king's realm were disappearing without a trace. Even the safe areas of the city were being gradually destroyed. Christian must know that the kingdom was being fractured by the conflict between the 3 families in a place dominated by power, and the family heads didn't care about the lives of ordinary demons. Therefore, she concluded that to purge the criminal forces, help from many families was needed, but she couldn't expect help with nothing in return. She would provide information that could calm the storm within the Shadow family. She said that Marquis Langham was conspiring with a high-ranking member of the Poison family, and their goal was to assassinate Princess Marissa of the Poison family. Hearing this, Christian was shocked and worried because not only was he being targeted, but Marissa was too. Christian didn't understand why they would do that. If both families lost their core figures, the troublemakers in the kingdom would become even more audacious. Eventually, the balance between the 12 demon families would collapse, leading to a greater tragedy. Therefore, she wanted to ask for help in preparing for this exploration. As she revealed her passionate face, she said she hoped to become the successor of the Shadow family and face those who threatened peace. Christian was confused that she even knew about the expedition for the holy artifacts and praised their intelligence network. With a stern face, Christian asked why he should trust her when she had no proof. If she wanted to cooperate, she had to stake something. She was stunned for a moment, but Christian intentionally told her to get lost if there was no guarantee. She told Christian to wait and took something out from her cloak. Seeing it, Christian was so shocked that he fell silent. When Christian said goodbye, she also turned away, and a figure emerged from Christian's shadow. She told it why she couldn't reveal her true identity to Christian. A demonic figure said it was for her own good because if Christian was in danger and leaked her information, everything would get worse. As she began to transform, she said that for now, she would observe from the sideline. She called herself Idline. Back to Christian, he was walking normally. But then he started laughing maniacally because she had given him a VIP card. The thing he was looking for, the Shadow Auction House, a secret method for trading holy artifacts and rare creatures. Only nobles or verified wealthy buyers are granted entry cards. Previously, no one in the hero group had a card, so it was very difficult to enter this place. The card bore the name Leah de Balfman, a name Christian had never heard. Christian recalled what just happened, but felt it was too early to trust her. Therefore, Christian decided to prepare more for the expedition. Christian told a man that he wanted to send a carrier pigeon. The man told Christian to write a message and send it. Christian wrote something that we cannot read. Then a cute owl flew away while Christian watched. Christian told himself that this task was done. Now Christian had to visit some guy because of his baby suit. After a long journey, Christian set foot in a lavish place where light from crystal chandeliers sparkled like stars reflecting on the polished marble floor. The atmosphere exuded nobility, making Christian's heart beat fast with overwhelm mixed with curiosity. Just as he stopped before the massive gate, a tall man in a sleek black suit stepped out to block his path, looking Christian up and down and sneering. Now, kid, this is no place for you. Get lost immediately." Christian, his face hidden behind a mysterious mask, did not flinch. His hand slowly rose to reveal the VIP card shining under the lights, and he spoke in a cold but confident voice. "How about this?" As the card flashed like a declaration of power. The man opposite him immediately turned pale, his eyes wide with shock, stuttering, This is." The arrogance from before vanished, replaced by a look of fear mixed with confusion. In an instant, his attitude did a 180-degree turn as he bowed low and said in a trembling but respectful voice, "I am so sorry, sir. It turns out you are a VIP guest. Please come inside." While Christian smirked and nodded in satisfaction, his sharp eyes seemingly piercing the soul of the man as he replied shortly, "Good," and walked through the gate with a composed demeanor. Inside, a magnificent scene appeared before his eyes like a palace from legend, with intricately carved walls, long crimson velvet curtains, and air filled with the scent of noble flowers. Guests dressed in splendid attire looked like nobles chatting animatedly, their eyes sparkling with confidence and power. Christian scanned the area, inwardly evaluating every detail of this luxury space. Suddenly, a staff member approached with a cautious but polite look, bowing his head and saying in a hesitant voice, "Greetings, sir. Are you perhaps Leah de Balfman?" Still wearing the mask, Christian gave a mysterious smile and held up the VIP card, nodding in confirmation. "Exactly, today I am Leah de Balfman. Is there a problem?" The staff member frowned slightly, his eyes flickering over Christian as if trying to find something unusual, thinking to himself, the voice is clearly a man's, and yet. But outwardly he kept a professional smile, saying, "Oh no, sir." Christian immediately cut him off with a sharp voice. "Then can you take me to see the branch manager?" causing the staff member to jump and stammer, Yes, sir." Christian narrowed his eyes, his voice dropping into a commanding tone. "Didn't you hear me? Take me to the branch manager right now." Without further delay, the staff member hurried to lead him to a private room, which was no less luxurious than the rest. It featured exquisitely crafted furniture, from carved ebony tables to deep crimson velvet upholstered chairs. Christian looked around and muttered to himself, as expected of the prestigious Rudolph Merchant Group, everything is top tier. The Rudolph Merchant Group was one of the largest powers, rivaling the Alliance's Dear Merchant Group. Not only did they dominate legal trades, but they also held the black market, controlling almost the entire distribution network of the Magic Empire. If Rudolph doesn't have it, no one can get it, Christian told himself, his lips curling into a confident smile. A few minutes later, the door swung open, and a woman walked in, looking authoritative yet charming. With long glossy hair and sharp eyes that seemed capable of seeing through any secret, she headed straight toward him and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting. I am Rubid, the manager of this branch and the leader of the Rudolph Merchant Group." She sat in the opposite chair with a probing gaze. "What business do you have with me?" As Christian leisurely removed his mask to reveal his true face. He got straight to the point, his voice calm but sharp. "Bring Luna here." Rubid was momentarily stunned and repeated, "What?" As Christian smirked, his eyes glinting mockingly, "You don't know Luna." She replied, trying to maintain her composure, "Oh, I know her. She's the leader of the Dear Merchant Group, right? But even we cannot simply bring the leader of an Alliance Merchant Group here." Hearing that, Christian frowned slightly, his mocking smile becoming more pronounced. "Oh, really? But she's already here, isn't she?" Rubid froze, her eyes showing clear bewilderment. I don't understand what you're saying," she stammered, her hands clenching slightly, as Christian looked directly at her and said in a low, mysterious tone, "It must be thanks to the power of a relic, right? Good disguise." Rubid's whole body trembled slightly, her teeth gritted as she remained speechless. Christian continued in a gentle but sharp tone, "Anyway, we'll be seeing each other a lot, so let's drop this cat-and-mouse game, shall we?" Immediately, a blinding light emanated from Rubid. She slowly reached up to remove her mask, revealing her true face, one that was both beautiful and full of pride, and she looked at Christian, her voice shaking but still trying to remain firm. "How did you know?" Christian only gave a mysterious smile and did not answer. In his heart, he remembered his past life, when he had been tricked by her countless times. "Of course I paid it back 100-fold later," he thought, a mischievous glint in his eyes. He spoke up in a low, teasing voice. Your disguise, the leader of the Rudolph group using such a cheap relic. Its effect on equipment is pretty terrible too. Rubid looked at the mask in her hand and muttered, how is that possible? This, as Christian laughed triumphantly, covering his mouth in mockery. Ah, maybe it's because your face is too big to be fully covered. The girl pouted in anger. That's not it at all. She quickly regained her composure, her sharp eyes fixing on Christian. And you're not the real Leah de Balfman either. Lately, I've heard your name is quite famous in the Magic Empire. Dressed so elaborately and yet loitering here. You probably haven't accomplished anything yet, have you? Using someone else's name to get in here. I should have kicked you out immediately. Christian sighed softly, pointing a finger directly at her in a challenging tone. Who are you trying to threaten? Do you want me to spread rumors that the Alliance is trading illegally within the Magic Empire? His words were like a sharp blade. Rubid was furious, her body trembling and her lips pressed tight. She turned to him, her voice slightly shaky. So, what do you want from me? While Christian only smiled without replying immediately. A moment later, he left the merchant group, glittering with gold, silver, jewels, and fine silks, and a heavy bag full of valuable items. He walked with a triumphant look, his heart full of delight. Recalling the moment Rubid was purple with rage, Christian muttered, sweet, this counts as borrowing just enough capital. In the room, Rubid had screamed, what do you mean borrow? This is clearly blackmail. And Christian had only laughed loudly in response. It's all to prevent the apocalypse, so be great. Even so, he knew well that even this amount of wealth was only enough to guard against a few dangerous moves his enemies were silently preparing. Returning to the farm, Christian was immediately spotted by Jupian as he arrived. He turned, his voice annoyed. Hey, where have you been wandering off to? The troops move out the day after tomorrow. You should come and practice too. Christian, still immersed in his small victory, lazily scratched his chin and replied, why should I practice? I just got back from a great outing. Just like Loin, I'm useless anyway. Why waste the energy practicing? After speaking, he waved his hand and turned to leave, muttering, you guys just keep on practicing then, leaving Jupian gritting his teeth in anger. That bastard. But he kept his cool and sighed, whatever, forget him. He's not worth giving a chance. Let him fend for himself. If he can't earn any merit, it's his own loss. I don't understand why he's acting like such an idiot. The next morning, gentle sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the small but cozy kitchen. The faint scent of herbs mingled with the aroma of burning wood in the fireplace, creating an atmosphere both peaceful and mysterious. Christian stood before an old wooden table, his deep blue eyes scanning the neatly arranged herbs. Opposite him, Rubid, or rather Luina in disguise, stood with her arms crossed, her sharp gaze unable to hide the anxiety creeping into her heart as Christian frowned slightly, his lips curling into a confident smile. He picked up a vibrant green leaf, examining it under the light as his fingers brushed it lightly as if evaluating a treasure. Well done, he said in a warm but authoritative voice, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction, while Rubid frowned in a mix of curiosity and suspicion, stepping closer and asking in a low, sharp voice, what do you plan to do with all this? But Christian didn't look up, only shrugging and saying calmly, none of your business. Anything else? Without waiting for an answer, Rubid huffed softly and walked to the corner of the table, placing an old leather suitcase on the wood. The iron lock made a dry click as she opened it, revealing strange items inside. A golden toad glittering with a metallic sheen, a folding umbrella with eerie ancient patterns, and several other items that looked like they belonged in a myth. Christian glanced over them, his eyes showing a hint of surprise mixed with irony as he muttered appreciatively, quite a crude collection. I suppose I don't have the luxury of choice these days. Hearing that, Rubid's eyes flashed with annoyance. She turned to walk toward the door and said in a cold voice that couldn't hide her tension, I don't know what you're plotting, but this means my identity remains a secret, right? While Christian looked up and nodded slightly with a mysterious smile still on his lips. Of course. See you again. She stopped and turned back, her lips pressed thin and her eyes burning with anger. I don't want to see you again at all, she growled, her voice echoing in the quiet kitchen before she vanished behind the door, leaving Christian watching her retreating figure and muttering, Luina, or should I call her Rubid now? The war will break out soon, his voice deepened, carrying an ominous tone like a premonition of the coming storm. Suddenly, Rubid returned, her face darkened and her brows furrowed as if his words had touched a deep-seated fear. Keep talking, she said in a slightly trembling voice. You, who move between the Alliance and the Dark Empire, must know how unstable the continent is right now. If war really breaks out, all routes will be blockaded. I'll have to cut ties with either the Alliance or the Empire, and my profits will be slashed in half. You understand that, don't you? Christian smirked, his eyes as sharp as a knife. You think I don't know that? Considering the recent rumors from Dominion, the idea of war isn't far-fetched. making Rubid press her lips together as her expression turned gray. In her hand was a crumpled report recording the latest info from the territorial guilds, an unstable kingdom and spreading civil war. Scout units were sent to probe alliance forces, and the Dark Empire's smuggling rights were at risk, requiring a counterplan. She thought heavily to herself that the atmosphere in Dominion was truly bad lately, with many families pushing hard for war with the Alliance. After a moment of contemplation, she looked up directly at Christian and asked suspiciously, "Why are you telling me this? Surely you're not planning to ask a common merchant like me to stop a war." Christian burst out laughing, a bright but mysterious laugh, and replied, "Of course not." His eyes sparkled as if seeing into the future. "But you can become my sponsor. I will make that war-free future a reality." Rubid was stunned, her eyes wide. "You can do that? How?" Christian stepped closer, his voice low but persuasive. "You know, for Dominion to wage war, they are forced to pass through the Southern Protectorate, where the Dark family resides. If I become the successor and prepare for war, we can avoid the worst-case scenario. This is also your only chance to keep your profits without them being cut in half." He stopped and held out his hand, his gaze firm. "Are you in?" Rubid pondered, her eyes scanning Christian's face. In her heart, she thought that his eyes were not those of a liar. Investing in him was perhaps worth a try. After a moment's hesitation, she reached out and shook his hand, her voice resolute. "Fine, I accept. But if you betray my trust even once, I will." Christian smiled and cut her off. "Don't worry, I'm not a man of two words," while thinking to himself. "Besides, I have plenty of reasons to use you." He waved goodbye in a faux-friendly tone. "Take care then, you filthy money grubber," making Rubid grit her teeth in anger, but she only snorted coldly and turned away. That afternoon, Christian sat in a corner of the room. Sweat poured down his forehead. In front of him was a stone mortar and a block of herbs as hard as rock. He pounded it hard with a pestle, each stroke ringing with a dry thud, and wiping away the sweat, he sighed wearily. "If even a high-ranking figure of the Dark Clan is involved, it's best that I prepare an antidote." He glanced at the pile of herbs beside him and muttered, "It's been a while since I've concocted anything myself. I hope my skills haven't gone rusty." In his mind, memories flooded back like a deluge. Months ago at the Guild of the Great Medical Family, the loud shouting of Ella, the white-haired girl, still echoed. "Fan harder, haven't you eaten, Ella?" The 26th child of the Great Medical Family stood behind him, her voice stern. "Didn't I tell you already? Some herbs only work when cooked over a high flame." Christian, drenched in sweat at the time, fanned while grumbling, "So slow. The pot is hot enough, now lie down." In his heart, he remembered the first time he met Ella on the battlefield during the First Great War. Though young, she was forced to the front lines, carrying the pain of her entire clan slaughtered by the blood-dripped Demon King. The first medical family in the Alliance had become a thorn in the Demon King's side, and Ella was the sole survivor. Ella looked at Christian. Her gaze was a mix of curiosity and suspicion. "No matter how I look at you, you're strange. With just a few explanations, you recreated my family's elixir. Why haven't I met you before?" Christian replied sarcastically, "Is a great medical family still called geniuses? Even the head of the house is this weak and sickly." Ella coughed violently, spitting up blood as her hands clenched. She roared, "You insolent brat. The reason I'm still alive after what the Demon King did is because of my medicine." Her voice dropped low with pain. "I can't just lie here. In that hellish world, those writhing in agony never end. It's tragic that the lineage of the great medical family ends here." Christian looked at her, his eyes flashing with a hint of sorrow. He said, "Nothing is more useless than clinging to the past. Just focus on recovering." Ella glanced over at the pile of ancient books beside her, her voice weak. "The book recording my family's secret arts. Only a part of it survived the war. Please take it." She coughed violently, blood staining her sleeve red. Christian quickly stepped forward and said softly, "Rest now." Ella grabbed his hand, her gaze resolute. "I have one favor to ask. Please save those who are suffering in my stead. If you can do that, I will be at peace. Do you accept?" Christian went silent for a few seconds. Then he said gently, "From now on, may I call you master?" Ella smiled, tears welling up. "Someone like me isn't even worthy of being a teacher, let alone a master. But I chose the right disciple." After a period of learning, Christian became an outstanding physician. He was known as the sage of the battlefield. Looking at the pill in his hand, he muttered, "Master, perhaps you are living peacefully somewhere now, but in this life, I will still keep my promise." At the family mansion, against the deep blue sky, a messenger bird circled carrying the letter Christian had sent back. In the luxurious living room, a servant bowed and reported, "Sir, the young master has sent a letter." Count Khazar, Christian's father, his eyes lit up with joy as he stepped forward and laughed loudly. "Oh, finally some news." He held the letter and muttered, "According to Lady Miriam, the boy successfully and safely obtained the heart engraving. As expected, he's exactly like I was in my youth. Looking at the scribbled handwriting on the paper, he frowned. I wonder what he wrote. He turned to the servant and smiled. It seems I'll have to prepare a few things for this son of mine. The scene shifts to the Biskin Mountains the next day. The faint light of dawn stretches across the range, where the boundaries between the Shadow and Poison clans blend into a cold, dangerous atmosphere. Towering rocky peaks are shrouded in mist as if hiding ancient secrets. Jupian's exploration team has gathered in a clearing, and a heavy tension fills the air. Jupian stands strictly before the army, her voice ringing out sharply. Do not act alone. You must move in groups of at least 2. Her subordinates respond in unison, their voices clear and decisive. Yes, ma'am. Jupian turned to Christian with a stern gaze. You, but before she could finish, Christian raised a hand to cut her off, his eyes flashing with a touch of indifference. I'm going alone, he said, his voice calm yet filled with arrogance. Jupian was startled, her brows knitting tightly. What? She gritted out, a flash of annoyance in her eyes. Christian shrugged, the corners of his mouth curling into a teasing smirk. Going alone will be more comfortable. With that snail's pace of yours, when will we ever finish scouting this area? The toxins have probably been dealt with, but if we hesitate, they'll be one step ahead of us. Jupian's face darkened and her hands clenched into fists. Her voice dropped into a warning tone. This is an area with level 4 monsters and above. If you get into danger, don't expect us to save you. Christian smirked, his gaze lazy and tinged with boredom. Just don't become a burden to me. He replied and then suddenly pulled a small glass vial from his pocket containing several blue, shimmering pills. He held the vial up and said calmly, "This is a specialized antidote for the Poison clan. Take." Jupian pouted, her eyes full of suspicion. "I've already taken medicine. I don't need it," she replied curtly. Christian didn't mind, opening the cap and pouring 2 pills into his palm. "This is more effective than your cheap stuff. Just take it. You can think I'm just talk if you want." Having said that, he popped 2 pills into his mouth, his eyes flashing with a teasing glint. "Well, suit yourself." Jupian ground her teeth, fire burning in her eyes, but before she could respond, a shrill voice rang out from the distance. "Oh, my internal conflict this early." Marissa approached with a regal air alongside another person, her hair shimmering under the sunlight as her playful gaze swept over Jupian. "You're too slow," Jupian said coldly, her voice full of reproach. Marissa shrugged, a half-smile playing on her lips. "I arrived right on time. You're just impatient. Should I praise you for not cheating and scouting ahead?" Jupian growled, her gaze sharp as a blade. "No setting traps or ambushes during the entire exploration. Remember that." Marissa smirked, her tone mocking. "Your tone is quite irritable. We are enemies. Do you expect me to speak politely?" She took a step closer, lining in toward Jupian. Her voice dropped into a provocative whisper. "There's no need for that." Jupian turned around and gave a decisive order to her subordinates. "All members of the Shadow clan, move out." Marissa also turned away, waving her hand in a signal. "Begin the exploration. Those who have checked their communicators, proceed." Her subordinates shouted in unison, "Yes, ma'am." Christian stood to the side and muttered, "Well then, I'll be going first." Without waiting for a reaction, he turned and stepped straight into the dense forest, leaving Jupian standing stunned for a few seconds. She muttered to herself, her eyes burning with rage. This guy just threw away his communicator. What on earth is he thinking? In the Biskin forest, Christian cut through the woods, his footsteps nimble yet wary. Ancient tree canopies blocked out the light, creating a gloomy space where the wind whistled like the whispers of the Grim Reaper. Suddenly, a pack of monkey monsters lunged from the bushes, shrieking loudly. With masterful skill, Christian easily took them down, his blade flashing in the darkness. He muttered, "In my past life, I wandered the demon realm until my heels wore out. I can distinguish monster territories just by closing my eyes. If I want to find level 4 beasts, I have to go deeper." As he walked, he recalled Jupian's words, "Don't expect rescue if you're in danger." He laughed, shaking his head. Could she actually be worried about me? No way. She looks like the type who wouldn't even blade if she were stabbed. He frowned, a flash of vigilance in his eyes. Regardless, Marquis Langham's plot has likely already begun. I haven't seen any assassins around here yet. First, I must find the holy relic. Suddenly, from a distance, a familiar silhouette appeared. Marissa, with her shimmering hair and sharp gaze, stepped out from a thick. Their eyes met and the space seemed to freeze. Both went silent, and a strange awkwardness filled the air. Christian thought to himself, I didn't expect to wander into Poison Clan territory. He waved a hand and said softly, I must have taken a wrong turn. I'll head in a different direction. Marissa nodded slightly, a hint of shyness crossing her clear eyes. Be careful out there, she said, her voice small but meaningful. Christian continued deeper into the forest, his heart full of vigilance. Suddenly he stopped, his eyes flashing as if he had discovered something. Their goal is to harm Marissa, who in the Poison Clan is high enough to sacrifice a princess. He turned around and called out loudly, "Hey, Marissa, I want to ask you something." She was startled and turned back with a curious look. "What is it?" Christian didn't think twice and blurted out, "You're an illegitimate child, aren't you? Are you hated within your clan?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the air seemed to freeze. Marissa stood stunned, her eyes wide and her face flushed with rage. "You really are a jerk," she screamed, her lips pressed thin and fire burning in her eyes. Christian hurriedly raised his hands in an apologetic tone. "I didn't mean it like that. It was just a slip of the tongue. Back then, I was worth even less than a human in their eyes. Sorry if I was rude." But before he could finish, a streak of emerald energy shot past his head. It slammed into the tree trunk behind him, creating a deep hole. Christian turned pale, sweat beading on his forehead. Marissa stepped forward, her eyes blazing and her voice cold as ice. "Apologize properly, right now." Christian stood frozen, thinking to himself, for her to be this angry. This isn't just a simple family grudge. To know the real motive, I have to find the mastermind. But first, she is in danger. He took a deep breath, breaking the tense atmosphere. "Hey, you're breaking the rules, you know." Marissa was startled. Her voice trembled. "What did you just say?" Christian pointed toward the destroyed tree and said calmly, "Look at this tree. You attacked first, which means the Poison Clan broke the rules. The Shadow Clan takes the relic. Am I wrong?" Marissa huffed coldly and pulled 3 colorful glass vials from her pocket. Her gaze was sharp and icy. "For insulting my family. And for the humiliation after the broken engagement. This is self-defense." Having said that, she swung her arm and threw the 3 glass vials straight at Christian. Boom, the 3 vials exploded, creating a cloud of brilliantly colored toxic smoke. Christian coughed violently, his face turning pale. Strange runes began to appear on his body. He clutched his chest and collapsed in pain. Marissa stepped forward and said coldly, "This is the blue flower sim. With just a snap of my fingers, the poison will erupt throughout your body. Apologize." She held up 3 more vials of poison, her gaze showing no mercy. "Get on your knees and beg for your life." Christian stammered amidst the toxic smoke, "Come on now." But she didn't let him finish, throwing 3 more vials of poison. This made the toxic cloud even denser. Christian was nearly motionless, his body trembling, but suddenly, from within the smoke, his hands reached out. He gripped Marissa's wrists tightly. He stood up, face to face with her, his eyes shimmering with a strange determination. Space seemed to stand still, carrying a miraculous sense of romance on the thin line between life and death. His voice was deep and warm with a hint of indifference. "I'm afraid I can't do that." At this moment, Christian's entire body glowed with flowers emitting a shimmering light, enchantingly beautiful yet hiding a deadly danger. That light was like a warning, both seductive and terrifying, making anyone who looked at it shudder. He stepped forward slowly, leaning in close to the girl, his voice low and full of implication. "They don't call you Little Poison for no reason." A spark of mischief flashed in his eyes. "I heard this poison is so painful it can kill a person if they don't get the antidote. Is that true?" The girl blushed slightly, a moment of shyness flitting through her clear eyes, but she immediately shoved Christian's hand away and spoke firmly. "Impossible. I am the only one who holds the antidote for this poison." Her lips were pressed tight, her gaze sharp as if issuing a challenge. Christian smirked, a confident smile spreading across his face. He tilted his head, his voice carrying an air of arrogance. "Have you ever heard of the Divine Healer Clan? I took inspiration from them and made this myself." He held up a small vial, the light from it reflecting brilliantly on his face. "You could call this the multi-antidote. What do you think?" Hearing those peculiar words, the girl frowned, her elegant brows knitting together in suspicion. "What on earth are you talking about?" But before she could react further, Christian suddenly swung his hand and struck her hard on the neck. The blow was lightning fast, leaving her stunned. Her eyes widened for a split second before she collapsed, falling unconscious into his arms. Looking at the beautiful girl lying still in his embrace, Christian whispered softly. His voice was deep but determined. "Rest for a bit. I will definitely save you." He gently placed her against an ancient tree, his hands skillfully tying her up with rope. His eyes never left her delicate face as she drifted in a trance. She looked like a fairy in a dream, heartbreakingly beautiful, but Christian didn't let emotion sway his will. He pulled a small orb from his pocket and muttered, "It's time." His fingers brushed across the surface of the orb, and instantly a topographical map appeared, its dim light illuminating the dark forest. He identified his location, his sharp eyes scanning every detail on the map. Suddenly, from one side, the girl's bodyguard received a signal. A green-haired man frowned and muttered, "A message from Lady Marissa, scout the cliffside." The other man replied in a suspicious tone, "Why the sudden change of plan?" But then a triumphant smile spread across the green-haired man's lips. He clenched his fist and said excitedly, "Hee, now we don't have to keep running from those Poison Clan bastards." Christian, hidden in the shadows, heard every word. He smirked, his eyes flashing with confidence. Now I can focus entirely on finding the artifact. The scene transitions deep into the forest. Christian moves swiftly through the trees, his body light as a ghost. He moves so fast that he only leaves behind passing gusts of wind. As he moves, he mutters in a deep, haunting voice. Sacred artifacts are granted power by demons or constellations. They have been hidden for centuries, or fell from the sky as a trial for the lowlier creatures of the earth. Just go ahead and try using them. He recalled the story told by Rania, the chatterbox of the darkness. Sacred artifacts were once discarded because their power was unstable, until Marquis Langham spent 2 years researching how to use them. And that is also the reason Lord Norgaju lost his life. His mouth whispered, Nordian must not die, at least to delay the destruction of this world. Suddenly, he stopped. His sharp eyes spotted a leaf missing a corner, as if something had bitten into it. He knelt down to observe the strange footprints imprinted on the ground. His heart sank, and he muttered warily, footprints in this demon land, where no one is allowed to live. Sacred artifacts can't just grow legs and walk. Someone got here before me. Christian immediately activated his invisibility skill. His body merged into space, invisible as a ghost. He moved deeper into the forest, where a crowd of people was buzzing with chatter. One man spoke up, his voice full of impatience. Has the Shadow Clan still not arrived? Another replied, Not yet, sir. A young man standing in the center said coldly, How long must we wait, these slow crawlers? Christian, hidden in the darkness, observed each person. His eyes flashed as he sensed the energy flow from them. Poison Clan, 1 4-star. That woman is around 5 stars. But that other guy, his aura is gloomy and his energy core is unclear. Who is he? Suddenly, a masked man spoke, his voice full of contempt. Marissa, that girl is the source of all the trouble. I wouldn't mind if she just died. Christian narrowed his eyes, thinking about the way the man spoke. He's likely a direct descendant of the Poison Clan. It turns out this is all just a war for the throne. A man in white nodded and said in a deep voice, In any case, this incident will wipe out the rest of. Christian pondered, his gaze sharp and cold. So they've set their sights on the sacred artifact. But what kind of artifact is it? It doesn't matter, that's Langham's problem. After dealing with Marissa, the masked man ordered them to find out where those bastards were. The 2 bodyguards nodded and immediately left, leaving only the purple-haired man. Christian muttered, Only the stupidest one remains. He's around 4 stars. I could face him head-on, but that would be too noisy. There must be a way to steal the artifact without drawing attention. Right then, from above, a troop of monkeys shrieked, catching Christian's attention. He looked up, a confident smile touching his lips. Oh, I've got a plan this time. While the purple-haired man let out a long, bored yawn, something fell from the tree and hit him on the head. He was startled, looked up, and barked angrily. What the hell was that, you trashy bastards? The monkeys didn't understand, only hooting in delight as they watched him lose his temper. The purple-haired man roared, You bastards dare to mock me. I won't let you off. Christian, hiding behind a tree trunk, chuckled softly and signaled the monkeys to leave. The purple-haired man chased after them in a rage, shouting, Get down here right now. Once he was out of sight, Christian deactivated his invisibility and approached the box lying on the ground. He muttered, Now, this isn't a joke anymore. He pulled out a summoning stone. He put it around his neck. The stone emitted a mysterious purple light, opening up a subspace. Christian reached inside and pulled out a box that looked identical to the one containing the sacred artifact. I refurbished Luna's old box to make it look brand new, he thought to himself, a mischievous glint in his eyes. He performed the swap, placing the fake box in the original position, laughing triumphantly as he did so. The thing you're about to chase is nothing but a counterfeit. Once finished, Christian opened the real box, his gaze intent. As he looked at the item inside, his face suddenly went slack with shock. He blurted out in astonishment, Isn't this the sunset necklace? The scene shifts to Marissa's location as she gradually regains consciousness, her eyes fluttering open as faint light filters through the canopy and onto her face. Suddenly, her entire body jolts when she realizes she is tied tightly to an ancient tree with ropes cinched around her wrists, and anger flares in her chest as she screams in a rage-filled voice, What the hell is this? Memories come rushing back, specifically the image of Christian leaning in close, as his low voice whispered in her ear that they didn't call her Little Poison for no reason. Recalling that moment makes Marissa's eyes glisten with a mix of shame and fury, and she grits her teeth and shrieks, You coward. She struggles violently, the rope chafing her wrists until they burn, as she mutters with pure disdain, Didn't even bother to apologize, and then he pulls this dirty trick. Do you think I'm just a joke, Christian? She growls, but a sudden noise from deep within the forest makes her stop as her sharp eyes scan the darkness. A voice rings out, Found you, as a brown-haired girl steps out from the bushes with a mocking smirk, asking, You're the princess of the Poison Clan, aren't you? Marisa narrows her eyes, her gaze full of wariness, as she asks in a cold tone despite the rising unease in her heart, "Who are you?" The scene shifts to Jupian's group, who are still diligently searching through the forest. Jupian holds the vial of antidote Christian gave her gaze pensive as her fingers tighten around the glass as if she wants to crush it. A red-haired young man turns to her and asks suspiciously, "Now that I think about it, princess, why did you give him an extra dose of the antidote?" Jupian freezes, her mind in a whirl as she thinks to herself, "Why did I ever think I could trust that bastard?" From a distance, a guard runs up panting and reports, "No discoveries in this area, princess." Jupian nods, her voice calm but sharp as she asks, "Understood. The other side is still searching, right?" And the short-haired guard nods, confirming they are still scouring the area. He hesitates before asking, "But will Master Christian be all right?" causing Jupian to frown slightly as dark scenarios play out in her head. Christian falling off a cliff or worse, being carried off by a giant bird for his reckless behavior. She shakes her head to dismiss those thoughts, muttering, "He left on his own. What do you expect me to do? Live or die, he brought it on himself." Suddenly, a shout echoes from afar, "Princess, we found the treasure." And Jupian jolts, her eyes lighting up. She immediately follows the guards to the location of the treasure. Before them sits an ancient box with a faint light emanating from its carved patterns, and Jupian smirks, saying confidently, "It took more effort than I thought, but at least we claimed it before the Poison Clan." She turns to the person beside her and commands, "Spread the word immediately. Everyone is to gather at Lanka's Canyon." And the guard nods, "Yes, princess." A man in red standing outside shouts, "Did everyone hear that?" The princess says to prepare for the return, and the crowd responds in unison, "Understood, my lady." They immediately head toward Lanka's Canyon as a short-haired guard says excitedly, "Great job, princess. We got the treasure first, which means we beat those shadow people, right?" But suddenly a voice rings out from behind them, "Princess," and Jupian looks back, her gaze icy. The person continues, "That guy. He might be dead by now, right? I mean Christian." Jupian pauses, her heart wavering for a split second. She says in a low voice, "Units 1 and 2, stay behind and search, even if it's just a corpse, bring it back," causing a guard to grumble in annoyance. "What? Why waste effort on that fool?" Jupian replies sharply, "He's a nuisance, but he's still direct lineage. We have to bring something back," and the guard nods reluctantly, "I understand." Jupian turns to lead the rest away. "The rest of you, follow me." But before they can take a step, a massive explosion thunders from the adjacent cliff. Rocks and earth collapse, and thick dust billows up to block the path. The crowd panics as one person screams, "What is happening?" Another man looks toward the exit and shouts in terror, "The exit is sealed." Suddenly, a violent surge of green aura spreads from the mountaintop, carrying the breath of death. Jupian immediately screams, "Everyone, stay on high alert, we're being ambushed." From the sky, an eerie blue flower dives down, emitting a terrifying cloud of toxic gas. In the blink of an eye, the men are poisoned, their faces turning pale as they collapse, only able to gasp, "It's poison." On the mountain peak, a figure from the Poison Clan looks down with a cold gaze. He sneers, "It's finished, Marisa's peerless blue flower. I stole it from her lab. No one will suspect a thing. All the blame will fall on Marisa." The figure drops down toward Jupian's group, thinking to herself, "It's risky, but this is the only way to wipe them out in one go." She glances around with ruthless eyes and says, "Now, take the treasure to Marisa's lab." But suddenly, a trident flies out of nowhere, aiming straight for her. The masked girl jolts and hastily summons glowing red claws, screaming, "Fine then, I'll finish you myself. You're no match for me anyway." Jupian trembles with rage, gripping her sword as she shouts, "Shut up, you coward." Looking at her opponent, she frowns and thinks, "He's at least a 5-star demon." "Marisa, I never expected you to stab me in the back." The masked girl laughs coldly, "I'll end you quickly so you won't suffer." She lunges forward, her red claws aimed directly at Jupian. But suddenly, a figure streaks down from above and slams into the ground. This forces the masked girl to jump back in surprise. They both look up to see the figure is none other than Marisa, as Jupian shouts, "Marisa," followed immediately by the appearance of another person, Melon. The deputy captain of the Dark Swamp Knights, Melon, looks at Marisa and smiles. The princess is as quick as ever, while Marisa blushes and snaps back, "Don't act innocent." She turns to the masked attacker, her eyes burning with fury. "You dare use my blue flower to frame me. State your name and identity." The masked girl smirks mockingly. "You still don't know your place, do you?" She raises her hand and whistles, and immediately, countless dark shadows appear behind. Marisa pulls out 3 vials of poison, ready for battle, and asks coldly, "You brought reinforcements?" Melon tightens her grip on the large blade over her shoulder and smiles confidently. 2 3-star demons and 1 5-star. They really do outnumber us." Jupian frowns and says grimly, Whoever is behind this knew the expedition lacked elites. At this rate, we'll die like dogs. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoes from the mountain peak, drawing everyone's attention as a figure appears. With a cunning smile that suggests he knows everything, it is Christian. He stands there with eyes sparkling with confidence, looking as if the whole world is in the palm of his hand. Christian looks down at the crowd below and sighs softly, stroking his chin as his voice booms. Considering the situation, you must have missed me like crazy, right? Hearing this, both girls below scream in anger. Jupian immediately deflects. No way, that's not true at all. While Marissa snaps, Christian, we need to talk later. Seeing them start to bicker, the masked attacker laughs loudly. Ha ha, how touching being sentimental right before death. Did you think one more weakling would give you a chance to win? At her words, Marissa thinks to herself, as much as I hate to admit it, in this situation, she's right. Once you reach 5 stars, your entire being changes as if you've molted. Even if the 4 of us combined, we could hardly take him down. Seeing the enemy's narcissism, Christian smiles from above. Ha ha, acting so high and mighty just for reaching 5 stars. I thought he was an 8-star or something, causing the masked girl to look up angrily and ask, what? Christian continues, I guess it makes sense. Only an idiot would come up with such a cheap plan. Then he pulls several items from a spatial portal, saying, catch these, everyone. The 3 of them receive the items he had Rubid prepare, a necklace, an axe-like object, and a golden toad. Looking at the items in front of them, all 3 ask in unison, what is this? And Christian replies, these are artifacts that boost each of your powers by 1 level, though Marissa still looks displeased. Christian calls down, what, you don't want it? And Marissa's face darkens as she stammers through gritted teeth, of course that's not it. After putting on the item, Jupian immediately feels mana surging through her body and exclaims, wait, this thing is overflowing with mana, which makes Marissa startle in a hint of fear as she looks at it. Jupian continues, whoa, is this the true power of an artifact? I feel like I just jumped straight to 6 stars. Hearing this, Christian frowns and thinks, I didn't give out anything that powerful. Even I didn't know it was this insane. Melon sighs softly after putting on her necklace. She recalls the words Count Kazar told her. This is a message from, which means that, but she still asks aloud, young master, my activation is a bit weird. The letter had read, Melon, someone is targeting the expedition. I have prepared an artifact for you. Support the Poison Princess and her team. Here is the activation method. Back in the present, she looks up and asks, where did you find things like this? And he rests his hands on his knees, stands up, and replies gently, let's just say I have a fool I'm leading around by the nose. Anyway, I have work to do, so I'm off. She continues, young master, you promised we would duel after this is all over. But he just waves her off. I know. Just try to stay alive until then. As everyone watches him leave abruptly, Marissa jolts and screams, wait, what? You're not joining the fight. By the time she finishes, he has vanished from the peak, leaving her to curse loudly, that bastard. If he's going to talk to someone, he should at least stay for an answer. Jupian remembers the vile Christian gave her and smiles, saying, he must have a plan, I can feel it too. Seeing everyone defend Christian, Marissa's face darkens and she wonders, why is she suddenly taking his side? And what was that dreamy look just now? The masked girl, seeing them waste too much time, snorts coldly, do you think a few toys can save you? With that, she erupts with a massive surge of green mana that envelops her entire body. Looking at it, the group's expressions suddenly turn tense. Is that the black steel needle chi? A destructive force that only a 5-star can control. But against this pressure, Melon confidently steps forward. She points her blade ahead and smiles. Didn't the young master say it before? Star rank doesn't determine the outcome of a battle. The arrogant will be crushed by their own arrogance. Jupian adds, exactly, those who look down on others based on raw power. I've always wanted to use pure strength to smash them to bits. Melon steps further forward and says confidently, all right, princesses, shall we? Jupian approaches and puts an arm around Marissa, saying, let's go. While Marissa's face turns grim as she stares at the golden toad in her hand, her palm trembling as she mutters, let's just get this over with. She then places the golden toad on her head, looking rather cute. Her face turns extremely embarrassed as she stammers, let's go, and pulls out 3 poison vials to prepare for the attack. Jupian also draws her sword and takes a stance, saying, hey, let's bet on who takes that guy down first. Hearing this, Melon smiles in agreement. Fine, I claim the one with the black spear. At their confident words, the masked girl grits her teeth and screams, such arrogance, die. With that, she waves her hand, firing countless poison arrows straight at the group. But facing these attacks, Melon simply swings her large blade, easily blocking the onslaught. Immediately after, the masked girl vanishes from her spot. This startles Melon, who quickly looks behind her, only to find the masked girl already baring her claws, ready to strike. By reflex, she swings her massive blade up to block the strike, and against this fast and powerful attack. Melon grits her teeth and curses, "Damn it." Seeing that she could block the strike, the masked girl praises her, "Not bad at all." But with that, she slams her foot into the ground. Leaping into the air, she throws a continuous barrage of poison daggers at Melon. The daggers slice across her body, causing her to cry out in pain. She then retreats and remarks, "You're just a bug after all, the dark swamp knights, clearly just trapped." Melon looks directly at her and mocks, "Are you sure you're 5-star? That last hit felt like a mosquito bite." Enraged by the provocation, the masked girl screams, "You bug," and lunges at Melon to attack. Just as the claws are about to reach her, Melon thinks, "Now's the time." Following that thought, she swings her hand and grabs the masked girl's head, startling her as she cries out in pain. Her entire body emits a thick cloud of toxic gas, shaking the air. She trembles and stammers, "How? Why am I being affected by a level 4 curse? How?" Melon smiles, "This artifact doesn't boost strength. It amplifies the power of curses through my blood. How does it feel?" The masked girl's body shakes as she realizes he intentionally took a hit just to do that. While she is still dazed, Melon swings her blade and slashes her hard, adding, "Pretty cool, isn't it?" The slash causes her to cough up fresh blood. Her entire body is sent flying backward by the momentum. Seeing this, one of her team members shouts, "Captain." But at that exact moment, a dark blade is already pressed against his throat without him even noticing, as Jupian gives a reminder. "Look over here, the battle between us isn't over yet." Christian is still wandering through the forest, calling out loudly as he walks, "Hey, are you done playing hide-and-seek yet? You didn't show up at the cliff. Are you planning an ambush or something? Or are you just afraid of losing?" As he finishes his words, a figure in a white cloak approaches from behind. Wearing a mask and exuding thick murderous intent, he looks at Christian and laughs loudly. "What's this? I found you." Christian looked at the man in white and spoke up, "I've been wondering for a while now, why is your course so murky? You don't look anything like a member of the Poison Clan, so why are you with them?" In response to these words, the man in white remained pensive for a while without saying a word. Christian leaned down, casually picked up a stone, and continued. "Well, if you don't want to answer, then forget it," he said, placing the stone on his fingertip. Then he immediately fired it forward with great force, aiming straight at the man in white to attack. However, the man was lucky enough to dodge his head to the side, easily avoiding the previous blow. This was followed by a succession of stones being thrown forward, yet he still gracefully dodged every single attack. Suddenly, a stone flew straight toward his face, while his gaze remained blank. The stone struck him hard in the face, causing him to let out a cry of pain. Christian remarked, "When you're tense, your right shoulder lifts slightly. When you're distracted, your field of vision narrows. That's a bad habit. Maybe you should fix it, Eshid." Despite these words, Eshid remained silent and did not respond. Immediately after, he reached up with his hand and removed his mask, revealing a handsome face. He recalled the words his father had once said, "The toxins will take care of Jupian and Marissa, but if Christian escapes alone, you will have to chase the boy down." No one is allowed to survive these incidents. Returning to the present, Eshid's expression grew tense as he cursed silently, "Damn it. Everything has become complicated. Jupian's team hasn't been wiped out yet, and even Melon has joined the fray. If that's the case, the plan to eliminate the expedition is becoming harder and harder to succeed. If I kill him in this situation, someone will start digging into everything. And since I didn't stay back at the Institute, I won't be able to avoid suspicion, which means father will be dragged into this mess." Christian smiled, crossing his arms as he looked ahead and asked, "Brother, why have you suddenly gone silent? Are you scared now?" After pondering for a moment, Eshid made a decision. "That's right, it's best to deal with him first and figure the rest out later." Immediately, a sword formed from dark energy began to emerge from his hand. Once it was complete, he gripped the sword tight and looked straight ahead. Seeing this, Christian smiled and replied, "Now that's more like." With that, Eshid lunged straight at Christian, unleashing a slash that seemed to tear through space itself. Christian immediately summoned his own dark sword. He delivered a slash that ripped right through the previous attack. But immediately after, he backed away, momentarily startled as he discovered something. From a distance, two blurry figures gripped their swords and lunged at him to attack. Seeing this, Christian wondered, creating clones using demonic energy. "It seems you didn't become a young master just by luck, did you?" Having said that, he unleashed a series of slashes to parry the blows from the clone. His expression grew increasingly tense, trembling before the powerful onslaught of attack. From a distance, Eshid gripped his sword tightly and lunged toward him, causing him to flinch for a split second. Christian smiled and thought to himself, "Using illusions to ambush me. I knew exactly what kind of tricks you were going to pull." Ignoring the illusions behind him, Christian gripped the hilt of his sword and lunged straight at Eshid, ready to parry. As he lunged, he swung his sword forcefully, delivering a horizontal slash, but immediately after, Christian's eyes widened in surprise. It turned out the thing he had slashed was merely an illusion. From above, another version of Eshid appeared, directing his sword to strike straight down at Christian's head. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Just die." A thunderous downward slash shattered the ground, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. After the attack, Eshid landed softly on the ground. Looking into the empty space ahead, where a massive gash tore through the earth, he remarked, "You're nothing but a useless insect." In response to the mockery, a voice suddenly rang out, "Who did you just call an insect?" Seeing that Christian was still alive, Eshid stammered in shock, "No way." Right then, the illusions he had created were absorbed by something, gradually fatting into nothingness. These elements converged onto Christian's blade. Seeing this scene, Eshid's eyes widened in wonder. Christian gripped his sword tightly, smiling confidently as he spoke, the true dark sword surprised. With that, he unleashed a powerful slash. It created a long gouge in the ground as it lunged straight toward Eshid, whose eyes were filled with disbelief. Eshid hurriedly reached out to create a magical shield to parry the blow. But the shield gradually began to show signs of crack, and after only a few seconds, it vanished into thin air. Eshid took the full force of the attack, letting out a cry of pain before he could even react. The strike created a massive explosion that scorched the surrounding trees. Eshid fell to his knees, his entire body trembling with fear, as he gritted his teeth and said, "Why? Why am I being humiliated by this brat from a branch family?" Christian approached him with a smile and said, "If you just gracefully accept defeat, that'll be enough. I'll keep this matter a secret." Langam would have been in trouble before, and besides, fighting within the same family is nothing to be proud of. These words startled Eshid. He looked at Christian and thought, does he know the entire plan? But how? If that's the case, I have to kill him to avoid trouble later, but killing him is impossible. There's no other way, I'll just have to wait for another opportunity. Ending his thoughts, he spoke up, "Thank you for preserving my honor." Christian stepped closer and reached out his hand, saying, "It's nothing. This is the pride of a true demon." Eshid reached out and took Christian's hand, nodding, "That's true." But Christian gripped his hand tight, his voice cold as ice. "You thought I was going to say that, didn't you?" This handshake startled Eshid as he felt a terrifying pressure. He thought to himself, "An energy collision, you bastard." He stammered, You. Immediately after, a massive amount of demonic energy from Christian's hand pierced straight through Eshid's body, causing a mist of blood to fly everywhere. His eyes remained wide, unable to believe what was happening in front of him, as a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed from his lips. Then his entire body collapsed to the ground. Looking down at his brother before him, Christian spoke up, "You're nothing but a fool, a total fake." After finishing the job, Christian hurried back to Marissa and her group. As he walked, he cursed under his breath, "Damn it, I took longer than expected. I hope the group over there is fighting well." But then, a voice calling his name rang out. At this moment, the expressions of the three girls looking toward Christian were anything but happy. Seeing this, Christian froze at the sight of the group approaching him. He backed away and spoke up to explain, "Could you stay back a bit? Marissa, I'm feeling a lot of pressure." Hearing this, Marissa grew angry, clenching her fists as she shouted, "Is this the artifact you gave me?" Melon spoke up, "Mission accomplished, young master." Hearing this, Christian nodded with satisfaction. "Good, what about that extreme poison mage's demons?" Marissa replied, "They died and turned to dust immediately after. He must have prepared beforehand to wipe out all traces." Christian nodded, "I see, well done." Jupian looked at him and asked, "But where did you just get back from?" Faced with the sudden question, Christian awkwardly scratched his ear and replied, I was just scouting around here." He let out a sigh and confidently patted his chest. "A noble person like me shouldn't have been in the fight anyway." His words stood in total contrast to his wound-covered body. Marissa looked at him and spoke up. "Then how did someone like you come back with so many injuries? Is there still a traitor among the extreme poison mages?" Hearing this, Christian's eyes widened. He immediately waved his hand to change the subject. "I told you no. Let's just withdraw our troops for now." He thought to himself, "I intentionally handled everything a bit further away. By now, they've either come to their senses and fled, or they've been recovered by their subordinates. I'm serious, making a big deal out of this will only make Marquis Langham even more furious. The constellation emblem was stolen, and there are 3 survivors. That's enough." The scene shifts to a week later. The recent incident has shaken both families. Christian sat dejectedly before a dining table laden with countless lavish dishes. On the surface, the blame lay with the extreme poison mages, and they were in a difficult position. But eventually, everything was settled, with a compensation package agreed upon by both sides. Of course, the main reason it ended like this is because they know I discovered the involvement of Eshid and Marquis Langham. Regardless, it's still better than my past life when everyone was assassinated. Zukyuum won't have to hand over the demon god's charm to Langam anymore either. Melon had returned to the Dark Mages after leaving the canyon. Marissa also promised to keep quiet about Melon's involvement and had departed. Marie approached to pour him a drink and spoke cheerfully. "Oh ho ho, young master. Even if you don't have an appetite, you must eat to recover quickly." Christian replied with a pathetic look. "My whole body feels like it's being torn apart. Why should I eat?" Marie answered. "Hearing you say that makes my heart feel like it's being torn into 1,000 pieces." Christian frowned and wondered. "Even you have a heart that can ache." She made a heart shape with her hands and remarked, "Oh my, your words are so heartless. My heart is racing right now. Even if you're a bit rude or a terrible person, I still love you." Faced with these romantic words, Christian shouted angrily, "Stop saying such weird things. And I told you your heart stopped beating a long time ago." Marie stepped closer, grabbed both of his hands, and put on a cold face. "No way. Every time I look at you, my heart beats so fast it hurts." At her serious face, Christian stammered, "Don't try to make people's hearts flutter on purpose like that." Marie's voice immediately turned gentle. "Come on now, open your mouth, say ah." Christian dodged the spoonful of food Marie offered, frowning slightly. "My arms aren't broken yet. I can eat by myself." At this attitude, Marie moved even closer, leaning in as she continued, "Oh ho ho, look at you being so shy. Of course, this side of you is quite adorable too." Having said that, she shoved the spoonful of food into Christian's mouth, making him flinch slightly, though he couldn't dodge it. Marie laughed loudly. "Ho ho, you need to eat plenty of nutrients to have strength for the night. How do you like this special soup?" Christian's eyes went blank at the sudden action as he stammered. "You didn't even cook it," Marie replied, "but it's filled with my love." Faced with their flirtatiousness, Jupian sat opposite them, arms crossed as she observed, remaining pensive for a while as if she had become an invisible person at the meal. Christian turned to her and spoke up. "My lady, how much longer do you plan to visit? Even you haven't fully recovered yet." Jupian replied coldly, "I'll leave after I watch you a little more." Then she averted her eyes and continued, "I'm the one who has the right to be here." Christian smiled and thought to himself that he would make her sick to her stomach, though in more ways than one. Marie looked at Jupian with an angry gaze and spoke up. "You dare flirt with my young master." Then she approached Jupian and laughed loudly. "Oh ho, would you like something to drink, my lady? I'll get you some blood juice." Jupian coldly refused. "No, I don't like blood juice. I prefer onion juice." Her words caused Marie's face to freeze like dry glue, standing still for 5 seconds. Then her whole body slumped in disappointment. "Onion juice isn't my specialty." Seeing that her attempt at intimidation failed, Christian sighed softly and thought, "I didn't expect this girl to be such a tough opponent." He looked at Jupian and spoke up. "Hey, do you have something to say?" She immediately got angry. "I hate you. One of these days I'm going to crush you." Christian pouted and sighed. "Of course, feel free to try if you want." But Jupian's attitude suddenly turned shy as she said, "Anyway, thank you for this time." The thank you caused Christian to freeze for a few seconds. He spoke in an exaggeratedly impressed tone. "HMPA. I didn't hear that very clearly. Say it a bit louder, will you?" Jupian looked at him angrily. "If you didn't hear it, then whatever. Don't misunderstand. I'm only acknowledging what you did." In response to the praise, Christian sniffed and spoke up. "If that's how you understand it, then consider me your benefactor from now on." Jupian continued, "That smile of yours today will be the last I see. The Marquis has promised, so you'll probably soon be officially named a direct descendant. Once you become a direct descendant, everything will be different. What I mean is, you should be well prepared for that." Christian secretly agreed. It certainly wouldn't be like before. Up until now, I was someone they didn't even care to step on, but after becoming an equal direct descendant, they'll all rush in to crush me. Once his core recovers, Eshid will also raise his head again. And then there's the eldest princess, Yulian, who is hiding a secret, and also the son of the Marquis of the 3 Emperors. The battle with Misich and the eldest prince Sherad of the same kind is also the same. Not to mention whether to include Lady Jupian in that list. Seeing Christian staring at her, Jupian wondered, "What are you looking at? Am I that pretty?" At the sudden question, Christian thought to himself, "Why did she ask that all of a sudden? I feel like there's an insurmountable wall between us." Before he could answer, she stood up and continued, "Or not, but why keep staring at me like that? I'm leaving." With that, she turned her back and walked away. After Jupian left, Christian breathed a sigh of relief and said happily, "Phew, finally she's gone. She drained all my energy, now I need to recharge." But then his entire body trembled with anger. He turned toward the main door and shouted, "Hey, didn't you say you were leaving?" Suddenly, he paused, looking toward the person who was arriving. It was none other than Lady Maris. Under the astonished gazes of Christian and Marie, she walked in, her manner exuding pride yet tinged with a hint of shyness. She spoke up, her voice low and full of awkwardness. Are you okay?" Christian was no less flustered, responding with a forced smile. "I'm doing okay." That clumsy answer made the atmosphere in the room suddenly turn awkward, as if both were trying to hide something. Christian thought to himself, "Why is she here again? Don't tell me she's here to nag me about being tied up the other day." But right then, she interrupted his thoughts, her voice more serious. "My father wants to meet Duke Huam, the patriarch of the extreme poison demon family, an 8-star monarch." Hearing that name, Christian was startled and thought, "That person wants to meet me. What on earth is going on?" The scene shifts to Marisa's mansion. Christian walked beside her, filled with suspicion as they approached the room to meet the Duke. After walking in silence for a while, she suddenly turned to him, her eyes shimmering with worry. "But how did you know there was a conspiracy in place?" Christian replied, his voice calm yet filled with confidence. "I have someone providing me with information." Those words caused Marisa's face to drop slightly, as if a heavy secret were weighing down her mind. She recalled what Melon, the vice-captain of the Dark Wolf Knights of the Dark Magic family, had once told her. "I am Melon, instructed by young Master Christian to infiltrate this place." Marisa had shouted angrily back then, "Infiltrate? Are you confessing that Christian is violating the expedition rules?" But Melon immediately cut her off. "Someone is targeting the expedition team. The young master asked me to come help you and the team fight against them." Hearing that, Marisa's eyes widened, and she gasped in shock. "What?" Returning to the present, she turned to Christian with a questioning tone. "If you knew there was a plot, you could have just sent me a message. Why hide it from me?" Christian looked directly into her eyes, his voice deep and warm yet full of resolve. "I was afraid you'd be in danger. If the perpetrator is from the extreme poison magic family, a successor like you would be the primary target. The succession struggle there is currently brutal." Marisa froze, her eyes shimmering with a mix of emotions. She spoke in a trembling voice. "You didn't suspect me. I'm in your debt now. Thank you for saving my entire expedition team." After saying that, she looked at Christian shyly, her eyes sparkling as if wanting to say something deep. Christian smiled and said sincerely, "Because to me, you are an important person." Those words made Marisa's cheeks flush red. Her eyes widened and her lips trembled. "What?" She reached up to touch her cheek, her heart in a muddle, thinking, "Why is my heart suddenly racing like this?" But Christian immediately interrupted her train of thought, his voice teasing yet meaningful. "So, why not become political partners in the future?" Marisa jolted, her heart pounding. "What?" He continued confidently. "It's not a bad proposal, right? Don't worry about the past. I have no intention of reconciling or revering the broken engagement. We will be total strangers, trust me." Those words were like a sharp blade cutting straight into Marisa's fragile heart. The atmosphere suddenly froze and her face darkened. Christian thought to himself, "Wait, why isn't she saying anything? Did I say something wrong?" Suddenly, Marisa glared at him, her eyes flashing with fire. "I absolutely agree, for the benefit of both families." Her short but powerful response left Christian stunned, wondering to himself, what is going on? Did I do something wrong? The two of them then entered the Duke's room, and Marisa spoke respectfully. "Master, I have brought the young master of Duke Baron's house." The man in the room pondered for a moment before turning around. His voice boomed deeply. "Good work, Marisa." It was Duke Huam, the sovereign of the extreme poison magic family. He looked at her with a hint of sadness in his eyes. "And hey, what's with calling me master? Didn't I tell you to call me father?" Marisa blushed and whispered back, "We are in front of a guest, please mind your manners." The Duke burst out laughing. "Haha, I know I got a bit carried away. Instead, have dinner with me. I've prepared that venison dish you like." Marisa sighed softly and nodded, "Yes, father." She then bowed and asked for permission to withdraw, not forgetting to glance at Christian with a suggestive look. Christian watched her go. He thought to himself in admiration, "I didn't expect Duke Huam to dote on his daughter so much." He stepped forward to bow. "Greetings, Duke." Huam went straight to the point, his voice soft yet sharp. "I heard you've matured quite a bit, but remembering the sins you committed against my house's princess, I still want to tear you apart." Christian jolted, his heart thumping, but the Duke continued, "If it weren't for you, something would have happened to Marisa. I'll let the past slide." Christian breathed a sigh of relief and quickly changed the subject. "Why did you call for me?" Huam looked at him with sharp eyes. "What is your relationship with the great immortal medical family? The testimony states that you bought medicine from the auction house. But I checked and there are no medicinal materials from them. Explain yourself." Christian swallowed hard, then smiled confidently. "Actually, I made it all myself. I'm a genius after all." The Duke froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. "Haha, there's no crime I can't greet with a smile." Christian breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had escaped death, but Huam interrupted. "We're not done. The main point is this. Do you want to join the side of the extreme poison magic family? The unexpected offer left Christian stunned. The scene shifts to the mansion of Count Langam. A red-haired woman pushed open the door and stepped in with a powerful aura. It was the red snow flower Frisia, the Marquis's wife. She spoke in an urgent tone. "Lord Marquis, the mana core of the young master Eshid has shattered. It's surely Christian's doing." Langam remained calm. "Lower your voice, Frisia." She stepped closer, her voice full of rage. "Is a thug like that really going to become the young master? Doesn't that stain the honor of the dark magic house? Are you just going to let it be?" Langam pondered without answer. Frisia lowered her voice, her eyes cold. "Fine, Eshid has failed. I will personally deal with that thug. And don't forget that the position of the first young master must belong to my son, Mysak." Langam replied coldly, "Suit yourself. Do whatever you want. I'm not involving myself in this matter." The scene shifts to the next day, the day of the young master's investiture ceremony. Christian was walking down the hallway with Marie, and looking at his outfit, Marie gushed with praise, as expected of the young master. "I didn't think the ceremonial robes would suit you so well. Indeed, my man is truly different, ho-ho." Those words made him a bit annoyed. "Whose man?" From behind, his father walked up and called out, "Christian." He turned and replied, "Father, you're here." Looking at his appearance, his father praised him. "You look very dignified today, Christian." He placed a hand over his chest and bowed in thanks. Beside them, Thurn's voice rang out somewhat hesitantly. "Honorable elder brother, congratulations on becoming the young master." Looking at the young boy, Christian reminded him, "Don't just take shortcuts like that. Watch out or you'll bite your tongue." Despite his extreme discomfort, Thurn had to grit his teeth and say, "Elder brother, your majesty." Then Count Baron's gaze moved behind him. Marisa was approaching, and he thought to himself, "Isn't that Lady Marisa over there?" He cleared his throat and asked, "Now that I think about it, have you apologized to Marisa yet for that broken engagement?" Recalling the girl's angry face, his voice was a bit flustered. "Ah, I think I have." He continued, "Good. Where else could you find a gentle girl like Marisa?" He tried to speak his mind, but before he could finish, his father covered his mouth. "I'll know to make myself scarce, so you two try starting over from the beginning, okay?" After that, he dragged Thurn along and spun around to leave in a hurry. The image of his father cheering him on flashed through his mind, leaving him quite flustered. Marisa turned and asked, "Did something happen to the Viscount?" I was about to go greet him. It was only then that he noticed her presence. "Ah, I see," and he thought to himself, "So it's because of this girl." She continued, "Well, greeting him can wait. I came because I have something to say to you." She reached out her hand. "Congratulations on becoming the young master. From now on, you'll have to handle family business. I'm sure we'll be seeing each other often." He replied cheerfully, "Yeah, looking forward to your help." She immediately asked shyly, "So, about yesterday, what did my father say?" Christian immediately replied, "Oh, he told me to marry you." Hearing this, Marisa was so embarrassed her face turned beet red and she gasped, "What?" He immediately winked to reassure her. "Don't worry, I refused. He won't bring it up ever again." Those words made Marisa's face turn even redder. She shouted angrily right into his face. This left Christian a bit bewildered, thinking, "Wait, did I do something wrong again?" The scene shifts to the main hall of the mansion, as he strode confidently inside. Upon seeing him, everyone turned their attention toward him. In one corner, a blonde youth remarked, "Impressive, the playboy actually became the young master." A green-haired youth beside him added, "But he deserves credit. He did achieve a great feat this time." Then the two of them suddenly turned their heads to look in the same direction. Seeing this, Frisia jolted slightly and asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Then she also looked in the direction they were staring. She felt a sharp shock in her heart. The one arriving this time was none other than the patriarch himself. She felt a surge of anger inside. He had never shown his face when Mysak was named young master. Seeing this reaction from everyone, Miriam confirmed to herself that the response was exactly as predicted. Going back to the previous day, her voice had been startled. "You say you're going to attend the investiture ceremony." The patriarch replied, "What, is that a place I'm not allowed to go?" "Sigh," she explained, "you know very well what your attendance would be interpreted as. If you publicly back that child, he will become the target of every young master and noble daughter. Not just that, but Marquis Langham and the high-ranking demons as well." He gave a confident smile. He's the one who said he would become the family's god. If he collapses from just that much, what's the point? Back in the present, the moment Marquis Langham saw him, he immediately bowed. He then extended his hand. "Please, master, sit over here." As soon as he sat down, he turned and reminded them, "Don't mind me, please continue." Marquis Langham nodded and replied, "Yes, sir." Then he stood up and declared loudly, "From this moment forward, I declare the opening of the young master investiture ceremony for Christian van Baron-Kazum." He then stepped forward and knelt on one knee before Marquis Langham, preparing to receive the rite. Everyone was waiting for this exact moment. Marissa and her father also watched intently. After the reception was complete, Langham raised his hand high and announced, "And thus I declare that Christian has become the young master of the dark magic family." Looking at the cheers of the crowd, he thought to himself, "I've done it. I've become the young master, but in exchange, the era of destruction is drawing closer. With my current power, I can't do anything. I have to get stronger even faster. If I want to increase my power and stamina, I must quickly become the great patriarch." Just as he thought that, a massive dark shadow suddenly appeared in the sky, passing over his head. He looked up, wondering, where did a dragon suddenly come from? Immediately after, the dragon slammed down hard into the center of the square, creating a violent shockwave. Seeing it, the crowd shouted in terror, "Is that a magic dragon? How could it pass through the barrier and get in here?" And the target it aimed for was none other than Christian. Without a moment's hesitation, it created a magic orb right in front of its mouth, preparing to launch an attack. Seeing this, numerous guards created shields and rushed in front of Christian. It's aiming for the young master. Quickly, open the defensive formation. Looking at the source of power in front of him, he was a bit startled. The guards were currently struggling to withstand an incredibly fierce attack. His father below cried out in worry, "Christian." Successive waves of other guards began rushing out to protect them, protect the patriarch and the young master. Form the array quickly. The dragon was still powerfully breaking through the magic formations. It let out a terrifying roar. But before the signs of shattering even began, a guard shouted in fear, "We can't hold out any longer." Standing on the outside watching, everyone's eyes were filled with extreme anxiety. Contrary to their worried looks, the patriarch remained completely calm. A small, intrigued smile played at the corner of his mouth. The evil spirit magic family truly sent an interesting gift. Everyone was still completely stunned by the appearance of this death dragon. His father looked toward his son with great concern. Miriam was also extremely worried, placing a hand on her sword. "Let me handle this." Seeing this, the patriarch reminded her, "Just leave it be." This made Miriam wonder in shock. "What? But master, that's a death dragon." With Christian's current strength, it's too much for him. The evil spirit magic people must have used it to assassinate the boy. Ignoring her words, the patriarch slowly stood up. He stepped forward and ordered, "Everyone fall back. It's been a long time since I've had the chance to admire the achievements of the young masters and ladies. If you are an heir of the Dark Clan, you should at least have the skill to deal with one dragon, right?" As soon as the order was received, Jupian immediately replied, "As you command." She then charged straight toward the dragon. This made a girl beside her laugh with delight. Truly a hot-blooded younger brother, how hasty. The girl Mysak beside her was a bit worried. Why suddenly send us to hunt a dragon like? Frisia stepped up and placed a hand on her shoulder to reassure her. "Anyway, that magic dragon is surely aiming for that reckless one over there. Cheer up, just fight a little, and it'll be over." At that moment, Jupian was charging in with full power, shouting, "Splitting sword." Countless swords made of mana appeared around his body. They immediately lunged toward the dragon. But as soon as the swords touched the dragon's rock-hard scales, they were instantly deflected. Its body didn't suffer any damage whatsoever. This left Jupian somewhat stunned. The dragon then angrily swung its claws at the guards, while Christian cast off his cloak and stepped down, looking toward the dragon. He assessed, "That's the mark of the dead. I saw it back during the Great War. The secret art of controlling spirits of the dead. That's necromancy." He muttered in anger, "But why is it appearing here now? A reason sufficient to interfere with my investiture ceremony." Just as he said this, the dragon coldly swung its claws for another strike, forcing Christian and Jupian to leap back to avoid the blow. Afterward, it took to the skis once more. The wind pressure was so immense that he had to shield his face with his hands, cursing silently under his breath. Damn it, how can a single flap of its wings create such terrifying pressure? The dragon's body isn't even that large, is it because of that brand? Even Jupian's sword intent had no effect. It seemed conventional demonic energy was useless against it. Since it was already dead, ripping out its heart would do nothing, but he couldn't just use light power against an undead, which would normally be its perfect counter, right here in the open. At that moment, another orb of magical energy began to gather within the dragon's maw. This caused him to startle slightly. He immediately turned to Jupian and warned her, "Get out of the way now." From behind them, a pair of long, slender legs stepped forward. Julian spoke up, evaluating the situation. "It seems you're still a bit green, aren't you? Fine, I'll lend a hand." As soon as she spoke, she immediately summoned a magical bow. Without a moment's hesitation, she drew the bowstring, forming an arrow made of pure magical power. The sheer magnitude of the power caused even him to jump in surprise. Once she had gathered enough force, the arrow flew instantly, impaling the dragon squarely in the center of its chest. The attack was so powerful that the dragon let out agonized cries of pain. In an instant, it was brought down effortlessly by that single shot. Looking at the dragon's corpse as it fell to the ground, Yulian finally deactivated her magic. Christian looked at her, feeling a surge of shock in his heart. What the hell was that just now? It was on a completely different level than Ashio. Is she 5-star? No, it might be even higher than that. He had clearly heard she was only at the purple star level. So where did this source of power come from? Could this be exactly what she was telling me about? Outside, the entire display left the onlookers in utter shock. The demonic energy was truly terrifying. They shouted in unison, as expected of Lady Yulian. Christian evaluated the scene internally. In that split second, even space itself seemed to stretch as a massive amount of demonic energy condensed. It seemed Jupian hadn't realized this yet. Why is she hiding this kind of power? Is it to stay on guard against Ashes? Furthermore, how could a member of the Dark Demon race use a bow with such mastery? That thing looked exactly like the Black Obsidian. Having settled the disturbance, she looked toward him and smiled. This inauguration ceremony has become quite noisy, hasn't it? Congratulations on becoming the young master, Christian. He responded with a bit of fluster. Thank you. Above, the crowd continued to buzz with gossip. A demon dragon appearing at an investiture ceremony. Could it be that the other families have already started their suppression? The woman beside him remarked, Tusk, how pitiful. It looks like from now on, he'll have no choice but to walk a path of thorns until he dies. Just then, Melon stepped forward from a distance and praised him. This just goes to show how formidable young Master Christian truly is, because no one from any family has ever shown this level of achievement before. Therefore, I, Melon, will fulfill the promise I made that day. She immediately dropped to one knee in a formal salute. I offer my loyalty to young Master Christian. Witnessing this, the outsiders were puzzled. Isn't that mad dog Melon from the Black Wolf Knight Order? And another added, why? She's someone who has never bowed to any young master before. Christian looked at her, smiling with inner satisfaction. I didn't expect her to step up right at this moment. He politely returned the gesture. Thank you. I owe you a great debt of gratitude. She continued, you'll still keep your promise to fight me to our heart's content, won't you? He replied with a smile. It'll be too late to regret those words later. While the two were talking, a young man approached from a distance and spoke up. Young Master Christian, would you accept our support as well? He looked toward the newcomer and wondered, who is this? The man replied, the eldest son of Count Turamin, Kaysen Turamin. Seeing him, he was a bit surprised. How unexpected. I didn't think you would offer such absolute support. Kaysen repeated, my father said this is a congratulatory gift. Please be so kind as to accept it. Hearing these overly polite words, he let out a bored sigh. Typical style for the House of Turamin. Fine. The man immediately pivoted back to the main topic. Furthermore, that person has a request. He grabbed one of his younger brothers by the arm and pulled him forward. As soon as he saw him, he started teasing. Oh, still alive and well. Is your dog doing okay? This made Awa a bit angry. Did you expect me to be dead? Seeing this, Kaysen interjected. Awa, mind your manner. From now on, this is the young master you must serve. Hearing this, Awa turned back and gave a cool, formal salute. Yes, sir. Kaysen continued. As you know, this is the brother who possesses not even a hint of sacred darkness. His future is bleak, but if you take him in, Awa will learn a great deal. May I entrust this matter to you? These words moved Awa deeply. With tears welling in his eyes, he approached Kaysen and grumbled. Brother, this is too much. Meanwhile, Christian observed the two of them and evaluated the situation. He wants Awa to gain merit by staying near me. I suppose that makes sense. The House of Turamin has no ties to the other young masters or ladies. It doesn't hurt to build a connection with this person. Awa also gained some fame during the era of destruction. He's a talented guy. Since I robbed him of all his sacred darkness, I do feel a bit bad about it. After a moment's thought, he nodded in agreement. Fine. But in exchange, his voice became incredibly menacing. You'll have to honor me as your master from now on. His words made Awa freeze in place like a statue. He cried out helplessly, no way. Witnessing this scene, Melon and Kaysen smiled with some satisfaction. Then from a distance, a person approached and handed him a gift. Young master, forgive us for only greeting you now. This is just a small token, but we have brought gifts to celebrate your appointment. Immediately after, a stream of gifts began to arrive. We from the House of Count Aaron have brought something as well, and we from the House of Baron Ran have also come. His father stood on the outskirts watching, feeling a bit emotional. Christian is gradually winning the trust of the dark demons. This time he might actually become the grand young master. He then turned to leave, leaving behind a chorus of cheers. Long live the young master. Congratulations. Long live the young master. Watching all of this from above left Mysak, feeling utterly defeated. Seeing this, Frisia stepped in to reassure him. Don't let it bother you, Mysak. I'll clear him from your sight soon enough. It was now afternoon, and Miriam was walking quietly with the patriarch. Miriam wondered, do you really plan to just head back like this? Christian is the young master now. No one would object if you went over to say a few words. He waved her off. There's no need. Didn't the evil spirits already give him a grand welcome? That's enough attention for him for now. Miriam felt a bit uneasy and asked, but sir, about Yulian. I've felt for a while that she isn't ordinary. Specifically, no matter how you look at it, the power a purple star can emit. Before she could finish, the patriarch cut her off. I told you I don't care. No matter who it is, as long as they can lead the dark house to its peak, I don't give a damn about the rules set by cowards. Yulian, that child has been filled with ambition since she was small. If that ambition helps her become the strongest, I'll let her be the head of the family. And if another child manages to surpass her, well, that's something to celebrate too. The scene shifts to another location. It looks like a wasteland, with barren trees and empty spaces. Countless crows perched on the branches, waiting. Below, corpses were scattered across the ground. A voice rang out, I thought the elite would be a bit different. Turns out they're all the same, truly irritating. Another voice added, should we just head straight into the Golden Cross and kill them all? But another person stopped them. That would be too much trouble. Just then, a soldier looked at the green-haired young man with some hesitation. What are you doing, young master? The man replied, I've heard a rather interesting rumor. The soldier asked, a rumor. The man explained, I heard the Baron family has produced an interesting younger brother. A bald man chimed in, that's right, young master. He's actually from a prestigious lineage. Haha, those dark house people are truly stupid. They still haven't dealt with a crazy guy like him. But before he could finish his sentence, suddenly a massive hole appeared in his chest. By the time he realized it, he had already collapsed to the ground. This sudden action caused the blonde woman to turn and ask, what on earth are you doing? The green-haired man asked back, what did I do? She explained, we're teammates. Why would you suddenly? Once again, before she could finish, a slash cut across her throat, sending her to the next world. This left the remaining two teammates terrified, standing paralyzed without daring to utter a single word. The young man reached out his hand and continued, I guess we're not teammates anymore, are we? Then his hand twisted in a bizarre and eerie fashion. Instantly, all the blood from the two corpses flowed out like a stream of water. Once he was finished, only two shriveled husks remained. He remarked, how boring, I'm leaving. A voice asked, where to? He tossed his mask aside. Home. I've been gone for quite a while. It's time to face them for a bit. Returning to Christian, he was currently struggling with Marie. She still insisted on serving him, but he refused adamantly. Take it off right now, she demanded, while he blocked her in fear. Wait a minute. I told you I can do it myself.